right. Well, good morning, fellow cats. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you're all doing well this morning. Hope you had a great Labor Day weekend. Let's get over here and make sure we're streaming. We're up and running correctly. And oh yeah, Catfish, I'm buying up SoFi dip in the pre-market. There you go, PB. Yeah, view your channel. All right, here we go. Anthony Noto. BULL-ISTIC, baby. Good morning. Okay, let me turn this down here. Volume. There we go. Boom. Get that turned off there. Skip this ad. All right. And yeah, I've got some notes for us today. I got some news for us today. I definitely do. And how about Tanker Yanker, the big winner on our drawing Friday? I don't know if you're here, Tanker Yanker, but congratulations. And let's go see what SoFi is doing this morning. It looks like it was down a little tad. And boy, I tell you what, these tariffs have just been hanging around, the terrible tariffs. We got a court, I don't know if you heard yet or not. Doesn't say muted, not here, not on my end. No, Rusty, I'm sorry, it doesn't say it here. Hold on. Let me get my camera reset and see if it'll come to life. Hold on. Yeah, sound is good. Sound is good. Sound is good. And it looks as though we might have internet issues this morning again. Connected, it says. Okay. Well, let's try and refresh this page. Maybe it just... And get our Think or Swim loaded up here. You know, I was looking at my video on Friday, watching some of my video, and I decided to stop using this Aspire computer to do this on, and we're going to try using this Thinkorswim here on this other Dell laptop and see how that performs. And so let's see how everybody's doing this morning. Shout out from beautiful island of Guam. Hafa Adai Cash. Hello there. All right. Rambo. Sound is good. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Guten Morgen, everybody. Let's find out what is going on with this crazy thing. It does not want to work for me this morning. We do not have this, what we need here. Huh. Well, this is working fine. Why isn't Yahoo working? Let's go over here and just put in SoFi, Yahoo, Finance. There we go. Well, that's working. Okay. Good enough. Maybe it'll work. Yes. Okay. Yeah, down 2.86%. Oh my, oh my. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. The price has now gone from $13 3 months ago to $24.81. And it's rapidly falling, everyone. You're loud and clear here, Catfish. Thank you. That's good to know. Let's take a look across here at the news. The news out there. Kiko becomes a hurricane. We got a hurricane out there in the Atlantic developing. There's an engineer that claims he's found a way to overcome Earth's gravity. right. Well, I'm just waiting for this to get loaded up here. Yes, an engineer says he's found a way to overcome Earth's gravity. These are headlines in the news today. And I'm going to try and look into this story a little bit. Discovering a machine that could somehow produce thrust without releasing propellant would be a game changer for human space travel. There's just one problem. Such a device would defy the laws of physics. This limitation has not stopped people from investigating the possibility. While the company behind the drive, Exodus Propulsion Technologies, says that the drive can achieve a thrust to counteract Earth's gravity, such a claim still needs independent verification and a healthy dose of skepticism. In 2001, British electrical engineer Roger Shawr first introduced the impossible drive, known as the EM drive. It was called impossible because its creator reported that the drive was reactionless, meaning no propellant required. In other words, it defied the known laws of physics. Well, if you happen to believe in aliens, that sort of thing, apparently they've got that licked. They know how to bend time, this travel long distances within days, and travel through water, believe it or not. They've been tracked by our naval submarines traveling through water at speeds that should be impossible. And what they've tracked them is coming from out of the sky at a certain rate of speed and then going into the water and maintaining that speed. And that is something that we just don't have the capability of. If you take a pistol and you shoot it at a target that's 100 yards away, it'll hit that thing in a matter of a fraction of a second. But if you take that pistol underwater and you shoot at something 100 yards away, it isn't going to get halfway to it. The bullet's just going to fall in the water because of the resistance. But these things that our naval subs have been tracking, that I've heard talked about, have the ability to travel at a certain speed above land and then enter the water and maintain that speed underwater, which is something that defies all logic. So good morning, everybody. You're loud and clear. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Yes, Paul Frazier, welcome. Rusty Prater, we're good. Antonio Soares, good morning. And I believe that might be Suarez. Antonio Suarez, if I'm correct. And Sherry, welcome. Good morning. Welcome to the tank. Everybody, we're going to have a good day. Whether SoFi, goes down or up, we can always make money on it every day, folks. Their day trade, it's just really becoming a sweet day trading stock. So let me get logged in here on my account. And I hope you guys had a great Labor Day weekend. And this thing's going to make me sign in here. There we go. And log in. All right, I'm logging into my Think or Swim. In case you don't know or not familiar with this channel, I am known as Catfish Tyler. It's because we like to be down here at the bottom when prices get run down, and we like to snag them on the bottom. And that's our strategy, is majorly over-purchased and over-excited stocks that get too much volume on them to be sustainable, and then the following morning, they drive the price down and try to wash out the weak, scared newbies. All right, so I got a code that just got sent to my phone. Hang on 1 minute. I'll be right back. I'm going to hit the black screen, and I'll be back. Okay, so we're logging in right now. And we're going to be using Charles Schwab Think or Swim, and we're going to actually be using a paper money account. Now, I do log into my real account and trade, but for this, what I'm going to be showing you is just the technique that I use and the candlesticks that I have available to me that you could have available to you as well. My special candlesticks are available for purchase. $24.99 per month subscription gets you the candlesticks. And one of the stocks that I've got my eye on this morning that I think you should take a look at is going to be SOUN. This is it right here, right now. I'll show you on this, the chart, what it's doing. And this is SOUN. The current price and the 5-day are all now breaking back up over the 10-day orange line now. The 5-day is looking like it's going to. The volume just picked up, okay? Just picked up. So we're going to have our eye on SOUN, which is the stock that has made, you know, some pretty good gains. Bonjour, Pascal. Bonjour, traders. Yep, hello there. So take a look at SOUN. It's at 1302 right now, and the closing price was, but now it's at 1266, folks, and that's why I like it for a buy-in. It's at $12.66, and that's why I like that for a buy-in. Now, if we take a longer-term chart look on this chart, this is the 20-day chart, folks. And ladies and gentlemen, that right there, that's consolidation. That's 10 days. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days of consolidating. Folks, if the volume stays in this, it's going to go higher. If the volume stays in it, that's the critical part. And when I'm looking at here, each one of these days, well, I tell you what, this volume is getting bigger and bigger and more and more. And on Friday, that's a lot of volume, folks. That's a lot of volume. So watch out for this SOUN, folks. I'm just saying. I could be wrong, but it's a good one to keep your eye on this morning. Now we're going to come over here and we're going to put in SoFi stock. Take a look at its chart. And as I've always said now here recently, on any pullback to the 200-day, buy the stock. All right. Good morning. I said good morning. Yep. So here we are, folks. Another pullback, just like before. And over here, though, you can see this pullback that we saw before to the 200-day, boing, to the 200-day, boing, to the 200-day. All this is, ladies and gentlemen, is drive it down to the 200, accumulate the shit out of it, run it up. Drive it down to the 200 again, accumulate the shit out of it, run it up. Now, I want you also to know, from watching trending stocks on Friday, you know, he's of the belief that the market should see a correction right now of about 5%. I'm just passing that along to you. And he could very well be right. We might see that. But if we do, all that will do is be healthy for the stock, folks. It won't hurt. It won't hurt to see that happen. That's healthy. That's very healthy to see a little bit of a retracement, folks, and then on we go. So, but I do have quite a bit of news for you going on here this morning, and I'll be sharing that with you. As you can see from my thumbnail today, there was very, very big news that came out about SoFi. And folks, I'm here to tell you right now, quite honestly, you cannot get any more bullish than Anthony Noto is right now. You can't. And you can only dream of owning a stock, ladies and gentlemen, where the CEO of the company makes a move like he just did. Folks, this is not something you see done every day. It's not something you see done every day. And I tell you what, I'm sure that this has a lot of people's eyes and a lot of institutions saying, wow, we got to get in now and we got to get this price down. So however we can do it, we'll call our friends in high places and we'll get them to start selling tons of shares. And just so you know this, it is done. It is done every day in the marketplace, folks. And, there's a lot of people that say, oh, no, market manipulation is not permissible. It's, oh, baloney. Go watch a video that was put up on YouTube. And the title of the video is Jim Cramer on How Hedge Funds Control the Market. And Jim Cramer in that interview makes an admission that he's done it himself, and he explains exactly the method that he goes about, step by step, how it's done. Well, you put out a phone call to one of your buddies and you say, hey, man, why don't you float a little rumor that Apple's not going to get the contract with so-and-so and there's no way T-Mobile and blah, 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 and they're not interested. Then once we get that floated out there, we'll get the thing to get some panic selling going on and we can get that down because, man, this Apple's going to go. And I mean, folks, the way he describes it is almost deflating to watch it as a retailer like you and me, because you suddenly realize, oh my gosh, I mean, this guy just come out and explained how everything's controllable by the right dollar amount. And in the interview, the guy that's interviewing him says, well, how much money are you talking about? They, 15 mil, 15 million, 10 or 15 million, and to affect the price effectively, to take 10% out of it. He says how it's done. And I want you to know that this is very true, folks. And you can also rely on good old BlackRock, believe it or not. And but they're one of the richest companies in the world, BlackRock, but they're willing and able to sell shares to at any point in time when anybody wants to either borrow shares or they're willing to let them have them, okay? And they'll let them have all the shares they want to borrow. They will get paid back those shares, but they'll let them borrow as many as they want, folks. I'm telling you, the BlackRock loans out shares every day to whoever wants them, okay? And I'm not kidding. This is absolute truth, and you need to learn this. And so if these institutions see Anthony Noto suddenly come in with a 555,000 covered call, expecting SoFi's price to go to $49 a share, they're going to want to get in, okay? But they don't want to buy at the 52-week high, okay? They don't want to buy right yet. They want to get in. David, good morning, David. Yep, I'm new here. Good. AIG, Havari, welcome to the channel. You're going to learn a lot here. You'll find out. Check your text. Have a great day, Catfish. All right, we'll do that. We'll do that, Dave. I'm on my phone, so I won't be able to check it right now, but let me check it. Yeah, let me check it right now. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Hey, Dave, I got you. No problem. Yep. And I know that you are holding... I know you have SoFi open and THAR, and Lynn has just SoFi and a little bit of THAR. So I got you, man. We'll try and obviously we'll keep an eye on all of those. But don't be surprised, like I said, for whoever it is that wants in today after this news of Anthony Noto's covered call. And if you don't understand it in depth, go over to Stocks with Bruce on YouTube, and he is explaining how that covered call works. And but this is big, folks. This is big. For Anthony Noto to be expecting the price to go to $49 means, to me, he's been over here watching my channel, and he's seen what I'm showing people. And I'm showing 10,000 people on Thursday were here. There wasn't quite as many on Friday, but then again, it was the Labor Day weekend. A lot of people are already starting to head off on trips and things in that nature and family events. And so there wasn't that much on, there was only around 7,000 viewers on Friday. But folks, I'm here every single day and I'm showing people this 2-year chart where we are right now. And it doesn't take a major degree in any kind of mathematics to be able to figure out with this kind of volume where we are in price right now, where we've never really been before with this kind of volume, is that it's inevitable that this thing is going to continue to rise, folks. There's just, in my opinion, from the many years that I've been looking at stocks that went parabolic, in every single case, they've done this type of behavior where we really start to see a surge in volume. And then we see that we're at the highest point it's been in 5 years, this stock is. Who owns it for more than where it is now is what you should be asking yourself that wants to sell it now. Who owns SoFi for more than the price is now that wants to sell it? See, a lot of stocks, they get overbought and they're way up there, and then I mean, you know, there's many examples of this. GME would be one of them. AMD would be another one. There's several of them that have gotten to these really high, lofty prices and then fallen over years and years and years. And a lot of people hang on to them. They're dedicated. They're going to keep them. You know, they bought low and, you know, sure, they pulled back a little, but this isn't the case with SoFi. There's never been anyone that owns this stock for more than it is now. There's virtually no one that owns above this price. And when it was over this price 4 years back, 5 years ago, there was no volume in it. 20,000, 16,000. There were 20 million, 16 million, 14 million. I saw many days when the price was up in the 24s and 25s that there was very low volume, very low. We're seeing days and the price is over $24 now with over 100 million shares traded that day. You know, so folks, in my belief, there's just really no way. This is just going to be a continued climb, and we need to day trade this stock every day. They're going to pull it down $1.68, and you know, then we're going to get in on the low, and then they're going to turn and run it right back up. It's going to be a daily thing with this stock, in my opinion. What's your take on managing short squeeze risk when short selling heavily shorted stocks? Well, first of all, I don't short anything, and I don't advocate doing that. But, well, I have shorted a few times by mistake when I oversold a position, and then crazily enough, when I was selling it at that high where I oversold it, then it just happened by happenstance that it fell back down, and I had shorted shares, made money there too. So, but that was all by mistake. I don't short on purpose, and I don't use the shorting strategy. Now, that being said, I do think that you would be wise to go over and watch some traders online like Trending Stocks, and Trending Stocks is Cal, and he is a very good. He really has done very well over the years with his trading strategy, trading options. All right, but when it comes to shorts, that's not my game. My game is buy low, sell high. It's worked for me very well over 25 years. Now, some people say, well, what's your experience? Well, I happened to get very lucky back in the year 2000, and I won a bunch of money on the Wheel of Fortune. And if you go to Google and you search Wheel of Fortune, Tyler, Amy, Joy, there used to be a video that was up there called by Daily Motion. They had the whole video up there. And I've seen recently that I think they took that video down, but I have some little 1 minute YouTube things about Wheel of Fortune. So I just put up the highlights. And so if you want to see what I did on the Wheel of Fortune, you can just put in Wheel of Fortune and Tyler, Amy, Joy, and maybe you'll find that on YouTube where I won a bunch of money. But that's how I started trading. And I've learned many things over the years. And I want you to know, man, we are so spoiled with today. You retail traders that are here trading with me, what we're doing here is something you would only dream about back in the year 1999, 2000, 2001. Back then, folks, you could not trade on your own. You couldn't trade yourself like we're trading. You could not. You had to call your broker if you wanted to buy into a stock, or your broker would call you and say, hey man, this thing's really on the move, let's get in on this, and you had to rely on a broker to do trading. It wasn't like today. We are so lucky to have this type of trading today available at our fingertips. It is so, because folks, there used to be times when I owned a stock that took off during the morning early, and I try to call in and get my guy, and they say, oh, he's not available right now. I go, well, I need to talk to someone. My stock is up $22. Well, sorry, we can't get you. That's your guy. You got to talk to Alex. And then I'd wait and wait and wait, and then Alex go, oh man, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, I was busy. Yeah. Well, the price has gone from $120 back down to 84. I know. I'm sorry, I was tied up. I mean, folks, listen, you got it made right now. You got it made with this type of trading. Yep. You used to have to trade through a broker, period. And you had a specific broker that handled your account. And if he wasn't there, if he was out to lunch, if he was in a meeting and your stock took off, too bad. See, that's not the way it is now. Now we get to sit right here. When that dang thing takes off and it hitting those highs, I'm telling you, let's get out. And it's very, very nice these days compared to the way it used to be back in the old days. Now, I want you to know I've made some changes to the studio today. I got rid of my, I used to have a Union Jack thing up there, but I got rid of that. And what I did was I just added more albums to my collection here. And as you can see up here, I've got albums galore. And I've added some more up there at the top. These are more, I had 2 more crates of albums. So I've got them up there now. And those are my new additions. And I also have a whole rack of albums behind these over here. These are all albums here too. And I mean, I have probably just about every single rock and roll album that was ever created. I own it in my collection. And all of this stuff is the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, okay? There is nothing out of the 90s or anything after that. This is all the best classic rock and roll. And not just rock and roll, it's wide variety of jazz and all types of artists. Well, let's go see what's going on in the world of finance today. Yahoo Finance. What would the market be in a tipsy-turvy about? Well, Besant, Trump has a plan B if Supreme Court nixes tariffs. All right, I can hardly wait to hear what that is. Well said, says good luck. Givers, takers, thank you very much. I want you to know that as far as news, yep, there's been a court which has ruled that Donald Trump's decision to apply all these tariffs has been done without proper authority, and he does not have the authority to do all the tariffs. And so they put a halt to some of them, and some they have not. So there's this new ruling that they have done is putting a halt to the across the board tariffs, okay, for every country. Now, some still are going to have tariffs and others are not, as I understand. But why do you choose Catfish as your nickname? Well, when I started this channel up 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago, I had several different names that I was thinking about using. And so I was thinking about, one was the Old Crow or the Old Timer or the Singing Stock Man or something like that, because I sing a lot and play my music. And we ran across several, Old Rooster, and then I just threw out Catfish, and we voted. Everyone on the channel at the time, they only had about 300 or 400 followers, and they said they liked Catfish because of the buying that we do on the bottom. We're down here, and when that price gets driven down, and then it goes up a little and down, and it goes up a little, and then it goes way down here, that's where we are, on the bottom. We're cats. And it's dark, and it's cold down here. But in the tank, we all, enough of us are in here that we keep it warm. And we buy on the bottom, and we use research, we use news stories, breaking news, we use charts, we use graphs, we use volume indicators, and all types of different tools to make our decisions when it's time to buy in and when it's time to bail out, you know. And my method of trading is when a stock is on a hot streak and it's really running up, it always will have little periods where it pulls down 10 cents and then runs on up and pulls down 10 and then runs on up and pulls down. These are on hot stocks, folks that are really on the move. They got big breaking news, tons of volume pouring in, and they don't just go up. They do have these pullbacks. And what we're doing is I'm loading in little minimal size orders right below 10 cents down or 8 cents down from the prices it's running up. And every once in a while, there'll be a big dump and a big attack of selling profit. And then they'll run it down 8, 10, 12, 13 cents. And I'll get to fill some of those orders. And then it continues its progression right on up. And it's a leaching. Every once in a while, they just leach out the weak hands. And that's where we are, down here below. And we catch a few shares. And as the day builds up, we continue to accumulate these small clumps of shares until it hits a certain number. And we go, all right, and we just take it all out. And that's how it works. That's our method of operation here. Our modus operandi. So yes, there's been breaking news on a judge and a ruling of the tariffs being illegal. Okay, Donald Trump didn't have the authority to do these tariffs, and so I guess the courts have stepped in, are going to put a stop to the tariffs. Okay. And not every one of them, from what I understand. There's going to be some that they're okay with the tariffs applying, apparently, and others that they just flat out don't want to be part of it being tariffed at all. So that's all up in the air, and that keeps the market unsettled. And the market, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, does not like uncertainty. Yep. Hi, Tyler. Good day from Johannesburg. All right. Hello there, Anwar Sari. Good, good. Glad to see you here with us. One love. Biden judge. Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Yep. Adrian S. Williams said hi. Hi there, Adrian. And AIG Hefari. Why do you choose Catfish? I hope that gives you a good explanation. Good morning. Crazy pressure on SoFi today. Just bought more. Folks, I'm not buying anything yet. I'm going to sit and watch this market reaction. I haven't bought anything, but I do agree that anytime you can buy SoFi when it's down 2 to 3%, you're doing well. AIGFR, thanks, Ty. I like your explanation. I started learning stock 2 years ago. Good morning. Good morning. Yes. David Rich, good morning. You do realize that you are paying the tariffs. Back in the 20s, the United States citizens, it's called the Roaring 20s. You ever hear that? David? The Roaring 20s was because people didn't pay taxes. Nobody had to pay taxes. There were no taxes. Americans didn't pay taxes at all. It was tax-free. Everything you made, you didn't pay any taxes. You want to know why? Because we made our money off of tariffs. All our money that was coming in was off of tariffs during the 20s. So, and Americans didn't pay any taxes then. They kept it all for spending on the economy, which was roaring at the time. Isn't that interesting? History. My prediction is SoFi is going to be somewhere in the $30 to $35 range by Christmas. I see no way any little hitch right now is going to be on the broader market. Any pullback is broader market related. There's nothing else going to pull this back. Listen, folks, we got too many catalysts. Okay, number one, me. I think I have convinced many people to buy SoFi stock. And I'm not just talking here in the United States. I think I got people buying in Sudan and Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Dubai and all these foreign countries, and many of them in Austria, in Germany, in Switzerland. They're watching my channel, folks, and they're buying this stock because they're not idiots. They can look at the 5-year chart. They can see me showing where we are. They can see where it was. They can see there was no volume. They look over here, they see the massive volume, and they go, damn, he's right. And they're buying it. Okay, so I think, number one, I have an influence on the price a little bit. And I know I've even asked on this channel before when I've had 200 people on here with me, hey, did you buy this stock because of my influence? They said, yes. 90% of the people said yes, they bought SoFi because of my suggesting. And that was when the price was $4 and $5 and $6 a share. And people are still buying it even here and now at this price because I'm showing them that 5-year chart that says this thing's going ballistic no matter what Shorty tries. And by the way, there's going to be a time here, year or two down the line, shorts will not even be a part of the equation. Shorts will have no effect on this price of SoFi whatsoever. The shorts will be completely a moot point a year from now. They won't even be in the equation. And everybody talks about a short squeeze. Well, it's not going to happen. And as a matter of fact, the shorts returned another 173,000 shares on Friday because they're retreating. They're getting out. They see the writing on the wall and they're listening to this channel. And they can see that I'm right about, where do you see my thumbnail tomorrow, One Love? I got a topic tomorrow. My thumbnail is going to be about naked shorting SoFi stock and how I'm going to expose. They're overexposed and they are so overexposed right now. Matter of fact, as of Thursday last week, they ran out of shares to short. They've run out of shares to short. They don't have any more. They're no more. So why do I think SoFi is going to be 30 or 35 or maybe even higher before Christmas? Well, I'll tell you why. Now, number one, first of all, the market usually doesn't do very good during November, okay? Usually around August through September and October have never been great times for the market, okay? Just to start with, okay? More like 12 million, similar to 2008 when the USA hit its peak on 12.8. Now we have 60 million non-Americans. Yeah, Doc Airlines, yes, but aren't you now paying yes, but aren't you now paying taxes plus tariffs? Yeah, well, that's the point, though. I'm just trying to get, my point is the tariffs, first of all, in regards to tariffs, they've been implemented in the U.S. history. Every single time that they were implemented, inflation went down. They're deflationary. And this is what was bothering me so much about Powell, kept talking about, oh, he's so worried about these tariffs and their effect could be inflationary. No, historically, tariffs have always been deflationary. Every single time, historically, you can go back and check the record, every time tariffs have been implemented, it is deflationary. It's always been that way. There's no exception to the rule. But why Powell kept saying, well, I'm just so worried about these tariffs and how they could be inflationary. No, why don't you go look at the history books, Powell? Why don't you go look at the history books? All right, there you go. If you're worried about this economy and where we are right now, I would like to remind everyone that when Donald Trump took office, there were many proponents, including Tampon, whatever his name is, saying that the market just went down and it lost all its stock. The price, he's all bragging because right after Trump took office, I guess Elon Musk's, Tesla stock, and he was all standing on cheering on a stage about the economy and how the market was crashing since Trump took office. But where's the market now? The Dow has now achieved all-time high. NASDAQ has now, in this last month, achieved all-time high. The S&P 500, all of them, all-time record highs. And where is Tampon Tim now? Where is he now? Is he out there going, hey, Donald really kicking ass in the market now? No, and he never will. Yeah, billions in surplus. That's right. Oh, no, I tell it. Yep. Yeah, Scott, we'll let you think about being educated. We don't let people come into the tank and try to make us all lower to level of people like that talk like that. So you just got yourself in a little timeout. If you want to think about it and if you want to move along, please move along. But we're not going to have people catching what you've got. All right? Not in this tank. Yep. Remember, the USA was experiencing 15 to 21% inflation in the 2019-20. So yes, it went down. We had the 1924 recession, then the 1929 market crash, and the Holly Smoot tariffs that dug America deeper into the depression. Well, guess what? I guess it's time, like Donald says, for everyone to stop using the United States market as their little whipping post, is it isn't. We are the buyers, we are the consumers, we are the ones that drive it. And if they don't want to pay the tariffs, then fine, but it's time that all ended. And I could be wrong, but let me just say this. The markets aren't going crazy wild with all record highs right now because of Donald Trump and his actions. Or are they? All right. See, that's what all the naysayers would like you to believe. All this, yeah. That's what they all want you to believe. But listen, if they don't get the revenue from some source, then it all falls on our shoulders anyway, doesn't it? So what's the difference? You say, oh, the consumers pay the tariffs. The consumers pay the tariffs. Oh, did you guys see? Hold on a second here. I'm going to have to get my photos to pull up here. Saw an article that came out over the weekend. I think it was on Facebook. Somebody was saying that Chick-fil-A stores are going to be shutting down all across the nation. And then they called out two stores, and that had closed. What do you know about the gilt market? Sounds like the UK is going into hyperinflation soon. Ain't nothing real on Facebook. Yeah. Well, this story was quite interesting, saying that Chick-fil-A was closing stores all across America because of the tariffs. And I thought it was very poignant that someone responded, that might be the Chick-fil-A in your Democratic neighborhood, but here's what it looks like at our Chick-fil-A's. And it's the same picture that I see every Chick-fil-A I go by here in Michigan. There's a line of cars a half an hour long to buy any Chick-fil-A. So to see that article about 2 Chick-fil-A's that closed down somewhere and them to act like that was a nationwide epidemic? I got news for you. Chick-fil-A is doing fine, okay? How come gas and grocery prices are up? Well, we're being gouged. We're being gouged. There are more products in warehouses by Walmart and Costco. They went into a major warehouse accumulation phase 2 years ago because when all those ships were offshore that were stuck there offshore, when they all came shore, they all had product and they all needed to put it somewhere. So in case you don't want to look into it, Walmart and Costco's biggest expenses since 2 years ago was buying up warehouses and constructing warehouses. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to notify you, in case you don't know this, there are warehouses all over the United States slam full of merchandise. And you know why? Because if they put that all out on the shelves, then they can't keep those prices up for us. They can't show that there's just no supply. They can't do that. They can't merit it. It's unmerited for the prices to be so high. But they've got all that product, folks, sitting in massive warehouses all across the United States. And I'm here to tell you the truth about it. Dig and find out. Do your research. Google search it. You'll find out they have been buying up warehouses after warehouses after warehouses, slamming product into these warehouses so they can't put it out on the shelves and give you the impression that we've got more than we need. But there's plenty of product there, people. Believe me. It's stored in warehouses all across this country. I'm telling you. Yes, that's right, One Love. Facts. F-A-C-R-S. I guess he meant facts. I don't know. Am I all right? Yeah, I'm very much all right. I'm right. I'm all right. And you bet I'm all right when it comes to what's going on in this pricing of products across America. We're being gouged. Okay? We're being scammed. They have plenty and plenty and plenty of product. It came in off those ships, and it came in off those ships, and it came off those ships, and it came off those ships, and they didn't have anywhere for it. They couldn't put it in the stores, so they went and put it in all these warehouses all over the United States. There's plenty of merchandise and product. There's an oversupply of it. They're so backed up with that shit. They got so much crap right now. They don't even know where to put it. Listen, I'm telling you the truth. You can either buy it or you can not buy it. I'm not trying to sell this on anybody. I'm just telling you the truth. What's with the market this morning? Oh, it's the tariffs. All the tariffs. Consumer spending is up. Consumer confidence is up. People are making increased wages now. The economy's doing very well. Listen, folks, just look where we were 4 years ago, walking around being told to get these shots that they never had even tested on people. And then they tell you that you got to wear a mask that they knew wasn't going to work. We were all being hoodwinked. We were all being lied to. We were all being deceived. Not me. The Fauci prick. Hold on a second. Do you know where the 6-foot rule came from during COVID? Do you know where that rule came from? Fauci said he never said that. No, the 6-foot distance rule came from the military. It's a military guideline for troops when they're moving through territory, is that they don't get tightly packed, that they have to stay at least 6 feet away from one another. Okay? It's a military thing. And the 6-foot rule doesn't mean jack crap. It doesn't mean anything, folks. Woke up today, lack of oxygen. This is my little poem called The Fauci Prick. Woke up today, lack of oxygen, nose and throat full of snot and phlegm. That virus Fauci funded, friends. We should hang him by his bootstraps for giving us all this bull crap. That's right. They told you go get the prick. So many have, and they still got sick. Told us get the jab and you'll be okay. But Catfish said, no how, no way. That Fauci prick said, I think I'll pass. I'm no lab rat, so kiss my ass. And my immune system's not compromised. There Fauci sits on his throne of lies. And how did he tell us all in advance? Soon we be the victims of circumstance. The guy should go into fortune telling. Yeah, the stench of a fish is what I smell. That Fauci prick can go to hell. All right. And that's how I felt about it. And I still feel about it. And I'm sorry that we all fell victim to his plan. And again, folks, in case you don't know about it, he stood on a podium before the virus broke out and said, we are going to be hit with a surprise pandemic. And let me ask you something, folks. How can something be a surprise if he just told us that we were going to be hit with a surprise? How does he know in advance that there's a surprise pandemic coming? All right, that's what I'd like to know. How did you know? Where it was? A bird on the wire told you that it was coming? How'd you know that it was coming? How did you know in advance? And why did you get up on a stage and tell everybody? One Love never took it. Anyone know about the red this morning? Yep, this guy says, though, in Boot LWE practiced 2-foot marches with sea bags. Yep. The USA elite deliberately released COVID. Absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind that it was a planned attack on the U.S. public. And the reason I'm bringing this up to you now is because people want to say, oh, this Trump and these tariffs and all this stuff. Listen, what Trump has done and the tariffs has done is nothing compared to what that administration did to this country. And it wasn't under Donald Trump's direction. It was against his agenda. It was going to interrupt everything. It was going to interrupt the elections. It was going to change the election, which it did. Mail-in ballots had changed the election. Yep. The USA. Yep. I urge people not to take those shots. They didn't listen. Yep. And many of the people that took those shots, the youth of America, have been falling all over dead, all over our football fields and sports arenas and every venue you can think of. They're falling all over the place dead. Young people that were in perfect physical health got the jab and now have been falling all over the place dead. Athletes. What would they choose COVID when there's a dozen other viruses that are significantly more deadly? Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a good question. Why would they choose COVID? Who knows? But I don't think they did choose it. I think they were creating it, and it got out. It got loose, and they didn't have a choice. It wasn't a choice they made. It just got out. It snuck out, and they knew it had got out, and they jumped on the phones and started talking to each other and saying, "Let's blame this on a bat. Let's blame it on bats." And we can't have this get out that we caused it. We can't let the world know that we caused it, because Fauci said it would be the worst thing for science ever for that news to get out about where it really originated out of that lab. And he said, we got to squash this. We got to make it a bad issue. And they did. And they fooled America once again. And of course, the media just fell right into place with it all. Just went right along with the whole thing. The media went right along with the whole shebang. So let me tell you what's going on. In case you're not aware of it right now, we've had a lot of news here of everybody talking about what's going on with Anthony Noto. And I want you to know right here, this is what happened, okay? So I'm going to be showing you some commentation from my friend Trending Stocks, Cal. His channel is Trending Stocks. And ladies and gentlemen, what he's talking about here, as you can see, is 158,000 in the money options, and shorts are cooling off. All right, that's one of the things he's talking about. I guess I clicked on the wrong one, but what he's talking about is that Anthony Noto just made a big play here. I guess I'll have to go to my history here and to find it. So hold on a second. Let me go to my history. Hold on. And I'm going to make sure you guys can see this. So we're going to go over here, view your channel. There it is. So, and now I'm going to go to my history. Just give me a second here. There. All right. Now I'm going to be showing you guys several things here this morning. And let me get over here to iCloud Photos. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, this is the first news topic I want to talk about. We're coming for you. The U.S. Attorney's Office, FBI address recent Safe Trails Task Force operations in Fremont County. As you might have heard, in a lot of municipalities and cities around the world, we're bringing in military to try to shore up what the police can't handle, and they're all underfunded. There aren't enough police on the streets to handle the mayhem. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce a successful, and this is not me, this is a quote from one of our representatives in this city. I'm pleased to announce a successful operation that was carried out by Safe Trails Force, Smith stated at the top of the address, the goal of which eliminating drugs and illegal firearms that have really threatened the East Shoshone and the Northern Arapaho on the Wind River Indian Reservation. So, folks, this all involves Indians and drugs, okay? Indians and drugs and guns. Thanks to President Trump and Operations Take Back America, law enforcement has been empowered at the highest level to act boldly and hold back, and hold on a second. All right. Highest level and act boldly and hold bad actors accountable to make our communities safer. This includes the Wind River Reservation, Fremont County, and really all the communities within the state of Wyoming. Smith later added that this new level of empowerment will help our prosecutors to utilize our resources to hold criminals, violent criminals, and criminals that are trying to poison our kids accountable for their actions. These defendants with this operation will be charged with the most serious provable offenses that can be fully prosecuted to the greatest extent of the law. All right. And it says that they went on to explain that these efforts are not completed alone and cited the partnership in the state of Wyoming with the FBI, the tribal police, the state and local police departments, especially the Highway Patrol and the Riverton PO, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation. Assistant Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Denver field office, Tyler McCurdy, then spoke on behalf of the FBI. The FBI is focused on ending violent crime in our communities and holding drug dealers accountable. Over the past 2 days here in Fremont County, more than 90 FBI personnel worked together alongside our partners to target illegal drugs and guns in this community. McCurdy commented he shared that during this operation, 12 federal search warrants were executed, along with 1 federal arrest warrant and 3 local arrest warrants. So anyway, McCurdy went on to explain that that the Wyoming-based FBI personnel were supplemented by FBI SWAT from Salt Lake City and FBI SWAT from Denver, as well as FBI tactical assets from Quantico, Virginia, in addition to the partners previously mentioned. So anyway, they're at these Indian reservations, they're cracking down, folks. McCurdy commented that over the last year, the Rocky Mountain Safe Trials Act Force has had many successes and cited the apprehension and sentencing of 2 illegal aliens who were recently sentenced for drug trafficking and possession of illegal weapons. So anyway, I just wanted to share this little bit of information with you. I thought was very cool. And Let me make sure and get over here because I'm going to try and find some other information. This is very, very, very big news, ladies and gentlemen. And I want you to know, because of this CEO, Anthony Noto, you're going to see a washout of this stock price to try to run it down so everybody else can get in, because this is bullish. This is very, very bullish what Anthony Noto just did, folks. He has placed a 555,409 share covered call. Okay? Folks, this is huge. And his expectation in this covered call is for the price to reach $49 plus. Okay? That's how strong and bullish Anthony Noto is on this stock right now, folks. This is how you get attention, and you also can get institutions that want in on a cheaper price, and they will run it down today because of this news, I believe. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Yep. Now, I want you to know that Friday trumps tariffs that are voided and ones that are safe from Friday's appeal court ruling. Okay? The ruling on Friday from the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit throws a wrench in President Donald Trump's trade agenda and leaves his reciprocal tariffs in limbo. Trump has said that he will appeal the ruling to the U.S. Supreme Court, says Trump's sector-specific tariffs, including on copper and steel, remain safe from the ruling, potentially foreshadowing a new trade playbook Trump could use if his reciprocal tariffs are blocked. So, folks, the tariffs on copper and steel will remain safe from this ruling by the courts. Okay, and I just wanted to share that with you. The tariffs may be in limbo. Now I want to share with you SoFi's beautiful looking chart here that was mentioned by Trending Stocks, Cal. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what I'm talking about. I keep showing this to enough people every single day, and they'll all figure out what's going on with this stock. 4% down, big deal. No big deal. Every washout of this stock attempt is going to try to get fleecing people out of their shares. Every single one of them, folks, is going to be trying to steal shares away from gullible people, because everyone can see this happening. Everyone can see this. This thing's exploding to the upside, and they're going to pull it back every single day, folks. They're going to try to wash it out every day like they're doing right now, even in the pre-market with this stock. In my opinion, every single pullback should be one you buy, especially if they pull it back to the 200-day moving average. All right? If they pull this thing back to the 200-day moving average, folks, I would be buying it every single time. Every single time they pull this stock down to the 200-day moving average, I'd be all over it. And right now, that's where it is, right on the 200-day moving average, ladies and gentlemen, coincidentally. Right on the 200-day moving average is where the thing is sitting right now, ladies and gentlemen, just so you're aware. And that's why I'd be buying it here, folks. That's why I'd be buying it. And I will. Now, let me get over here. Close this out. Yes, get rid of those stupid tariffs. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be moving forward. If you'll just give me a second here, because I have to look at my data. Some of these pictures have family photos in here, so I'm going to move past some of them, and let me just see here. In other news, I just want to show you some very cool photographs of Delphos, Ohio. Look at that shelf cloud right there. Isn't that cool? That is bizarre. This is a shelf cloud, and I got to give credit. This is to Mr. MB333, his channel on YouTube. Mr. MB333, and I would highly suggest you subscribe to his channel. He has some of the most interesting stuff. He all does weather, worldwide weather and universal weather. I mean, solar flares and everything. He's on top of it. Water levels at Lake Powell and Lake Mead and things like that, and seismographic information. So just check out that. And when he uses filters, you can see what this looks like with the filters he uses. Wow, that is just such a cool thing. Yep, nice, huh? How cool is that? And one more shot of it. There it is. Wow. Mother Nature, ladies and gentlemen. I like to just share some of these things with you. It's not always got to be about stocks on this channel, not all the time. We got to share other things too. And let's get over here. Coincidentally, I took a picture of this number for Savannah. The after hours price, $25.66. $25.66, ladies and gentlemen, the stock price. And now we're going to get back over here. We're watching SoFi this morning get shook out good. Okay, that's all I have for the photographs here now. So I can close that out now. And hello, Harold. Yes, hello, heroic legend. Hello there. Marky Mark, 2350, they can bring SoFi down to. Doesn't matter what they bring it down to, they're going to run it back up. The only reason they're bringing it down is to run it up. They're going to run it up, and they know that, but they're going to take everybody out of it first before they do. They're going to try and wring it out good today, ladies and gentlemen. That's all there is to it. They're going to try and rinse people out of this stock today because they saw what Anthony Noto did, and they want in on this too. They want in on this, baby. They saw what Anthony Noto did, and they know what that means, and that means they got to get in. And I bet you 50 of them, I bet you 50 institutions were calling BlackRock over this weekend, telling them, please sell the shit out of SoFi so we can get in on the cheap. I wouldn't doubt that one single bit. They were all calling BlackRock and saying, please, can we get in below 24 today? Can you sell enough shares to get the price down below $24 today so we can get in? And because they saw the news, folks, this is very, 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 very big news, what Anthony Noto has done. And some people may wonder, why would he do what he did, Hold on, folks. Hold on a second. I want to get this chart up, and I'm going to show you why he did it. Why does Anthony Noto think that SoFi's price is about to go to $49 a share within 2 to 3 years? Why does he think that? By the way, I want you to know, in case he loses this deal, if the price of SoFi goes down to 18 something or below, he's going to lose all of his money, all of it. So I don't think he thinks it's going back below 20. I don't believe so. And, but, ladies and gentlemen, this news that just came out is huge. And let's get over here and see if we can find an explanation for what's going on. Hold on a second. Hold on. And what better way to go here than with our buddy, Uncle Bruce. Just give me a second here. And I'm on my history right now, and we're going to go view all. And here it is right here. All right, folks, I'm going to be showing you this video, and just give me a second here.
Level up and invest smart.
All right.
My stepson spying on me in the shower. At the same time that my husband used this trick to get hard.
Okay, here we go. All right, we don't need to listen to you, lady. All right, here we go. So this is our buddy Uncle Bruce, folks.
Gets his hands on 2 million more shares.
All right, so let's go here.
I caught my stepson spying.
All right, now I want you to know, ladies and gentlemen, that this is going to be a video that was put up over the weekend.
1.5 million of the shares he owns in the company SoFi.
Okay, so it says here, Anthony Noto disclosed Thursday that its chief executive NASDAQ, SoFi disclosed Thursday that its chief executive officer, Anthony Noto, entered into a prepaid variable forward contract involving 1,500,000 shares of the company's common stock. The shares represent about 7% of Mr. Noto's beneficial ownership and less than 1% of SoFi's total outstanding shares, okay? And we're going to go forward here on this.
To catch a loan of $24+ million.
Now, one of the deals involved here in this transaction is that he is going to be given $24 million when this is all consummated. Anthony Noto is going to be given $24 million when this deal is consummated. Let's go listen to what that means, what he might do with it.
Shares he's putting up here, 1.5 million, represents about 7% of all the stock he has. So it's nothing. It's a nothing burger. It represents less than 1% of all the shares outstanding. So it's also a nothing burger when it comes to that kind of thing. People are asking me, or people will ask me, what is a prepaid variable forward contract? What the heck does that mean? And in simple terms, basically what he's done is he has found a third party, which would mean any financial institution that deals in derivatives, and he knows all of these guys, and they all know him.
This is broken up because he's transmitting from somewhere overseas, and but you'll be able to get most of this, folks. So he's saying that what Anthony Noto has done is he's found a third party lender that's willing to, and he knows them all, and he's friends with him. He says he has all these connections in his years and years of being in the financial world. And in case you didn't know it, at one time Anthony Noto was Goldman Sachs's leading profit manufacturer. He was rated the #1 for Goldman Sachs when he worked for them. He was the highest rated analyst that they had that was in their foray, and he was in the upper levels of the Goldman Sachs, but he was rated #1 by them in, I think, Forbes magazine as the most profitable trader executing trades. So there you go. Now let's go forward.
He's probably been approached now for 2 years for any kind of a deal like this whenever he wants one, where he can basically borrow money against stock he owns in his own company.
So he can basically borrow money against stock that he owns in the company, is what he's doing.
Doesn't have to open a margin.
And listen, this is going to get better. Pretty soon all the static goes away and it starts to be a clear stream. So hold on a minute.
Account with any broker. He doesn't have to deposit the shares with Charles Schwab or Fidelity, and then he takes the margin loan or nothing like that. He didn't go to the Bank of America or SoFi or JP Morgan. He didn't go there and say, I want to get a loan on my stock. He didn't do that. What he ended up doing was working at a deal that is a sweet deal for him, where he is pledging 1.5 million shares against a $24 million amount, $24,107,000 or so dollars. And he has 3 years to pay it back. He can pay it back between now and 3 years from now, either in cash or in stock. Now, the trick is, and the best part of this deal is, depending on where the stock is 3 years from now, that will determine how many shares he has to cough up to pay off this loan, if he chooses.
All right, so there you go, folks. So Anthony Noto has 3 years to pay back this loan of $24 million, okay? Yep. And Johnny Wright, that's right. That's what Elon Musk did. That is correct. Tesla holders and Robinhood have started buying SoFi shares. Expect that share to run up very soon to double. Yep. Start buying SoFi as much as possible. World Free Speech. CEOs have started buying, having himself a little tip. Yes, yes, yes. All right, here we go.
To use any of his 1.5 million shares. If the shares 3 years from now are not trading above $18.21, okay, which is $7 lower than where we are right now, if they're trading that low or worse, he has to cough up all 1.5 million shares or the cash to get rid of the deal, to get rid of the loan. However, if the shares go up in price, he will have to cough up fewer shares. And the cap on this deal is $49.18. If between now and 3 years from now, at Mr. Noto's discretion, I'm sure, if the shares are trading over $49.18, he could end this loan arrangement by saying to the lender who he's borrowing money from, I'll give you 555,409 shares and we'll wipe the $24 loan off the books because the stock is trading at $49.18 for.
He meant $24 million loan. So that's how this deal works, and I hope that it's understandable by everybody what he's done here. But folks, this is as bullish as it freaking gets. This is as bullish as it gets on a stock. To have the CEO make a move like this is ultra bullish, people.
Higher. Now, if it goes to 50 or 51 or 52, he doesn't get any additional gain. He has to still cough up 555,000 shares. If and only if he is paying the loan off using stock. Now,
how long before I see results with Tai Chi?
All right. Hey, beautiful. Okay, thanks for letting me know that. All right. Now, let me turn this volume down while this stupid commercial is run. All right.
I'm an old stockbroker. I'm an old branch manager. I'm a VP from the old days in the brokerage business. And let me tell you a little story, okay? The guy is using 7% of all the shares he has right now. You know, and I know, he's going to acquire more shares in the company because of his performance bonuses, his pay packet. So he's going to have far more shares 3 years from now than he has today. But let's leave that aside for a minute.
Yeah, now this is a very, very interesting aspect about this whole deal. And I think that he's dead on. I think Uncle Bruce is going to be dead on with his assessment here. Check out what he says Anthony's going to do with that money.
If the stock is trading at just, say, $30 a share 3 years from now, which there's no way it's going to be trading at $30 a share. It's going to be trading at 100 plus. For those of you skeptics out there, if it's trading at $30 a share, his 1.5 million shares at $30 a share is worth $45 million. Okay? And so theoretically, what he could do is he could sell some of his other stock, the 93% that he hasn't pledged to anybody. He could sell some of those shares at $30 a share, raise $24 million, pay off this loan, and his 1.5 million share pledge is off the table. Okay?
Yep.
If the shares go to $60 a share 3 years from now, he needs to sell enough stock at $60 a share to pay off his $24 million loan. Okay. If the shares go to $100 a share, he's going to have to sell 240,000 shares, 240,000 to pay off his loan. he could theoretically sell 240,000 shares he has from his 93%, cut the check to the lender, this derivative lender, and the deal is done. But I think what will likely happen is he's probably going to arrange a new loan to replace the old loan.
Yeah.
And he might pledge 1 million shares 3 years from now, because we're trading at $60, and that's going to give him $40 million in cash on a derivative deal, and he can pay off the loan between $35 or $30 a share and $80 a share, just like we have now in different parameters. And he'll pay off the loan for $24 million in one shot. Keep the change and move on. The question really is, why is he doing this? Why is he bringing in $24 million personally by
Yes, this is the big question. Why is he doing this? This is the big question. Here we go. Yes, he said $100, VZ Rover. He did say 100.
pledging 1.5 million of his shares? The reason is simple. It's why Elon Musk does it. It's why Jeff Bezos does it. It's why all CEOs and chairmen of the boards and major shareholders of major companies do this themselves. By taking a loan, a variable forward contract loan, using stock, he gets his hands on $24 million, and he doesn't have to pay any income tax. He hasn't sold any shares. He's only pledging his stock against a loan. It's a collateral piece. It's like putting your house up for a mortgage with a bank. You got a house, you don't have a mortgage on it, you need $200,000, your house is worth $500,000, you got a $200,000 mortgage on your house. You get to live in the house. It's your house. You make the payments on the loan, pay the property taxes, and enjoy the house. There's no gain. There's no tax gain there. You got 200 grand in your pocket hands. This guy got 24 million in his hands right now, cash, without a single penny of income tax payable. And in 3 years, the company is earning $8 a share in profit, and it's trading at 30 times earnings. It's a $240 stock. And if he's sitting on 20 million shares, he's worth $4.8 billion.
Wow.
And he can take out a $100 million loan, a $300 million loan, anytime he wants for personal wants, needs, and desires.
Yeah.
Now, at the moment, the question is, what's he going to do with the $24 million he just got his hands on? Because he gets a salary to go to work. He's getting extra stock to go to work. He might be using this $24 million to acquire shares in the company itself that have a time frame before the options run out. He may have been given stock options at $7, $8, $10, $12, $14, $16, $18 a share over the last 2 or 3 years.
That's right.
That run out later this year or next year.
Yeah.
He might be in a position to buy 2 million shares at an average of $12 a stock.
Whoa.
From the treasury of the company. Well, that's 2 million times 12 is $24 million.
Whoa! Anthony Noto gonna buy 2 million shares, ladies and gentlemen. 2 million shares possibly of SoFi stock on options contracts. He has to get it in the 7s, 8s, maybe even an average of $11 a share. I mean, this is just, oh my gosh, this is so sweet. Leona Helmsley says was right. Leona Helmsley was right. Folks, this is huge possibility that he might be doing this right here. Oh my gosh, and he would just take that many shares right out of the short's hands to borrow. Here we go.
So he uses the 24 million, gets his hands on 2 million more shares. He only used 1.5 million to pledge against the loan. I mean, genius, right? All tax free.
Yeah.
There you go. Well done. Now, any stock he gets now for compensation purposes, and he's getting a lot of stock right now every quarter for compensation purposes. It's kind of like 40% of the stock they give him, he sells right away into the market. Why? Because if the company pays him in stock, no matter what the stock's trading at, that is considered income under the IRS rules. So if they pay him $1 million in stock, just making up a number, the IRS might say, you owe us $450,000 in income tax. You just got a $1 million paycheck in the form of stock. We want to get the tax. He's got to sell 450 grand worth of stock right freaking now.
Okay.
And he does. And the money goes to the tax department, and he keeps 550 grand worth of stock, tax paid. He's been doing this along with other senior officers of SoFi, along with tens of thousands of other senior officers in public markets in the United States for years and years and years. All right? This is one way the United States taxpayer, the average American citizen, benefits when markets rise and companies pay their senior officers in stock rather than cash. And these officers sell shares into the market to pay their income tax bill. This is how Uncle Sam gets a lot of money from senior executives. No one brags about this anywhere. No politician brags about it, but this is a fact that America makes a lot of tax revenue from its citizens during doing this kind of transaction. Okay. Fair enough, I say. So that is the story on Anthony Noto's prepaid variable forward contract. All right, that came out Friday morning before the opening. I think it's a positive for the company. I think it's a positive for the stock in the long run. Why? He is committing himself for 3 years to be employed by the company. You think he's going to quit now because he got a
Oh, yeah, true.
$24 million on $1.5 million of his stock, which is less than 7% of his holdings? I don't think so. He's going to keep working there. And they're not going to fire him either. So this locks in a longer-term relationship with these two parties. And I'm happy with that. The longer Noto stays with SoFi, the better. Now, other news that came out on Friday for you, or was it Thursday? Bloomberg has an index called the Bloomberg 500, and twice a year they revamp their 500 stocks. They added SoFi to the Bloomberg 500 because of its market cap and value and growth and volume of stock traded. This is another notch in the gun barrel for SoFi to be ultimately included into the S&P 500. And there is more chatter now in the internet space from various chat rooms and whatnot about SoFi being added to the S&P 500. The requirement to get added to the S&P 500, one of them is you need a $22 to $24 billion market cap.
Hey, if you want to get...
Okay, sorry, can't go there. We're going to have to get past this. I don't know what she's doing right there, but folks, I'm going to go past
Get rid
this.
of your beer belly in time for summer? Check this out. Hey, Dr. Drew, do celebrities...
SoFi's at $32 billion now. And if it reaches $40 a share, or let's say $30 a share, it'll be at $35 billion. If it goes to $40 a share, it'll be $48 billion market cap. It is on its way to be included in the S&P 500. The question is it in 3 months from now, 6 months from now, 9 months from now, somewhere in the next 1, 2, or 3 quarters? I'm expecting SoFi to be entered into the S&P 500. So
I do too, and folks, part of the reason that is, in case you're not aware of this, SoFi has now broken the rule of 40. SoFi has now broken the rule of 40, 13 consecutive earnings calls, okay? This is the kind of company that the S&P 500 is drooling for, okay, and needs in the S&P 500. They are chomping it to bits to get some SoFi stock right now, I believe. And this is the kind of company that S&P 500 wants and needs. And so let me go over a little bit of data that I gathered here on Friday. we want to know, first of all, let you know that 44.33%, the broader market has been rising here recently, and earnings from NVIDIA was 56% revenue growth year over year. So that should have helped the market. GDP came in at 3.3%, and the forecast was only 3%. GDP came in at 3.3, and the forecast was 3. Now, here's the catch. International jobless claims came in at 229 versus 237 forecast. Folks, 229,000 jobless claims versus 237,000 forecast is just what Powell needed to lower interest rates. Because what he's been saying and targeting lately for his biggest concern was the labor market. He was very worried, he said, about the labor market. All right. So first he was very worried about what tariffs were going to be doing to the inflation, which we saw was down. And now he's targeting, saying that the labor market is his biggest concern. But in fact, the labor market is improving. So this should give a very good addition to the possibility of there being at least a 0.25% rate cut coming in September. Also, I want you to know that the market does still obviously believe that that is going to be the case, that a 0.25% rate is coming, cut rate is coming. The shorts are now shorting as of Thursday 9.41% of the free float. They did return 173,000 shares. And right now, as of Thursday, 110 million shares overall were being shorted. The cost to borrow is no longer negative on SoFi. It's costing them now to borrow, but there are no shares available to borrow. There are no shares left to borrow, which is very good. The shorts don't have shares available to borrow. That's to our advantage, folks. Now, on Thursday, net premiums were 8.1 million. And man, that is crazy big, folks. The Elliott wave right now is calling for SoFi to hit 2850 plus. The Elliott wave right now is calling for SoFi to be hitting 2850 plus. Well, if that's the case, then why is it down 4% this morning? Well, because they all know it's going to 28, so they're going to get in and drive it down to get in cheap. I've been showing you all the index funds that are buying lately, and they're not buying because they expect SoFi to drop in price. I can promise you that. All right. And now there's probably other index funds seeing this news that Noto just made this major covered call. They know what that means. They can see the writing on the wall. This stock's going to $49 a share, or Anthony Noto would have never entered into the agreement to do it. Let's see. Also want you to know, get over here. On Tuesday, that would be today, we've got ISM Manufacturing. ISM Manufacturing has been slowing lately. So on today, we're going to have a number come out. The pivot point on ISM Manufacturing is 50. So any number of over 50 is going to show a sign of expansion. And today, if the data is below 50, that will indicate a retraction. The forecast for the ISM Manufacturing is forecast for 48.2, but that news is going to come out today. Folks, I'm here to tell you there's going to be a very volatile market here during this week. It's going to be volatile. On Wednesday, we've got the JOLT numbers coming out, and on Thursday, we've got ADP employment. Friday is going to be non-farm payroll and unemployment. Friday's going to be a critical day in the market for us. Yes. Yep. Friday's going to be a critical day because if that employment, if that number comes in good on the labor data, then, and by the way, right now, as of Friday, there's an 87.46% chance of a rate cut coming in September, 0.25%, and a 12% chance of no cut whatsoever. But I think the market is pretty confident that there will be a rate cut. And the market may even begin to assume that a 0.50 cut is possible in the following, not September, but the following one. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, the tariffs are up in the air. It appears the ruling has come out by court to stop the tariffs that he's putting, the reciprocal tariffs across the whole market, but they are not going to stop the tariffs on copper and steel. But apparently, a judge and a court has ruled that Donald Trump did not have the authority to implement these reciprocal tariffs, and so they've got the tariffs on a hiatus, on a hold, if you will. Everything's kind of up in limbo right now with the tariffs. But for now, I guess there won't be any tariffs until they're giving, I believe, the Trump administration something like 60 days to appeal the tariff ruling that they just had. So I'm sure there will be an appeal. But at any rate, the shorts are right now shorting 9.26% of the float. On Thursday, the shorts were shorting 9.41, so they must have increased a little bit. The shorts are shorting 9.26. Oh, I'm sorry. It's gone down. Yeah, 9.26. So they've returned more shares. 9.26% of the free float. That's 109.07 million shares short overall. And on Thursday, there were short overall was 110 million. So now 109.07 million more shorts getting away from SoFi, getting out. I also want you to know that the days to conversion on the contracts of the shorts positions is 1.53 days. So they have a day and a half, folks, left. A day and a half. And as I was mentioning to you earlier, I honestly believe that about a year from now, shorts, the term shorts, will not affect SoFi's price in any way whatsoever. The shorting volume and percentage will be so low that it'll be a moot point. Shorts won't even be something of discussion anymore within a year, year and a half on SoFi stock. It'll be so little. It'll be probably 5% of the, or even less. All right, they're not idiots, folks, and they're fighting a very, very big time losing battle here recently. Tomorrow, I'm going to be putting up a video thumbnail about shorting, specifically naked shorting. Okay, and I'm going to put up a video, and we're going to discuss their method of naked shorting and how can it be stopped. So tomorrow, the topic is going to be on shorts, and in particular on naked shorting. And so I think you'll really like tomorrow's thumbnail, especially the ladies out there that are watching this channel. All right. Now, there are a lot of catalysts that are going on with SoFi right now to move this price right on up. And we got the emerging crypto blockchain international transfers going on that's just gotten implemented here. And folks, this is only being tested, first of all, in Mexico, but they're going to go worldwide with this program, folks. This blockchain with this new Light Spark that they just formed a partnership with, folks, this is going to set SoFi in a class all its own. Okay, this is going to be something that will be used by corporations and companies all over the world in a huge way to speed up the whole process of moving money around through blockchain and Bitcoin. And then we've got the crypto announcement. Folks, when crypto is announced, and not just we're thinking about it, and both me and Kyle believe there will be an announcement on crypto within 90 days, okay? They're going to have this crypto thing out there. Whatever it is that they're going to do, are they going to just simply begin working with crypto, or are they going to start their own crypto coin or their own exchange? They could. Some believe that there might even begin their own crypto platform. Folks, I don't know what they're going to do, but I can tell you one thing. The news about SoFi and continued partnerships and unions and working with other companies is not going to stop coming. They're going to keep announcing over and over. AKA Mark GM. Good morning, Cat. Let's get them. Yes, my uncle has Licado. Okay, that is not our problem, and we're sorry for that. But we're not going to have that type of thing thrown around. My uncle, yeah, Licado. Yes. Yep, there we go. That's it. And Licado, you are, yes, it's sad. Okay, goodbye. You just got removed from the channel forever. All right. YP Corbier. Hello. Hello. Okay, folks, the market is just open. The bell has just rung. Let's get over here and see what we can do to make some money today, folks. Let's get over here and see what we can do to make some money. And you're going to be watching me day trade SoFi stock. And we watched, if you already missed it this morning, back up this video about 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and you'll hear what's going on with this deal with Anthony Noto. It was very well explained by our buddy that's over there, Uncle Bruce. Okay, so I played a video of Uncle Bruce's presentation this weekend to explain what's going on with Anthony Noto. This is the video right here. SoFi just joined the Bloomberg 500 index. Anthony Noto enters into a prepaid variable forward contract. All right, and Uncle Bruce did a great job explaining this, so go on over to his channel. I just played the video for everybody to see how well he did. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you where you should be buying SoFi. I want you to have your buy orders in at 24.20, please. I want you to put your buy orders in on SoFi at 24.20 and 24.13. 24.20, folks. I want you to come in at 24.20. The shorts get to return today at a discount. How nice are the market makers? Yep. They are. All right. 23.88, folks. 23.88, and I'm buying market here. Buying market here right now. Just bought 23.93, and I'm buying SoFi stock, folks, at 23.93. I just filled one order for 10, and I'm not going to stop. I'm going to buy 23.88 if I can. And I already said they made a call this morning to BlackRock and said, holy crap, Anthony Noto's expecting the price to go to $49. We want to double our money, so get it down to 24 for us, and we'll come in. Get it down into 24 so we can double our money, because Anthony Noto just committed to $49 a share, and we want it at 24. So get it down there below 24 for us. And they did. Market makers have done that for them. They just are getting in now at 23.86. I just bought 23.93. I'm going to go in again here at 23.84. Buying 23.84. Yep, 23.84, and I just got 23.84. 10 more shares there, and I'm looking to buy 23.77. Absolutely. And 23.66, I'm in. So I got an order in just then. I just filled at 23.83, and it's gone, folks. It's already gone. And you just saw it hit it, and it's gone, folks. It is out of here. That is it. They got the number they wanted, apparently, and it is out of here. And you're going to see this by me going over here to the 1 day, 1 hour, and you're going to see this thing is done. It's over, folks. They just played it out. They just played out their little dream of washing everyone out. 23.70 the low, 23.70 the low, now at 23.96. And folks, now you know why I'm suggesting you buy just then at 23.88 and 23.77, 23.93. Folks, this is going to be the end of this manipulation. It'll be a little quick double ta-ta, and then off we go, folks. That's my call. And they all saw what Anthony Noto did, and they all want in. They want in on this. They want in on this, folks. They saw what Anthony Noto did, and they want in on this deal. They want to get in at $24 so they can get up to 49 and double their money, folks. And that's exactly what they just did. And like I said this morning, I expected them to be calling. Once they saw what Anthony Noto did on Friday, they all went, holy shit, he just did a $49 covered call, folks. And they said, we got to get in on this. So they started calling BlackRock. There's probably 20 or 30 institutions calling BlackRock and saying, sell, sell, sell on Monday morning. We want to get in on the half price deal. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so, folks. And you'll soon see SoFi make a very interesting, odd recovery. Yes, it'll just be so odd that it came back from 23.88 to 26, and then by Friday, $30 a share. Wow, how could that possibly be? Well, I tell you what, folks, this deal that they just did, this deal that they all just discovered Anthony Noto did, folks. They know that this is big, man. This is big, 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 big. This is very big, folks, what they've done. And I want you to know this is why SoFi's down 4% today. This is why. This is the reason that SoFi is down 4% today, folks. This is the reason SoFi's CEO just placed a 555,409 share covered call and believes SoFi's stock price is going to go over $49 a share. Okay? This is what it is. 3 years from now, 3 years. It has 3 years. He's got 3 years until the price hits that. I believe SoFi is going to be at $49 in a year and a half. I believe he'll be cashing in big time within a year and a half, easily. And ladies and gentlemen, just in case you didn't know, I watched the video this morning by this individual right here, okay? His name is Uncle Bruce. He goes by Stock Markets with Bruce. He explains what he believes Anthony Noto is about to do with the $24 million he's going to receive. He believes Anthony Noto is going to buy 2 million shares of SoFi stock. That's what he thinks Anthony Noto is going to do with the $24 million that he's getting for doing this deal. That's right, folks. He's going to get handed $24 million that he can do whatever he wants with. And Uncle Bruce believes he's going to buy stock, and he has options that are available to him to buy at $11, $7, $8, $9, $10 all along. He's been getting options from his company to buy in. So if he gets $24 million now, he has the ability to buy the shares at like $7 a share. An average, Uncle Bruce believes, will be about $11 to $12 a share he can buy with the $24 million that he's getting. That's what Uncle Bruce believes that Anthony Noto is doing here. That he's going to now take the $24 million and he's got 3 years to pay it back. And he believes that Anthony Noto is going to buy SoFi preferred stock options at $7, $8, $9, $10, and $11 per share, which is his option to do. He's been afforded that option through his company to buy stock at those prices. And that's what he thinks he's doing here. And I think it's a genius move, and so does Uncle Bruce. And ladies and gentlemen, SoFi, when it hits $30 a share, will easily have acquired enough market cap to be included in the S&P 500. That's another thing Uncle Bruce talked about this morning. But I want you to know, folks, the reason SoFi stock is down 4% this morning is because of this news. All right? All these big institutions, they don't want to buy now on this news. They want to run it down. They got on the phone this morning and they called up BlackRock and said, please sell millions and millions of SoFi stock and get the price down to below $24 because it's going to $49 and we want to double our money on it. All right? That's what they wanted. That's what they want. And that is what my belief is as well. And I honestly believe the whole market right now, we see the NASDAQ, the S&P down 1.2%, the Dow down 1.14%, the NASDAQ down 1.3%, and the Russell down a half, which is, by the way, the Russell index is where we are. And look at that vaginal drop, ladies and gentlemen, right there. And look at that. I told you it would be a very quick double tie. I told you very, very quick double tie and done. I knew it, folks. I knew it. Holy crap. Look at that V drop. Look at that slit, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, man, this is going to be a great day for SoFi stock and a great week and a great month, regardless of what they're doing to it right this second. They want in, man. They saw this news. They saw what Anthony Noto did. They called BlackRock and said, sell, sell, sell. And ladies and gentlemen, would you look at the volume level already? And we're talking 10 minutes and we're at 10 million shares. 1 million shares a minute, folks. We're trading 1 million shares a minute. Holy crap, ladies and gentlemen. Look at them buying in 5% down, swallowing up shares from weak, gullible, stupid people who don't understand what this move means from Anthony Noto. They just don't understand. They don't understand it. But I do, folks. I understand it. Hood is down 5% also. Yep. Last Friday, you said again, SoFi would be flying high Monday morning. Well, that was before the news came out about Anthony Noto's big old buy. And so, sorry, I didn't know Anthony Noto was going to pull that. And that can affect the market in a big way, including washing hands free of it so that they can get the price to go to the 49 he's expecting. Folks, listen, when they all saw that, they were on the phones and they called BlackRock and they said, sell this son of a bitch today. I want you to sell as much as you can. We want in below $24 a share. We want to make that 49. We want to double up on this stock too. Give it the sales that needs to get us down to $24 because we want to sell it 2 years from now at 49 like Anthony Noto's going to do. So that's what they did, folks. And look how much it's down right here, 4.66%. 4.66, ladies and gentlemen, 4.66, where they're just accumulating at 24.38 a share. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you, in my belief, there's no way this thing's going to stay here. They're going to accumulate it here. You bet they are. It's going to stay here while they accumulate it. But then this thing's going to rise right back up. Folks, this is huge, huge news what SoFi just did. What Anthony Noto just did, and it caught them off guard, folks. They were not expecting this, but they got caught off guard by this news. And I'm telling you right now, I just bought this stock at $23.93 a share, and I hope some of you did too. Yes, sir. And I hope that you did too. And I'm going to actually ask in the poll, did you just buy SoFi at $23.93 with me? Start a poll. No, not ask a question. Not ask a question. I click on start a poll and it says ask a question. 93 per share with me. Jeez, I can't believe this thing. Oh my God, this dumbass thing. And folks, when it does this, I don't know how to get rid of it. It says start a poll. I can't get this thing off my screen either. Hold on a second, folks. There's 2 votes, yes and no. I don't know. I didn't start this poll. This is a question. It's not even doing a poll. Jeez, oh Pete's, folks. Just hold on a second here. Maybe I can get rid of it this way. In poll. Okay, here we go. Let's come down to the bottom of this, and we're going to click on add a poll. Chat. And now it doesn't even give me an option to add a poll. How lovely. All right, well, whatever. It's done now. We're going to get back over to Thinkorswim. Let's look at this on a chart. Well, there it goes, folks. There it goes. There it goes, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking back over the 50-day moving average. Now they're going to accumulate at 2460. I called this completely. There it is right there. There it is right there, ladies and gentlemen. You know what we call this? Does anybody want to know what this is called? It's called, you know what it's called. You know what that is. Everybody knows what that is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everybody knows what that is right there. And doggone it, I got my guitar upstairs. And one of my best guitars is upstairs. We'll play this one. Hey, Pumpkin. All right. Well, she just came in here. Well, you looking for a buy, trying to buy SoFi, but you wait with Catfish tie on the nutsack. Yeah, the nutsack, baby. You buy the nutsack, baby. Well, we're headed down, and they drive SoFi down today. The same way they all drive it down every day. But that's where we get in and buy. And hey, me a Chrysler, big as a whale, and we're about to set sail. Yeah, you see that she's running, nobody's running, and everybody knows that we're buying on the low. Yeah, the nutsack is a scary, hairy place where we all buy together. On the nutsack, baby. By the nutsack, baby. Everybody's hugging, kissing and a hugging, wearing next to nothing, cause it's hot as an oven. And the whole tank boogies. Yeah, the whole tank shimmies. Yeah, the whole tank shimmies. And everybody's splashing around, round and around and around. Yeah, the nutsack is a very scary place where we all buy together. Yeah, buy the nutsack, baby. Oh, we buy the nutsack, baby. Nutsack. When the shorts attack, nutsack. Oh, yeah, it's a fact. Bang, bang. On the sack, baby. Bang, bang. On the sack. Yeah, bang, bang. Yeah. On the sack. Bang, bang. On the sack. Say what? 10 shorts busted. Everybody's moving, everybody's grooving, baby. Oh, oh yeah. Everybody's going, everybody knows it, baby. Funky little sack. Everybody's buying with Catfish tie here on the nuts. Yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Everybody buying on the nuts. All right. Well, folks, I called it. And you can see it happening. Just look at the accumulation. Look at that satchel full. Look at them now running it up. Just like I called it. Holy cow, folks. We bought this stock at $23.93. Now it's gone up $1 from where we got in. Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah. Look at the sack where we got in, and look at this thing go up $1 afterwards. Why? Why did it do that, I wonder? I wonder why it did that. Why? Did they manipulate it? Huh? Did BlackRock sell all those shares to run the price down? Is that what BlackRock did? Those big bullies. Those big bullies. Oh, my gosh. BlackRock, what have you done to our stock this morning, scaring everyone out like that? You nasty little bastards, you. Got everybody all in a tizzy and all freaked out. Look at that, man. Look at that freaking V-drop, folks. Let's look at that. Not only is it a nutsack, but ladies and gentlemen, there's the V-drop, the vaginal slash. Oh, my goodness. Wow. And look at that thing going. Look at it rise. Going to be green by the end of the day, probably, after all these institutions buy with Anthony Noto. They all saw that news. Anthony's going to take his 20 million. He's 24 million. He's going to buy stock. He's going to buy more SoFi. He's going to buy more. Buy. He is going to keep buying, folks. Wow, look at that thing go. Yeah. Glad I bought. They've done that to me before. Yes. Savannah. Oh, it's the last time we're going to see $24.99. Let me get a picture of the last time $24.97, $24.98, $24.99, and on up we go. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you how this is done right here, in case you didn't know this. Trade. All right, we're going to get over here and we're going to start trading. I want you to see right now I have 689 shares of this stock. I'm going to sell market, and I'm going to sell here. We want to get on trade, Forex active trader. There we go. And why do I have SOUN? Oh, I'm watching SOUN as well. There we go. That's what I want. Trade, positions long, sell market right here, folks. Sell. And we want to edit this order. And folks, you must be selling some shares here, okay? Market, review order, confirm and send. And I'm going to sell right now, ladies and gentlemen, 50 shares of SoFi at $25.13. I just sold 50 shares at $25.13. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sell $25.17, $25.19. I'm going to sell there, and $25.20. That's right. I'm going to be selling here, ladies and gentlemen. I am selling here, even though I'm down on the position right now. I know to sell at these numbers. I know to sell at these numbers, folks. I know to. And I just sold at $25.17. I just sold at $25.17. And now I'm going to sell 50 at $25.18 and $25.19. And now I'm going to go out right now, ladies and gentlemen, selling market. I'm going to go market. I'm selling 50 shares. I expect to buy this back after I sell $25.20. I expect to buy it back at $24.88. Okay, I expect to buy it back at $24.88. I now have 539 shares. They've stopped it here, so I'm selling market. I just sold $25.17 again, and I just sold, ladies and gentlemen, and I now have $2,304 with which to buy. Now I'm going to take away those sell orders, and I'm using Charles Schwab, Think or Swim, and now I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to start buying an order, and I don't understand why I don't have quantity to buy here. What has happened to this? There it is. Now we're going to come over here and hit 20, and we're going to be buying, ladies and gentlemen, at $24.94, $25.04. Yep. And I want to click auto send here, auto send. And I want to try to buy $25.06, $25.07, and $25.08. Yep. And I just got through selling at $25.20, but I want to buy $25.08, and I might even get $25.01 here. All right. Now we're going to let it rise right back up. And ladies and gentlemen, what they're going to be doing with SoFi today is they're going to run it up 10, 20 cents and back 6, 8, 10. Then up 10, 20 cents, then back 6, 8, 10. And they're going to do it all day long, folks, as they accumulate shares. They're going to be accumulating shares all day long, folks. And we're going to run this. We're going to make a beautiful, beautiful profit. I just filled at $25.10 and $25.09. I just bought $25.09 and $25.10. Going to come back in again at $25.09. And the reason why, folks, is that's just 10 cents below where I just sold it. Okay? Now we're going to come up here. We're going to sell the 23. We're going to sell the 24. Going to sell the 28, the 29, and the 30. Okay? All right? Now we're going to raise these up. We're going to raise this bid up from 25.0. We're going to leave it at 25.08. And ladies and gentlemen, they are now going to try to accumulate shares between 25.20 and 25.08, all for an hour. Okay. So we're just going to put our sell orders here and put our sell orders here, and we're just going to trade in this trench where they're going to try and hold it in this trench. All right. And you'll watch and see how this works, folks. Watch and see how I do this now. You'll see how this works. You will see how it works. There we go. Very nice. Right on up. Very nice. See how they brought that right up to my number right then? Now they're down here, and I just bought 25.13. I just bought 25.10, 25.09. I just filled there. There she goes. Now she's back up, and now I'm going to be selling in this trench here. Notice, interestingly, how they stop at one below me there. One below me. Uh-huh. All right, I'm taking this order out in 30 seconds if you don't take it from me. Shorty, listen to me. I'm taking this order out in 30 seconds. 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22. There we go. Let's get some more down here. Let's get some more. I expected that. 25.01. I told you, folks. I told you, 25.01, $25. Beautiful. Nice. I told you, sell those up there, the 20s, folks. Always get back a 24.88 buy-in. Yeah, almost always, folks. Almost always. Sell that 25.20, buy back 24.88. 9 times out of 10. Nice. There we go. Just got 25.02. Just got $25. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Nice. Way to go, shorts. Way to go, hedge funds. Way to go, market makers. All I got to do is find out the range that they're going to trade in. Then I'm going to sit there and I'm going to make a shitload of money today, ladies and gentlemen. And I believe it is going to be 25.20 down. What, honey? All right, all right. My son just took off for Tennessee. Going down there to be working at a manufacturing facility in Tennessee, in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, where there happens to be a big community there that is historical, actually. Lawrenceburg was the home of country music, I think they're saying, something like that. And also the home of Davy Crockett, who they have a big Davy Crockett museum there, and a Davy Crockett National Forest. All right, well, how long will they accumulate now at just over 25? That is the question. How long will they accumulate just over 25? Well, I can tell you one thing. They love to buy 25.06, 25.07, and 25.08. So I'm going to set my orders in there now. And I'm going to be looking for these market manipulators to work this stock hard today. Work SoFi very hard today, folks. That's what they're going to do. And you have to just be ready for it. Be ready for anything they're going to throw our way here, folks. And I've got my order. I just filled $24.99 right there. Thank you, Shorty. Thank you, market makers. I got a $24.99 right there I just bought. And nice little wall building here of 397,000 shares right here, or not 364. And that's a nice wall of protection right there. Very good, confident buyers coming in here at this amount. And ladies and gentlemen, SoFi is going to be continuing to rise here. Now, I'm going to take away these sell orders because I don't want to create a wall at 25.06, 7, and 8. So I just took them away, and when it gets up there, I'll just sell them at market, okay? I don't want to create a wall. So I'm going to put in 20 share sell orders at a time, and I'm going to be selling them here at 25.07, 25.08, 25.11, 25.13, and then buy back 24.93s, 24.97s. Here it is, another buy-in coming back in for another buy-in right here just below, and I'll take that right there. And I'm coming in now, market share buy, 24.94. Thank you very much. And I love to buy this number. And I just bought 24.92, folks. 24.92 I just bought. 5 shares at 24.92. And I'm not going heavy here because I think they could come on down to 24.88 again, which is what I told you. When we sold at the 20, I expected to buy back at 24.88. That's why I told you to sell the 20, folks, to buy back the 24.88. I called it. And now I'm going to buy market because they can't get to that number. They're not going to get to it. They wanted to, but they're not going to get to it. And I just bought at 24.96. I just bought 24.96. Gruck says Jim Bowie would win against Davy Crockett. All right. Very nice. Now, look at all the accumulation here, just below $25. Oh, my gosh. What a market move this morning. They all saw Anthony Noto buying up all these covered calls, and they said, holy crap, we got to get some too. We got to get some SoFi on the cheap, and they did this morning. Here we go, right on back up now. And, folks, she's going to continue her climb now. She's not going to stop here. There she goes. Watch it run, folks. Watch it run, folks. Watch this sucker run. I'm going out 30 shares. I just bought those shares at 24.93 and 92, folks. It's at 25.09. And I just sold at 25.11. I just sold 25.11. I'm waiting. Not going to put them in. I don't want to do any loading orders here. We're going to go on up. She's going to run, folks. I'm out right there. Sold again. I'm selling 30 shares at a time. Just sold 25.15. Just sold 25.15 again. Wait, folks. Wait. Just hold your horses here. Hold your horses. Hold on. Now I've got 1,200 to buy with again. Come on down here to 25.08 again now. 25.08, folks. And 25.04. 25.07 we'll get. 25.06. Yep, here they come. I just filled 25.07. Filled 25.07. Got 25.05. Now she's going to rise back up. Nice. Very nice. There she goes. Right on up now. Very nice. We're going to make good money on SoFi today, folks. This is going to be so easy to keep doing this all day long. You'll see how they work this. They're accumulating, folks, right now. They are definitely accumulating, people. And what do you know that they'd be sitting at 25.08? 25.08. What do you know? Hey, I just filled at 25.06. There we go. 25.01 I just got. And $25 even I just bought. Nice. Man, we can do this all day, folks. We can do this all day. We're going to, too. There you go. Come on down to 24.93 now. See if you can fleece out some people down to there. Nope, she's done. All right, folks, this thing's out of here now. She is done. She's over. It's time to raise the stakes. Yep, this thing's going to fly. It's going to bounce off $25, folks. It's going to go. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I just filled at $24.99. Let's try it again. And there she goes, folks, right on up. Come on, bring it on down here to $25.93 again. I call this trench trading, folks. Trench trading. Here they come, right on down, $24.88. See if we can get that. I just bought a bunch at $24.94 again. There she goes. Nice. Right on back up now. Right on back up. Back up over 25 now. Hopes and dreams. You're a fake. Yep, well, alert. We'll catch you later, bro. Have a good life. You're out of here. I know you're losing a lot of money short in SoFi. That's too bad. That's just too bad, my friend. Should have never shorted this stock. I've been telling everybody all along, this is not the stock to short. And Anthony Noto just proved that, ladies and gentlemen, to every one of these stupid shorters. He's got an expected price of $49. Anthony Noto's expecting SoFi to go to $49. Why? Because I keep showing everybody there's no way this thing's going to stop here. There's no way it's going to stop here. It's never stopped here before, and it's not going to stop now. That's right. And I'm going to sit here and accumulate shares just under $9, $49, $24.90. I'm just going to keep buying them, $24.89, $24.88. I'm going to buy and buy and buy these shares here, folks, all day. And sorry about your luck there, loser. I know you're losing a lot of money on this stock. It's a shame. Look where it is now, Savannah, $24.88. What do you know? $24.88 they just took it down to again, folks. You see how often we can do this? We're going to do this over and over and over all day today, folks. We're going to keep doing this all freaking day today. Now we go back over 25, and I'm going to sell 25.06, 7, and 8. I'll be selling 30 shares at a time there when we get there. This is just going to be trench trading all day long today, folks, so just get used to it. Get used to market makers manipulating this thing from 24.88 to 25.07 to 24.88 to 25.07 to 24.88 to 25.07. And we will sell every 25.07 or above, and we will buy any 24.93 or below. That's what we're going to do, and we're going to keep doing it. And we're just going to keep doing it, folks, all day long, and we're going to end up making a lot of money in the end. Here she goes, right back up over 25 now. Just as expected. There she goes. All right. Nice. Now let's go, SoFi. Let's go. Let's fly. Let's fly. Let's leave this nest, and let's get those fledgling wings. And it's time to get out of here. Market manipulators have tried all morning here. They've tried all morning to hold this thing down and get all they can, and now they're accumulating at $24.93 a share, folks. It's as simple as that. One of their favorite numbers to buy, $24.93, folks. Then I just filled at $24.92 again. Thank you, market makers. Thank you very much. Try and see if we can get a $24.88 if we can, but they won't get it there probably. But we'll try and buy $24.88 and $24.89 and $24.90 here. Try and buy $24.91 as well and $24.92, but it's taking away. It's taking off, folks. She's out of here, folks. This thing is going to run, folks. You can just tell it. You can just feel that this thing is ready to explode to the upside. Let them get all they can here at 24.93, 24.88 range. Let them get all they can, and then she's going to go over $25, folks. She's going to go over $25. Oh, yeah, she is. And let me go over here and just take a quick look at the volume on this stock today. Where's the volume now? Yeah. 20 million shares. Folks, we've already experienced more shares in this first hour of trading than this stock used to do all day long. That's right. In 40 minutes of trading, we've already traded more shares of this stock than this stock used to trade all day long. And by the way, the price was only $6 a share. Did you see how I just filled all those orders right down to $24.89? Look where it stopped, $24.88. I got all the way down there to $24.88, folks. Almost got my $24.87 to fill there. Accumulate, 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 24.88, and then you fill your plate. Oh yeah, baby. Fill your plate at 24.88, sell it at 25.20 later on today. Fill your plate at 24.88, sell it 25.20. You know you can do that, folks. You know you can do it. Just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. And I got one more at 24.88 just then. Nice. Hey, Savannah, why do they want to buy all this stock at 24.88 and then they just ran out of those shares they were giving away at that price? Why did they just run out of them all? Oh my gosh, look at it jump back up to 24.94. Yike. Somebody's buying here, folks, in big quantities to make it jump 5 cents in one buy. There you go. One more chance, 24.88. Nice. They almost got it. They got 24.89. They almost got 24.88 again. Doggone it. Nearly did. They almost got one more shot at it. But now they ran out. Now they've run out, folks. All the manipulative stock is over. Here she goes. She's going to run now. Get ready to ride. Ride, ride, ride. Watch a stupid fly. Oh, yeah. Watch the shorties get out of this thing now. Watch them ball start heading for the exits. I guess there are no more 24.88s available. That is all gone. And the 24.93s, all bye-bye. Back over 24.5, just like I told you it would. And ladies and gentlemen, it's going to continue to rise after they have accumulated all they could just then at 24.88, 91, 92, 93. They got all they could there, folks. There are no more. There are no more. There's no more down here at the 24.90s. Sorry. Not going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. That's not going to happen today. And it's going to rise right on up, folks. Rising up. 627,000 shares now bought at $25 a share today. 627,000. That's the most accumulated today. Right there. That's the most by far. Oh, no. I got it wrong. 24.51, folks. 1 million shares at 24.51. Ah, beautiful. And now look at her rising right on up, just as I expected it to. Doing perfect, folks. Just looking great here. And I want you to be aware of something, the way that these candlesticks work. See the darker areas, the dark shaded areas? The dark shaded areas are the number of shares sold as the price was falling. The dark shaded areas is the number of shares that were sold right here from here to here when the price fell. Here's the number that were sold as it fell. The number that was sold as it fell. These are the numbers that are being bought as it rises. Understand? So there were far, far more shares sold to make it fall than there are being bought now to make it rise. It's as simple as that. It took the massive amounts of shares to make the price fall, large quantities, but then look at the dinky little light areas to make it rise. See? See the area there of the dark right there versus the light? it's taking many more shares to be sold this morning to drive the price down, and now it's rising on the tiny little volume and just going right back up. So I hope you understand that. Yep. No, I didn't want to. I did not want to trade with a real account today because I want people to learn how to trade comfortably without any risk at all on their account. No risk at all. I want you to learn how the market manipulators work, how they play their game, and how you can take advantage of market manipulators' actions. All right. And that's what I do on this channel. I teach people how to take advantage of market manipulators' actions and to read between the lines and figure out what's really going on. And this morning, what really was happening was institutional buyers like index funds and stuff saw Anthony Noto made a major move on Friday that they did not expect. And so they had to drive SoFi's price down today because they did not know. They got caught off guard by Anthony Noto's buy of a covered call, 555,000 shares. And folks, that shocked them. They know now where this thing is going. And now I'm going to begin to sell 30 shares at a time. I've been buying 5 and 2, and now I'm going to be selling 30 shares at the numbers I told you I would. All right. So once it gets up here to 2508, 2511, 13, 14, I will be selling. I'll be selling there, folks. I'm just sitting here waiting now, and I'm not going to load in sell orders here where you can see them like I used to do because I don't want you loading in sell orders. I just want to let it get up here, and then we'll start selling market share. Each one market share sells. So don't load in a bunch of sell orders here, folks. Do not stop this momentum. Let's not load in. Let's just let it ride right on up. And what do you know that they would take it up to 25.20, ladies and gentlemen, this morning, and then drive it back down to 24.88, which they just did. And now you know why I tell you to sell the 20, the 19, the 18, the 17, where I was selling 30 shares at a time this morning. Now you know why I told you to sell there. Sell, because they're going to take it back down to 24.88, and I was exactly right. I was exactly right when I said to sell there. And folks, they're going to trade in this trench. 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 Every time it goes back up over 25, they're going to try and take it back down to here, and then back over 25, and then take it down to here, and then back over 25, and take it down to here. Back over 25, and take it down to here, folks. Just expect it and know that's what they're going to do. That's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. And look at the amount of shares being amassed right now at $25. $25. Look at them hoarding up shares here because it's going to $49. They all know that now. They saw Anthony's call, his covered call, and he expects the price to hit $49 plus. And there she goes, folks. There she runs right on up. There she goes. Oh, yeah. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Well, listen, they saw what Anthony Noto did. They saw that in the news this weekend. They heard Uncle Bruce, and they know what is going to happen with the stock price. So they had to run it down this morning, folks. They had to butcher it this morning. They had to scare people out of it and get those shares from them. They had to get them on the cheap because it's going to $49 a share. And I just sold. Just sold at 25.09. Yep. Oh, I guarantee you, folks, I'm going to sell these. I'm going to sell these 11, 12s up through 20. Oh, man, then they're going to run it back down to 24.88. They're going to trade in this trench, and they're going to trade in this trench, and they're going to trade in this trench, folks. I'm telling you. Let's try 24.97. Try 24.98. 24.99. Let's try 25. Try 25.01. All right, I'll stop right there. I do expect them to come down to at least 24.97 one more time. Maybe not, though. They may not get it. They might just take on off from here. And look, folks, look at this small shares that were sold here before. Very limited amounts. Ladies and gentlemen, we're trading using the software available through Charles Schwab. This is called Think or Swim. Kind of interesting how they just drove it right down, right to where my buy orders are right there, and they stopped it there. If you don't think I'm going to be buying right along with all these others of institutions that bought shares of SoFi this morning right there, yes, I am. I'm going to buy with them. I'm going to buy with them. And there she goes, folks. Now I'm going to come back up here, and I'm putting in 30 share sell orders that I'm going to be selling up here. I'm not going to load them in here, and here, but I'm going to sell them market. There she goes. There she goes, right on off. Yep, this Anthony Noto move, man, it freaked out all these market makers, and they said, "Dadgummit, we got to get in below $24 today because it's going to $49 a share, and we want to double up on it." So that's how they ran it down this morning, ladies and gentlemen. They had a plan. They had a plan to shake out the weak hands this morning, folks, and get all they could down here because they want to double up like Anthony Noto's doing. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Okay. Folks, you know what we're doing here. Don't load in a bunch of sell orders here, but we're going to be selling these numbers up here. Especially 25.20, around that number. We're going to sell those. Come on, baby. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. And look at them trying to buy a 25.10.5, folks. That's desperation there. Trying to buy a 25.10.5. She's going to run, folks. Here she goes. She's going to run now. When you see somebody buy freaking 434,000 shares at 25.11.5, holy smokes, she's gone, folks. I just sold 25.16. I just sold 30 shares there. Waiting, just waiting for them. All they want to do now is fill at 25.13, folks, and they just did. There you go, coming down to my orders. Perfect. Let me got a couple there. I got 5 there. Come on down, 25.07. I know you will. Sell the 13, buy back the 7, folks. Always, almost always. You can do it so many times. Try and buy 2504, 2506. 2507. Folks, they're just accumulating here. They're just accumulating right now. They're just filling their coffers up. They're just filling up their coffers, folks. I'll buy some more 2508. There we go. 2505 I just filled. 2505. Come on. Take it on down here to 25 again. Come on. They can't do it. Suckers. That's it, folks. They're done with this game. Now you know why I sold 30 shares at 25.13, and I just bought it 13 cents less, pretty much. Now she's going to rise right on up again, folks. And this is trench trading, folks. I call this trench trading. It's trench trading, folks. Watch it rise up here now. Here we go. Just going to rise right on up. SoFi's going to keep rising, folks. They're not going to stop buying it, man. They saw Anthony Noto. They saw what he did. Awesome. Where do you start? As soon as they got approval, they diluted in after hours, not allowing many the opportunity to sell in the 60s. I think my other account got banned for no reason. I was responding to someone in the chat who was talking shit about me, and you thought it was about you. Oh, no. Sorry about the misunderstanding. But that can happen easily in the chat. You know, a lot of times when people are being sarcastic, you know, it can be misread. Sometimes people are being, you know, facetious. And sometimes it's just joking, and it can be interpreted wrongly by, you know, our moderators. So I apologize if that happened. But, you know, they're there for a reason. There's plenty of people slinging mud in here. Believe me, trying to muddy up the tank. There's plenty that come around here and try to muddy up the tank. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting ready to watch SoFi just continue to rise and rise and rise this afternoon. It's slowly going to rise, and they're slowly going to accumulate at each level before each next rise. So we just saw them buy a whole bunch down there at 24.77, 24.50, and they bought a lot at $24, and they got it as low as 23.70 a share today. And I told you to buy 23.77 and 23.88, and look where we are now. Holy crap. Nice. Just rising above, baby. Rising above. The cream floats to the surface. The cream floats to the surface, folks. And we're seeing it cream the shorts now. Yeah, baby. Here we go. Right on up. And she's going to run, folks. She is going to run. There's no way to stop it. The news about Anthony Noto is circulating through the market. They all know that he's expecting the SoFi price to hit $49. This morning, they got on the horn. They saw that news that Anthony Noto expects $49, and they talked to BlackRock, and they all said, sell it this morning. We need to get in below 24 because we want to double our money on this. So that's what they did, folks. They called BlackRock, and BlackRock said, sure, we'll sell as many. And then BlackRock shorted probably about $20 million worth of the stock and then started selling it. And I'm selling here now, ladies and gentlemen. I just sold 50 shares, sold at 25.20. I'm selling again here, 50 shares. I just sold 25.21. I'm selling again. Just sold 25.21 again, 50 shares. Go, baby. Come on. Come on. I expect them to stop it at 25.24, folks. There we go. Yes. Selling at market here, folks. Nice. There we go. Come on, baby. Pop these out. Just sold 25.23. What a surprise. Okay, folks, we're going to be coming in down here with 10 share buys. Come in here 2507. All right. 2507, 2508, 2510, 2511. And I want you to buy 2512 and 2513. I definitely expect them to pull this down to 2516 minimum, down 10 cents at least. So I'm going to come down to 2516. That would be 10 cents down from where I just sold. And I just sold at 25.26. I just sold 25.27. I'm selling 50 shares at a time. Yes. And now we're going to try to buy 25.20. I'm selling 50 shares at a time up here. And I now have $4,400 to buy with. There we go. I just filled at 25.21. Picked up 10 shares at 25.21. I told you we're going to make a ton of money off this stock today, folks. I told you that. We're going to make a lot of money doing this today. I just filled at 25.22. Just filled at 25.22. 10 shares. Let's keep these floaters out of the tank. Yeah. Just filled at 25.21. Folks, all day long, I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to be buying small 10 share increments, following the price up, and I'm going to sell 50 share increments. I'm going to do it all day long, folks. I'm going to do this all day. Just watch. And I'll end up making $500, $700, or $1,000 by the end of the day on this stock today. That's what I plan on doing. That's what I'm going to do. Keep riding the wave, baby. Now she's riding right on up. Now, listen, folks, I'm going to take away these sell orders now. I do not want to create a wall here, so I'm going to remove them now. And when it gets up there, I'll just sell them at market share, 40 at a time. All right, I don't want to create a wall. So if you just had a bunch of sell orders in there, I want you to take your sell orders out, please. Take away all your sell orders and just sell market when they get up here, okay? Just market share sells. And they're going to do that, folks. They're going up there. When we get over this point, this thing's going to run nice and freely, folks. I think she's going to have a very nice run here when we get over this 25, 28. Look at that. SoFi that was down almost 4.5% earlier is now down 1% now, folks. What a surprise. I guess I just got lucky when I called this out this morning. I don't know why anybody at all is still holding any TNXP. We had the run we were expecting. I told everyone to get out of that thing. I told you to have your sell orders at $49 and $55 and $58 and $57, and I did. I sold out of that thing. And you got to know on that type of exuberant news, it's going to make those runs, and then it's going to pull back, folks. You just got to. You got to know that. And waiting to see this thing get up here to 25.30, where I'm definitely going to be selling some of it. Marking it down now. Bring it down to me. Come on. Let me get all these orders to fill. I wonder who's going to sell any shares now that the price has already dropped all the way down to 23. Who wants to sell any at 25? I wonder. I can tell you one thing. As soon as this thing hits the 30s, I'm going to be selling 30, 31, 32, 33, no doubt. And it's almost there now. Just got a 25.23 buy. Just got another 25.23 buy. Just got a 25.22 buy in there. Going to raise this back up here now to 25.22 and 25.23. Folks, I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim here. I just filled at 25.23. I now have $4,150 something to buy with. Just got a 25.22, and it looks like I'm going to pick up 25.21. No, I did not get 25.21. And as you can see, hey, I just picked up the 25.21. Very nice. In case you're wondering, my dollar cost average is down here, 25.08. 25.08 is my dollar cost average on this stock. I'm holding 348 shares right now, and I've got $4,156 at my discretion. Let's try to buy 25.14, 25.11, 25.15. Come on, shorties. You can do it. You might even get down to 25.08, where my dollar cost average is, or 25.06. I wouldn't be surprised to see him do that too. Well, I'll tell you what, though, it doesn't look very good for him right here. This looks very, very shaky. Shaky ground they're on. Shorts are on very shaky ground here, folks. And now they want to accumulate at 25.20. All right, sure. By the way, folks, my wife just asked me if I wouldn't mind giving her a hand upstairs. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go over to my channel, and I'm going to go on my playlist, and I'm going to play you some of my music while I take a little tiny break here, folks. And I'll be right back, but I'm going to play you some of my music here. And hopefully you enjoy it while I take a quick break here and go help my wife out. All right? And I'll leave this thing where you can watch what I'm doing and see it, but I got to take a break here. This is one of my songs called If I Don't Have You, I Ain't Got Nothing. I have over 125 songs on my playlist that I wrote.
Might be a movie star, ride around in a big black limo, or maybe drive a fancy car. I can have every single thing, everything this world could give, but I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. I could earn a diploma, or I could get some degree. I could make a lot of money, and I could buy anything. I could make $1 million or become a millionaire. But I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. I could travel all around the world from sea to shining sea. But it wouldn't be no fun at all if you weren't here with me. I could have a castle made of gold with servants at my feet, but I wouldn't be as happy as I am when you're with me. I could climb the corporate ladder and go all the way to the top. Be a doctor, a lawyer, or get rich trading stocks. But it's all superficial, and it doesn't mean a thing, because I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing.
Why settle for good when you can go grand at MGM Grand Detroit? Featuring exhilarating slots and table games, savory cuisine from succulent cuts and seafood to juicy burgers and ice-cold beers, elevating nightlife and signature cocktails, rejuvenating amenities and service, luxurious style and comfort. It's a good time for a grand time at MGM Grand Detroit.
right from the start that you would break my heart, would tear my world apart. And so I stayed away. You wore your blue jeans tight, had them ripped just right to whet my appetite. And you just love to play. You play with hearts and boys. To you they are just toys. They fall in love with you. And here's what you do. Simply write a note. And here's what you wrote. Tear them fragile worlds apart. You leave your note on your bed. And when they read what it said, it really messed up their heads. When they read goodbye, so long, farewell, and we'll see you later. Goodbye, so long, farewell, see you later, alligator. Goodbye, so long, farewell. So me, I stayed away, and when you looked my way, I looked the other way. I would not give away that I was hot for you, like all those other dudes. Right out of the blue, I got pursued by you. You held your body close, or I might overdose. You whispered in my ear, letting me disappear. I didn't have a clue what you were gonna do, what you would put me through, but you, I wanted you. You took me to your place, yeah, I was blown away. There are no words to say the way you made me feel. Your body soft and smooth, you showed me all your moves. I really dug your groove, it all just seemed unreal. I never guessed that I would be your type of guy. Still, I don't know why you gave me a try, but I'm so glad you did. I'm glad I visited, I'm glad I stayed tonight, 'cause you were out of sight. But in my head, I knew that you would be just like you know to do. So in the morning, I jumped up and made some coffee and poured a cup. I found a pad and pen and wrote. I wrote to you a little note. I left that note there by your bed, and you can guess just what it said. Goodbye, so long, farewell, and we'll see you later. Goodbye, so long, farewell, see you later, alligator. Goodbye, so long, farewell. It was great to know you. Goodbye, so long, farewell, but I've got to go away.
All right.
'Cause I know that if I stay,
Oh, yeah. You're listening to the music of me, Tyler Self. And this song is called Goodbye, So Long, Farewell. Hey, look, they're down below my dollar cost average. So, another one of my songs that I have many of available online. You can hear them on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play. Just search for my name, Tyler, Tyler, last name Self, Selph. And holy cow, look where I get to buy some shares back now. This is fabulous, folks. $24.96. Sell the 25.13s and the 16s and the 17s. Buy back the 24.96, and we're going to do this over and over and over again. Folks, we are going to continue to do this over and over all freaking day long. And we're going to make such good money on this if we just keep doing it, folks, because that's what they're doing. Market makers are playing the game, folks, and we're playing it too. Beautiful. Sell the 25.13s, buy the 24.96s. Sell the 25.13s, buy the 24.98s. Do it over and over and over all day long. We'll just keep frickin' doing it, folks. Keep fricking doing what they're doing. Making money the same way they do by market manipulating, folks. But we don't have to manipulate. We just make money off of their manipulation. That's what we do on this channel. We make money off of their manipulation. That's what we do on this channel. And man, did we buy the nut sack this morning at $23.88. Yes. Buy market, folks. Come on, man. Now you're just accumulating where they got $1 higher than where they accumulated some this morning at $23.88. And boy, they didn't get very many shares at that price either. They didn't get very many there, folks. And here I am just buying 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, more and more. Buying now, again, $24.88, a number that they will manipulate down to over and over, folks. 25.13 to 24.88, folks. You know it. They're going to do it all day. They're going to do it. We're going to do it. And I say, screw it. Keep doing it to it. That's what I'm doing. And I just accumulated a bunch of more shares after selling like 120 of them up there. And I have right now 2,300 to buy with. And I am buying over and over here. I'm going to buy all the shares I can here because no one else has ever bought here before. No one's ever bought at this price before, folks. Nobody. Nobody's bought here. This is a great place to buy. There's no resistance here. And I'm filling order after order after order on this simulated trading account, folks. Right now, I am buying as many as I can get at $24.77 or in that range. As many as I can buy, folks, I'm buying now. And I now have $1,800 left with which to trade. And I'm going to fill my coffers where no buyer has bought before. Where no buyer has bought before, folks, I'm buying now. Where nobody has bought. Because it won't stay there. There were never any shares sold here. It won't be bought there for long. If there weren't many sold here this morning when they ran it down, there won't be many bought here as they run it back up, folks. That's my suggestion to you. All right? That's what I'm saying. If there weren't many shares accumulated through this range when they ran it down this morning, how can they accumulate here now for very long? That they can't, folks. That's just the way it is. You can watch and see. You'll watch and see. Watch how long it sits here, folks. All it is just mere accumulation with me right now. And there we go, right back up now. There she goes, and she's gone. She's gone, folks. So they just ran out again very fast through here again. They're running out. They don't have them. They never have had them. They didn't have them this morning, and they don't have them now. They don't have many shares here, folks. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Nope, I sure don't think so. I don't think they have very many at all here. Not many at all. And soon they will be gone. Yes, indeed. And right back up to $24.88. And by the way, now I've been able to lower my dollar cost average from $25.08 now to $25.02. So that's sweet. I just got to lower my dollar cost average to $25.02. And I like that. And they're still giving shares to me here at $24.83, so I will take them off their hands. And they will soon run out of these shares. There will not be any going any lower. This is just an accumulation point, folks. It's just an accumulation point. And my dollar cost average is $25.02 a share on this stock. And I am now filling at $24.88. What do you know? And my dollar cost average is now $25.01 as they let me fill my shares at $24.88. And folks, you all know, buy the $24.88, sell the $25.20. Buy the $24.88, sell the $25.20, folks. And I tell you this all the time. I've said it to you many, 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 many times. Buy 25.88, sell 24.88, sell the 25.20. And I'm trying to get my dollar cost average down right now to below 25. And I'm at 25.01 right now as the price rises. All right. And I'm very happy with my dollar cost average at 25.01. Yeah. Very, very happy with that. Oh, yeah. This thing's going to run back over 25. It's on its way to $49 now, folks. It's running up to $49 now. It's just a matter, it's a question of when, not if. All right? It's going to go to $29, $49 in the question of when, not if. Amazing how they ran this price down 4.9% this morning, and now the stock is only down 2. And look at the amount it's down, 0.66 cents, folks. 0.66 cents is where they're trying to hold this down, in case you're not aware of it. At 24.88, it's down 66 cents. That's what they just tried to accumulate, down 66 cents, folks. And right now, it's only down 62.5 cents. And now it's down 62. Oh, shucks. There's no more 66 cent down. That's all gone. But somebody got to buy there with me a bunch of shares. I'd start a poll if I could, but I'm not going to because I do, and it cancels my channel off sometimes, so I'm not going to do that. Well, folks, this looks fantastic right now. SoFi is doing exactly what I thought it would do. Now, let's go look at the entire market, too, as a whole. $24.88. The S&P 500 down 1.17. The Dow down 400 points. The NASDAQ down 300 points. The Russell only down 17 points. And look at this thing bouncing, folks. Look at it bounce off the 24.88. Look at it bounce. They didn't even get to accumulate there, folks. It bounced right off that 24.88. They didn't even get to accumulate there, folks. And now you know why I sat there and just piled in just then. That's why I bought so many shares there. Yeah, baby. Watch this thing rise right back up over my DCA now, which is 25.01. Watch it go right back over me now. Nothing's going to stop it, folks. Nothing's going to stop it. Looking at the chart right now, let's move over here and take a look at this chart and see it more in definition. Hold on. Oh my gosh, does that freaking thing look awesome? Oh my gosh, that thing looks awesome, folks. Bounce it off the 200-day, boing. And look at all the buyers come in versus the sellers on that 200-day. More buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, equal buyers and sellers. And folks, we're going to see more buyers push this 5-day moving up over the 10-day right now. That's going to happen right this second. Now, if you don't know what happened this morning earlier, there was a news breaking story over the weekend, and you can go back to the beginning of this stream and you'll hear me showing Uncle Bruce's broadcast today. And Uncle Bruce made a great explanation of what is now happening with Anthony Noto and his covered call, 555,000 share covered call. And folks, it's a genius move. And it caught all of the shorts completely off guard. It caught the institutions off guard. Now, speaking of institutions, I want to go over here now and I want to look at SoFi institutional ownership. And I'm going to take a look at that right now. Oh, man. Oh, 1,056 documents. SoFi Institute. SoFi Institute down data. Oh, where is it? Oh my goodness. Do I have it over on this other one? Yeah, I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm gonna have to do some transferring. 1,056 is what we had on Friday. Still 1,056. Okay. No increase there. SoFi. You want to see some desperate moves that were made this morning? Look at that. Somebody found out about Anthony Noto and his little move over the weekend, and they wanted in this morning, folks. Look at that. That's manipulation 101, man. And they got their shares there. And now just look at this thing going off as they try once again to even fleece out some here. But, folks, there's a fleecing right there, and there's a deep vaginal there. And, folks, look, it's just bam, wham. I mean, holy smokes, folks. You guys got to give me a second here. I got to do a little bit of business. Just give me a second here. This thing's going to break 25 again now, folks, and it's going to be gone. Take a picture of the last time you ever saw SoFi at $25, folks, right there. Man, oh man, $24.99. Get that shot. Get that shot, folks. There she goes. There she blows, everyone. Get the shot of the last below $25 you can get. Get the last one. Of course, they'll take it down to $24.93 if they can off of the 25. They always try to get it one more time down to $24.93 when they hit 25. We've seen this many, many times with this stock lately. Boy, they try hard to keep it below, but I don't think so, folks. No freaking way. Not with this Anthony, not with this Noto news, folks. Not with this Noto news. It's too big for them to handle it. All right, so let me get over here. Just give me a second here, folks. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right. Yes, I'm in. And just give me a second here. All right. Like I said, I got to take care of a little bit, care of a little bit of business here. All right. All right, there we go. Well, look at the diligent market makers wanting to get a little bit more cheap shares. Good for them. Good. Get them while you can. Get them while they're hot. Get them while they're on sale. Get them while they're discounted, 2.5%. And let's see here. And I'm going to get over here on this chart. Oh, yes, double nutting it on the 200 right now. Right on the 200, folks. Hey, listen, folks, this is what they're going to do. This is what institutions are going to do. They're going to accumulate this on the 200-day moving average, folks. They're going to get all they can of this on the 200-day. That's exactly what they want to do, to join in the ranks of Anthony Noto and sell these shares at $49 a share. Folks, they did the same thing when they had the opportunity to get those convertible notes, folks. Way back a year and a half ago when they had a chance to get those convertible notes, they ran the price down after they got in on those notes because the buyers of the notes wanted to get them cheap. They had to make them available to the price was $12.87. Was it $7.80? Yes, it was $7.87. And they drove SoFi down that next day after they had to get those convertible notes. They drove it down to $6.88. From $7.87, they ran it down $1. And then they bought all those shares that they had to make available and store away for the conversion of the notes. So this is very common, folks, what you're seeing here right now. You should not have one element of surprise by what you're seeing them do to SoFi today. Not one bit. Because, folks, they want in on the 200-day moving average, okay? They want in there. That's what they arranged for earlier today. That's what they arranged to have happen. Take it down to the 200. We want it there. Folks, that's what they wanted here early this morning. They got it well below the 200-day. All these buyers this morning who saw the news about Anthony Noto and said, shit, this stock is going to go to $49 a share. We better get it on the nutsack. So they paid BlackRock to sell the morning early dump. Then they ran it up, and then they're paying BlackRock to sell more right now, or they're selling some of the ones they bought this morning. They probably bought several million of them right here. And then they sell a few million of them down to here and get more on the nutsack right on the 200-day. Notice that they don't care about getting it below the 200 like they did over here, where it was this far below the 200 this morning, where they took it down on the manipulation. They don't even come close to it. All they're doing now is settling to accumulate on the 200, okay? They don't care about driving it down like they did this morning anymore. This is where they got the nutsack. They bought all these shares. Then they try to fleece people out and take it down to the 200, and they fleece more. And folks, these aren't that's not even any May West formation there. Unfortunately, that's pretty teeny. That's pretty sad, okay, in my opinion. That's pretty sad. I'd like to see at least a couple of big knockers there, some D cups, but they can't They can't even get it down below the 200 here. They're just trying again right now to accumulate right on the 200-day moving average, and then it's going to break right back up over this and go right on off. You'll see all these buyers here, folks. They're all going to buy in, and you can see them doing it right there. Look at that candlestick. That candlestick's volume right there, ladies and gentlemen, is 256,000 shares. And of that candlestick, more than twice as many were buyers than were sellers. Okay? And even here, as they try to dump shares, they're being swallowed up. They're being taken away from the shorts' hands to the longs. And here you can see there's nothing but buyers outnumbering the sellers on this candlestick. There are 4-to-1 buyers versus sellers on this candlestick right now. Folks, the reason why is because they've driven it down to the point to start accumulating again right on the 200-day. Notice again, folks, earlier on, they really had this thing way down below the 200-day. They can't do that now. They can't do it now. They can barely get it even below the 200-day, and buyers are already coming in. Look at them. They can't get it below the 200 now. Not like they did this morning on the shocker. The shock and fear, shock and awe, folks, shock and awe. Trying to scare people out of this stock before it goes to $49, where Anthony Noto is going to make his millions and millions and millions. He'll be a billionaire. Anthony Noto is going to be a billionaire, folks, off this deal. Anthony Noto is going to be a billionaire. Well, folks, and as I called, it's all over now. They couldn't hold it below. There she goes. She's breaking above now, and she's gone. Look at the 5-day move off. And look at the friggin' 40-degree angle of the 5-day moving average there. Look at the buyers come in. Look at all the buyers. Folks, that's 168,000, and only 8,000 of those were sold. 160,000 were bought on the ask. Look at the 5-day now crossing over the 10-day moving average right now on this stock. Folks, everything's going to break over the 200, just like I just pointed. It's all breaking over the 200-day moving average, and it's going to continue to climb. It will not stop. It will not stop, ladies and gentlemen. It's not going to stop here. This train is just loading up, and they just loaded up all the fuel. They just loaded up all the wood. They loaded up on the water, and this train is going to continue to run now, folks. This train is going to continue to run. I'm telling you right now, this train is going to keep running. There's no stopping it, folks. It's going to keep running. It's going to keep going. It's going to keep climbing. It's going to keep going up, folks. It's going to keep going up. And in case you didn't know it, folks, this train ain't going to stop. All right? And you need to be aware of that, folks. You need to be aware of it big time. This train is not going to stop here, folks. This train's moving. Yes, indeed. This train is on the move. This train is on the move, folks. It isn't going to stop here. It's not going to stop here. It is not going to stop at this price. I do not believe. Not one little bit do I believe that. Not one little fraction of a bit do I believe it. It isn't going to stop here, folks. And now let us get the sound that I'm looking for the silly thing to come on. And it won't do it because I don't know what the heck's going on here. But here we go. So, folks, this is the sound of the train leaving the station. And unfortunately, I got the wrong speakers hooked up to it. I moved everything around, and I'm going to have to change this back to my other speakers, all right? But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a train that is leaving the station now. It's going to be SoFi, and I believe that it is going to continue to go up and up and up. So let me get rid of this. 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 Get rid of that. There we go. Beautiful. And now we're going to refresh this page. Whoa! Sorry about that, folks. I just knocked my camera stand off. All right, here we go, folks. Let's watch it rise. Watch them accumulate it this afternoon going into the lunchtime. And it is now 11:13, folks. It's 11:13, in case you're not aware of that. It is now 11:13. I mention that because oftentimes market makers and manipulators will try to work on certain scary times, and it's 11:13 right now. So will they take an attack at SoFi now? Well, they very well might. They might try an attack right now, folks. They might do that. You never know what the sneaky little bastards will do, but they will do it whenever they can, whenever they get a chance, folks. They'll scare people out. So let me get over here to my channel. Boom, there it is. And where's my Thinkorswim? Boom, there it is. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what I like to call the total recall. But look at all the buyers coming in. Way more buyers than sellers on a 233,000 volume share candlestick. Way more buyers than sellers here. Right here on a 140,000 candlestick. Twice as many sellers, but dinky quantity of sellers. And then the buyers come in and outweigh the sellers here. And the buyers come in here and outweigh the sellers now. Right here, man, they're accumulating, folks. And there are more buyers than sellers. I'm telling you, there are more buyers than sellers at every single one of these candlesticks. There are more buyers than sellers coming in, folks. There are more buyers than sellers. This line will continue to rise. This will continue to rise. The turquoise line is going to come right up here where my marker is. Right now, that turquoise line is going to come up and kiss my little cursor right now. Watch it. Watch it, folks. And you better look at that candlestick because they're all friggin' buyers. They're all buyers. There's hardly anyone selling here now. They're all buyers, folks. They're all buying on the ask. They're not buying on the bid. They're buying on the ask. Yeah, PLTR actually went green. Well, SoFi is going to be green by the end of the day is my call. Folks, this candlestick here was just 237,000 shares of more buyers than sellers there. All right? This is buying going on here. This is money flowing into the stock. I'm telling you, there's money flowing in right now. Money is flowing into this stock, into SoFi right now. I'm telling you, it's flowing in, and you're going to see this thing go back up over 25.20. It's going to go back over 25.20 after this 24.88 accumulation. That's right. I call it, and I'm going to be buying here right now at this price. And I just went in. And I'm going to buy at 24.88. You bet your ass I am. And I'm going to sell them at 25.20 too. I just filled at 24.90. 24.90. Nice. And I'm going to try and buy 24.88, which they won't have for me, I'm sure. And I'm going to try 24.89, which I doubt they'll have as well. Yep, I doubt they will, folks. I doubt they will. And you're going to witness this, folks. They are going to run this price right back up over $25. You will witness, ladies and gentlemen, for yourself with your own two eyes. You're going to see this price right now going to make its way back up over 25 to 25.20 a share. That's what it's going to do, folks. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. The charts don't lie, people, and the volume doesn't lie. The money flow doesn't lie. And right now, this money is flowing in. Green, 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 way more green than red, way more red than green. But look at how they're running out of shares, folks. They don't have any shares left to short SoFi with. No shares available for borrowing, nut left. Zero. Yep. Oh, man, I got to get over here and get this going here. Hold on a second, folks. Okay, here we go. How are they going to hold it down here, folks, with all these buyers buying when they dump? Did you see that? They just tried to dump a bunch of shares and everybody came in and bought them all. Yeah, this candlestick now has 306,000 shares. And look at that. 306,000 shares on that candlestick, and 300,000 of them are buyers buying on the ask. Wow. 375,000 shares on this candlestick, folks. 375,000 shares on that candlestick. 250,000 shares traded in 1 minute, folks. Wow. One moment, please. All right. Now, I want to change my camera view so it's not so zoomed in. So give me 1 moment, folks. I'll be right back. Go. Oh, yeah. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. That's what they're doing right now, folks. There's a big accumulation going on. It's accumulation nation, baby. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. Hey, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, just so you are understanding, when they started this accumulation was at 11:45. At 11:45, and they accumulated until 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Now, how long did this accumulation go? From 12:03, I'm sorry. I apologize. This was 10:45. Yep. 10:45 until 11 o'clock. 15 minutes of accumulation. 15 minutes. How long over here? What time was this? 11:02 to 11:12. 10 minutes of accumulation. 15 minutes of accumulation. 10 minutes of accumulation. How long was this accumulation? From 11:16, 11:17, 4 minutes. 4 minutes of accumulation. 15 minutes of accumulation on the 200-day. 10 minutes of accumulation on the 200, and 4 minutes of accumulation on the 200-day moving average. You understand what I'm getting at? 15, 10, 4. Folks, they're done. This thing is done. This thing is absolutely done. Stick a fork in it. There's no more accumulating at that price. And now you will see all of the smart, wise, savvy buyers realize that and start coming in. And you're going to see it right now on this chart. You'll watch the 5-day come up over the 10-day and watch them all rising, folks. Watch them all rise. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so at all. No, sir, I don't think so. Yep. Neil Weston, you're right. Nope, folks, this thing is done. They've just got all the accumulation they could on it, in my opinion. They've just wiped it out. They just sapped it dry. They sucked every bit out of it that they could just then. They had a 15-minute run on the 200. They had a 10-minute run on the 200, and now a 4-minute run on the 200, and it's gone, folks. And you can see that. Look at the buyers all realize that now. They're all seeing it, and they're buying in. Man, they're watching this channel, and they go, God, dog it, Catfish is right. This thing is done. A 10-minute accumulation on the 200, a 5-minute accumulation on the 200, now 4-minute, and they've run out. They've already run out. They've run out, folks. They've run out. 15 minutes, 10 minutes, and 5. And now they're all gone. They're all gone. And this is something you can all learn from, people. I'm not just guessing here. SoFi holding his market selling off. Yep. When will SoFi start moving up above 25 and 26? It already has. You're looking at it now. It just started. That's a good time for you to ask. It just started just then. It just started. This is the beginning of it right now. You just ask, and there it is right there. This is when it starts heading for 25, 26, and 27 and beyond. And it's going to go to $49. You're underestimating this stock. Anthony Noto did those covered calls because he is expecting SoFi to hit $49 plus. Yep. In 3 years, he thinks, and I think it'll be well below even 3 years. I think because of my channel, it's going to hit $45 in less than a year. That's what I think. I think my channel is helping people understand that this is a great stock to buy into. I think it makes it pretty simple when you look at SoFi's 5-year chart, what's going on here. And I show people this every single day. And this is why so many people have been buying the stock. They're not idiots, okay? They're not dumb people on this channel. They're smart. And I want you to know that right now I'm going to show you the five-year chart, and you're going to know why SoFi's not staying here at this price. And ladies and gentlemen, this price where we're sitting right now, look how many times we've been at this price. You see there? Once, we've been here one time before 5 years ago. And when we were at this price, look at the volume. It could not sustain this price because the volume was so wimpy and teeny and tiny there. Okay? The volume was not enough to sustain this price when it was here before. Look at the volume now. Look at this increasing volume. How in the hell is it going to stop here now? How's it going to stop at this price now? How in the world is the price going to stop at this where it is now with this much interest in it? When over here, it stopped at that point with no interest virtually at all in the stock. Folks, this is going parabolic. This is going parabolic. And any hitch like here is the same as this hitch here or that hitch right there. Any hitch is a place to buy it, folks. Buy the hitch, buy the hitch, buy the hitch. Do you see? Buy that hitch, buy that little hitch, buy this hitch, buy the identical hitch here. You know, this price was at, how much was it at there on that hitch? $21.80, folks, and we'll call it $21.88. $21.88 down to what? $21.16. Alexa, what is 21.88 minus 21.16?
21.88 minus 21.16 is 0.72.
All right, a 72-cent drop there. What's this one?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
25.66 to 24.97. Hey, Alexa, what is 25.66? Nope, Alexa, what is 25?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, what is 25.66 minus 24.97?
25.66 minus 24.97 is 0.69.
Well, what do you know? Over here, they drove it down 74 cents, and here they drove it down about the exact same amount. Well, do you see the coincidence of that? And look right here, when they drove it down, folks, they accumulated there. Wow, does this look familiar to you? Does this look familiar and now accumulating? Does this look familiar to you? Does this look familiar now to you? Let me show you this, folks. Does this right here, does that look familiar to this right here? Does it? This one had a cup and a handle on it and then took off. This one had a cup and didn't even get a handle and just took off. And this one here, it's not even going to get a cup. It's just going to be a drop V-neck, folks, and it's going to go off. There won't be any accumulation for 3 days here at this price. I don't believe that at all. No way. No way, folks. This thing is going to be this same thing. No accumulation, doing. It's just going to go up a pinnacle and then boing. All right. There's not going to be any cup and handle. There's not going to be down here where they got this cup and this handle. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. It's not even going to happen like this with the flattening. It's not going to happen, folks. It's going to go up, down, and then it's going to go from here right on off for $49 is where it's headed, where Anthony Noto is expecting the price to go. And I believe it will go there too. Do you know how many things that are coming out about SoFi that could propel it higher right now? Do you have any idea how many more things are coming? Well, let me tell you a few of them. Number one, NBA basketball playoffs will be, before you know it, coming our way. And SoFi is the bank, the national bank, recognized official bank of the NBA. Also, golfing right now with Wyndham Clark, who is in the PGA golf, and he is sponsored by SoFi. And he won what was it last year that he won? The U.S. Open, I believe it was. Or the Masters, I can't believe it, one or the other, he won. And he is going to be representing SoFi. We also have a football stadium called SoFi Stadium that has the LA Rams that are going to be, that's right, and the Chargers. Two folks, the LA Rams and the Chargers sharing SoFi Stadium. Yes. And SoFi Stadium has one of the biggest hotels. The Wyndham Hotel has now agreed contractually to build this massive hotel there on the SoFi properties right next to the stadium. And folks, in case you didn't know it, SoFi is now the largest tourist attraction. The SoFi Stadium and the Metroplex Mall around it is the largest tourist attraction in the state of California. SoFi Stadium and SoFi's Metroplex and their shopping mega mall has now become the #1 attraction. Yep, the World Cup, FIFA is at SoFi Stadium. That is right. And we've got just so many things going on. Over the wintertime, we're going to have TGL Golf going full swing with SoFi getting international recognition all across the globe through TGL Golf. And more European countries, I understand, have signed up for TGL Golf going forward here. All right. Yes, the Koreans love it. In South Korea and in Japan, TGL Golf is a big thing in Japan and Australia. Also, we've got the announcement coming of crypto, which will be something that I believe will make SoFi quickly jump to $30 a share, maybe even as high as $35 a share on the crypto. And in case you didn't know it, this move that SoFi made about 10 days ago, signing that partnership with LightSpark, is a major game changer, folks. I mean, that is critically a huge game changer for SoFi, using blockchain and crypto for the movement of money in an instant. Folks, it is going to be secured and it is going to be optimal, and it puts SoFi in the tech spotlight. And this is what we've been needing, the valuation as a tech company, folks, not as a bank. And I honestly believe Galileo has the ability and potential to out-revenue generate even the lending that SoFi is currently doing. I think the potential for revenue coming in from Galileo and the services industry of SoFi's business becoming something mega huge and creating more revenue flow for the company than even their lending department, which is stellar, by the way. Yep, so many people love transfer international money to their family. Yes, international transfers, folks. It's a huge, huge, huge game changer. And people don't realize how big of a deal that was when they got that. And they're just trying it out right now in Mexico, but their plans are to take it internationally all over the globe. And but they're sort of in their testing phases right now with it. But man, so many things that are going to cause SoFi's price to continue rising. But as some of this news comes out that shocks the market, it can be detrimental at first because everybody then suddenly wants in on the stock, but they don't want to buy in at the 5-year high. So they call people like BlackRock and they say, please, on Monday, we just saw Anthony Noto just did a covered call and he thinks the price is going to $49. We want in on this stock. Please sell millions and millions of shares, even if it takes 10 or 12 or 15 million to get the price down below $24 because we want in on this. We want to capitalize just like Anthony's doing. We believe him. We believe it's going to go to $49, but we don't want to buy it at 25 or 26. So please sell a bunch of shares for us. Let's all take up short positions. Then we'll sell the stock all together. And then we'll go long when we get it down to $23.88 a share, okay? That's our plan today on Monday. We're going to all go big time long, but we got to get it down to $23.88 right out of the gate this morning. We need to shock and awe people. And we're going to drop this thing like a rock, and we're going to make them all cut loose of it. And then we're going to steal their shares, and then this thing is going to run all the way to $49, and we don't care. We're not going to stop it. Matter of fact, we might even push it up to $66. And that's what they did this morning, folks, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think they got a hold of BlackRock, and they said, hey, BlackRock, you've helped us out in the past. We need to borrow a bunch of more shares so we can sell them. And they said, sure, how many do you need? And how are you going to compensate us for it? And they said, well, for one thing, we're about to short the shit out of it and run it down this morning to get it down to $23.88 where we can buy it so you can take up a massive shorted position too, BlackRock. And they said, that sounds good. We'll take up a BlackRock short position on it this morning too. So, and by the way, all of these filings that they have to do when they take up these positions, you won't see them for weeks. Then you go back and look and go, that's how they did it. Look what they did there that morning. And you can see how they did it by selling shares to get the price down to where they could all get their buddies to get in on it on the cheap before it goes up to $49 a share, folks. And that's all that they did this morning. That's how they got it down there. You noticed it wasn't there for very long. There was a contractual agreement between BlackRock and other entities to get the price down below $24. And if they did, then they would be paid for their services. That's what I think, and I could be wrong. But ladies and gentlemen, sure is very suspicious looking how today's chart had that massive on no news, no negative news, but that thing sure fell like a rock on that daggum news of Anthony Noto. And listen, folks, they had this planned. They had it planned right out of the gate as soon as the opening bell rang to sell. BlackRock was going to sell 10 million shares right out of the gate. And they wanted to get this price of $23.88 a share that they had agreed to, $23.88. And what was the low today? $23.70. But that wasn't their agreed price, folks. $23.88 was. And also, $23.66 is what they went for, but sorry. Nope, you didn't get the $23.66. Now, I know that you sure as hell would have loved to do that, Shorty. But unfortunately, she stopped short of that for you at $23.70 this morning. But ladies and gentlemen, do you see how long it was there? The duration, the time period it was there. I mean, literally 2 minutes there and then 2 minutes there, and it was over. They got what they wanted. They got them to get in where they could get in and now double their money. Because if they got it at $24 or below and it's going to go to $49, well, that's a two-bagger, right? And that's exactly what they did today. That's exactly what they did. Because they all believe Anthony Noto. Listen, the guy hasn't lied about a single thing yet. He hasn't misinformed anyone ever. Everything he's said has all come true. Anthony Noto doesn't make false promises, folks. AMD looks to have the same trend today. Yeah, well, it was across the board. It wasn't just SoFi that was attacked down. Hood was attacked down 4.5% too this morning. So, hey, some people that wanted to reposition today and move over into SoFi and Hood and others, the fintech, folks. And by the way, this is a tech company, not a financial company anymore. It's a friggin' tech company. And ladies and gentlemen, that's what they're starting to value this stock as, a tech company, not a bank. This isn't a bank. SoFi's not a bank. It used to be. It's not anymore. Back in the day when they started out and they were just a bank lending money out to student loans, Morgan Stanley gave SoFi a $60 million line of credit to start doing student loans. And that's what they were doing all the way up until 2021. Just student loans, folks. Now, what you're about to see this afternoon, surprisingly to everyone's surprise and dismay, this price is going to rise and rise and rise to here, then pull back a little, then rise and rise and rise to here, then pull back a little. Then it's going to rise and rise and rise to here, then it's going to pull back a little. And then it's going to rise and rise and rise, folks. That's what you're going to see the rest of the afternoon. All right? That's what you're going to see. That's what I think all afternoon. There's no reason for them not to do that, folks. Why wouldn't they do it? It's perfect. They can bring it up and head fake people, bring it up, head fake them, bring it up, head fake them, bring it up, head fake them, herk and jerk and herk and jerk and jerk and herk and herk and jerk. And folks, they're going to herk and jerk this thing right now on this line right here. They're going to herk and jerk on this line for at least 20 minutes now, maybe if they can. Maybe only 10. We'll see how long it sits there. But it's not going to be that long, I don't believe. Yep. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The sound of trains, ladies and gentlemen. The sound of trains. And I don't want it on that one. I want it to be over on this one. Okay. Okay. All right. Just give me a moment here. If you wouldn't mind. Yes. There we go. I found it here. All right. I found what I was looking for, ladies and gentlemen, and I apologize for taking a little bit of a delay there. All right. There we go. Put this volume off. And there we go. And here we go. That's the sound of the train, folks. And in my opinion, this thing's about to leave the station here any minute, folks. And it's just accumulating now, just accumulating nicely consolidating very solidly here at 2470s, 2469s and 70s. Very nice accumulation. Very good, very good. Come on, baby. How long will they accumulate here? That's been now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes. We've seen that duration of accumulation before. 10 minutes, folks. And here come the buyers. More buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers on all three of these candlesticks, all three of them. And the volume is 155,000, 122,000, 121,000 shares. And there are more buyers and sellers than on every single one of those candlesticks. At $24.67 a share, folks. More buyers and sellers. I wonder why. I wonder why they're buying so many at $24.66 now. Because I was just selling them at $25.80, at $25.09, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Oh, yeah. Come on, baby. Come with me. Come with me here, folks. And let me take a look at my monitor real quick here. Yep, the only thing I'm sitting on right now is SoFi. The only thing I'm sitting on is SoFi. I'm buying market here, folks. Oh, I'm going to buy here. $24.69. $24.69. Going again here right now. I just filled at $24.70. Nice. And look at her rise right back up, folks. And, folks, she is going to rise right back up over $25 on end of the day. This thing's going to go back up over $25 by end of day. You can just feel it and taste it. It smells like it's ready to just run, folks. Just feels and smells like it's ready to run. Yes, it does, ladies and gentlemen. SoFi is ready to springboard, folks. You can just feel it. You can tell it's going to happen, folks. It has every look and indication of a totally market manipulated stock today, if I ever saw one. And as I look now, I can see the S&P 500 is down 193 points. The Dow continues to fall and is now down 521. The NASDAQ is down 386. And look at SoFi just standing here going, go ahead, swat away at me. Swat away at me. Swat away at me, shorty. We got Anthony Noto, the CEO, with a 555,000 share covered call, folks, expecting SoFi's price to go to $49 a share. And this is why they ran it down this morning. This is why they saw that and went, holy shit, we got to get in on this thing. Call BlackRock and tell them to sell 10 million shares right out of the gate this morning. We want in on this below $24 if it's going to 49. We want to double our money too. And that's exactly what they did this morning, folks. And you're going to bear witness to it by the end of the day. You'll see they're just accumulating here, folks, now. And they got that big sell-off this morning to scare people out of their shares because they want to be holders of those shares when it hits $49 like Anthony Noto is betting on. Folks, this deal that Anthony Noto just did, go over and watch Bruce, Uncle Bruce. If you don't know, it's Trading Stocks with Bruce is his channel. And I showed everybody this morning his video, and he explained exactly what Anthony Noto's doing. And folks, I agree, it's genius. It's absolutely genius what he's doing. And listen, the guy's a military. He's a graduate, the top level graduate. Really did, not like JB, but a real person who really did graduate at the top of his class. Not make believe like Biden, but really, he really did graduate at the top of his class. It's not fake, folks. It's real news. You can go and find out. Just like the real news that Biden didn't really do all that he said. It's easy to find out. Google proved it in all the headlines after he claimed that he had graduated top of his class. And what a crock. That guy would be the top of I'm not even going to say what pile he was the top of. And anyway, folks, right now, see, you hear all this accumulation here. 2468. They just got themselves. And who wants to buy 417,000 shares at 2468 of this measly stock anyway? Who wants to buy that many 400,000 shares at 2468 for some reason? Who wants to buy them there? I do. I'm going to buy more. I'm going to come in on it right along with these other idiots that are buying here now. And I just filled at 2470. I just filled at 2470 because there's no more 2488s available apparently. And I'll try and buy them again. I mean, I'll try 2468. Well, hell yeah, I'm going to buy with all these other people here that just bought 436,000 shares there for some stupid reason. I don't know why they'd want to buy there, so many. I have no idea why they would, but I'll buy with them. And I just did. And here's the crazy part, folks. Why aren't they filling up their coffers here at 2466? Why are they filling it at 2468, folks? Why? Why aren't they here accumulating at 2466 right now? I'll tell you why, because they got none left there to sell. That's why. That's why. That's why they're not accumulating there, because they don't have any more at that price. And soon they won't have any more here where I put this one share limit order. Yeah, I'm putting one in. I'd like to buy the last one that they have at 2468. The last one. And I guess I waited too long. I'm too late. I'm too late, Powell. I guess I waited too long to get the 2468. There we go. I got it. Am I going to be too late, Powell, here? No, I got 2466 here, too. Come on. Let me get that 2466, 2465. Come on here. Come on down here to me. Come on. Nice. I got two orders to fill at 2464 just then. Look at that. 2464, folks. Man, look at that. Nobody else has bought here hardly at that price. I feel very good. I feel awesome that I got that. Let's buy some more here. $24.64. Come on, shorty. There you go. Got it. Nice. Man, they sure are having a long time to fill those orders, though, at $24.64. You know what? I'm curious. Why isn't the price still down there at $23.70 where it was this morning? Why isn't it still there at $23.70? Why? In fact, right here, why is it 88 cents higher now where I'm buying it? 88 cents higher than it was this morning. Why? Oh, man. They just ran out, folks. There is no more 24.62s, apparently. But why isn't it at $23.70? Why is it all being accumulated now at $24.61? This is the curious part I have. If people were so scared they sold it here at $24.61 all the way down to $23.70, then who's going to sell it now at this price? Really? Think about that. If they already sold from here all the way down to $23.70 in fear, well, then who's going to buy? Who's going to sell now at $24.81? Is someone scared here? 80 cents higher than it was this morning? Is someone supposed to be in fear, scaring here? Scarily selling? That's what I want to know. Why is it even here at this price? Why is it at $24.55 where they're going to aim for now? Here it comes, folks. Watch them take it down to $24.55 if they can. And I would fill it $24.57 right here. But they're going for $24.55, folks. They sure are. They're trying to get this number. They like this number next, $24.55 if they can get it. And ladies and gentlemen, I got news for you. They didn't get it. And this thing's gone, all right? They just didn't get 24.55, and if they didn't, this thing's going to go, because those that like to buy there, when they see it leave that number without them filling there, they get desperate. Watch them throw in a 24.58.5 here. Watch. You're going to see a desperate flag come in, 24.59.999 or something right now, folks. You just watch and see if I'm right or not. You watch right here, folks. They're going to come in right here now because they couldn't get to 55. They're going to start scrambling for it and put in minuscule fractional orders just below it. Watch. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Here it goes. And watch them start dropping in their half share orders in between. Oh, there it is right there. 24.6221. There it is, folks. There's your flag. There's your KY flag right there, folks. Just what I called. Look at them drop in that number. Folks, this thing isn't going to go any lower. It was going to hit 55 if they could get it there, but they couldn't get it there. So now it's going to run up, and they're going to be trying to buy fractional shares below it. You will watch and witness, folks, what I'm saying coming true with your own two eyes. And it's not just luck what I'm speaking about, folks. I've been doing this a long time, and I know just then they wanted that price at 24.55. And having seen that get away from them where they couldn't get in there, look at it run now. There she goes. And I called it, folks. It's running now, and it's going to run. It's going to run from them. Look at them put in another half order here at 24.635. See that? That's desperation, folks. They know it. And I called that. I told you it would be happening as this rises. They're going to start dropping in half shares. They're going to try and get them on the ground. You see that? Oh, now they got to raise it to here. 24.6.5, 65.5. Here it comes. Come on, put that bid in there. 24.655 right now. Oh, you know they're going to do that. Oh, yeah, it's coming. Don't worry. They've already got the KY flag here at 24.635 in their desperation. That's right, folks. There it is right there already. And I already called it, folks. When they didn't get to 24.55, this thing's going to run. And they're going to be dumping in just little half-share buys in between here if they can, like that one there, as it runs up. That's what they do. That's just what they do, folks. There it goes. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask again, who's going to sell here? Who and why would they sell here if they just sold at $23.70 an hour and a half ago? Who's going to actually sell here? The price was all the way down to $23.70 an hour and a half ago. Who's going to sell here now in fear? No one, folks. No one is. No one's selling here in fear. Market makers are the ones selling. The market makers are the ones selling here, folks. Not retailers. The retailers, they got out quickly as this price fell all the way down to $23.70. They got out in mass numbers. They got them out. They got them all to fall for their little game. And they ran it down 4.9% earlier today. It was down almost 5% today. And I told you, well, you should have expected that when you saw the news from Anthony Noto, because when they saw that, they were like dumbfounded. They were like, holy shit, Anthony Noto thinks this price is going to $49. And then they realized he's right. It is going to $49. So they got to buy it for half that price at $24.50. And look how many of them bought when they got to that number, folks. $24.50, folks. 1 million of them came in right there because they knew that it's going to go to $49 a share. They want to double their money. That's $24.50, folks. That's why so many bought there, because they know they're going to double their money off of that price. And this is going to $49 a share now, and they know it. They all know it, folks. Every one of them that bought today at that price know that. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. You think it's a coincidence that that many shares were bought at half price? Folks, that's exactly halfway to $49. That's why they got that price. That's why they bought so many there. because they're going to take it to $49 a share now and double their money. Everyone that bought there. Every one of them that bought there. That's why they did that, folks. Raj Handel says it's going to be 150. I know that. Hey, Jack Frost, you just got frosted. You and your cold heart that's lost apparently so much shorting this stock. He tried to come on just then and try to tell me, a guy who's told all of you to buy this stock since it was $4.66 a share, he's trying to come into the tank and put me in my place. He's trying to tell the guy who swore to you, if you buy this stock at $6 and a penny on August the 5th, you're going to love it. But he's trying to tell you, I don't know how to guide you on the direction of the stock or what's going to happen with it. So, sorry, Frosty, but nobody's listening to you. You have no say so on this in this tank. And there's a saying that Confucius says, better to keep one's mouth closed and keep people thinking you are dumb than open mouth and remove all doubt. So someone who's going to come in here and start slashing away at me is in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I think every one of my viewers has been very glad that they were here today and got a chance to buy when I told them to buy it at this stock, SoFi, when I told them to buy it at $23.88 and 77 cents. I think they're all pretty happy about that. Aloncita Jones, good morning, y'all. Jack, get back, not welcomed here, yeah. He opened his mouth and removed all doubt. That's what he did. We all saw when he opened his mouth that he was not the smartest cracker in the Cracker Jack box. Yep. But hey, listen, folks, people like that aren't going to stop coming here and trying to dissuade you from buying this stock when it's been run down. They want it to keep falling. They're shorting the stock, and that's why they're here, and that's why they throw out such negativity. But folks, I got news for you. I've been telling all you shorters for a very long time not to short this stock. I've been telling you since it was in the 4s, in the 5s, in the 6s, in the 8s, in the 10s, in the 11s. And every one of those numbers, there's been someone like you come in here, Frosty. Every one of them, naysayers, doubters, lying to my people, and every one of them has seen people like you come and go and come and go again. They're never going to stop. Listen, folks, when this price is breaking $49, someone like him's going to come in again and say it's going to drop to 30. Okay? There's always going to be people like that. They're not going to stop trying, folks, to bring the price down or convince you to sell it. Yeah, I hear you, Raj Handel. Listen, the one that I send folks over to discuss call options is Uncle Bruce and also Cal with Trending Stocks. They're more into options plays than I am. I just teach people when to buy the lows and to sell the highs. That's what I do on this channel each day. And I don't just teach them. I explain why it's at the low and why it's not going to go any less. And I explain how and why it's going to rise in the future. And people here, they either tune in and go, yeah, you're probably right. That makes sense. or they just go, this guy's just flapping his jaw. He doesn't know what he's talking about. But ladies and gentlemen, when I whip out charts like this and I show you what's going on in real time with the volume and the buyers coming in, and ladies and gentlemen, when I show you a chart that looks like this right here, where all they did was accumulate and accumulate and accumulate and accumulate and accumulate, then they go for the double ta-ta, then accumulate for just 2 minutes, and then boing. Well, that's when people buy in, okay? That's when people should be buying in right there. This looks very good, very strong, very, very firmly set. And you can see that right now the blue exponential is rising and rising off of the simple moving average right there. And you can see the 5-day is now breaking up and away from the 10-day moving average right there. And you're going to see all of these cross over the 50-day moving average within 5 minutes time. You're going to see every one of these lines cross over this 50-day gold line within 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to start my timer right now to prove it. Where'd my timer go? Now I got to turn my light on. Looks like it might. Ah, there it is. Okay, here we go, folks. Setting this thing for 4 minutes and 50 seconds right now. And when I say 5 minutes, I mean it, folks. It's going to cross over. This light blue line here, the light blue, is going to cross over the 50-day moving average within 4 minutes and 30 seconds from now. All right, and you can see the buyers have already started making their way in, far outnumbering the sellers on this candlestick. This candlestick, by the way, has 62 million. Now it has 86 million on it. And watch and witness as the 5-day crosses up over the 50-day moving average, the 5 and 10-day. And you can see here clearly more buyers than sellers on this candlestick. No way to hold it down, folks. No way to hold it down. No way to hold it back. There is no fear. There is no real fear. No justifiable fear in SoFi today. All right, folks, we got about 2.5 minutes left, and this price is going to cross over the 50-day moving average. And you can clearly see this candlestick right here was 133,000 shares, and more of them are buyers than sellers. 133,000 shares on this candlestick now. Now 152,000. Now 154. Yep. More buyers than sellers here. Prices rising. 5 days rising over the 10. More buyers than sellers here on this candlestick. Yep. Oh, man, you can't even see any sellers there. How are they going to stop this, I wonder? I wonder how they're going to stop this. How are they going to stop it from continuing to rise? How are they going to dissuade anything from buyers from buying when Anthony Noto is expecting the price to go to $49 a share? How do they think that they can make the people to sell here when Anthony Noto says we're going to 49 by his covered call? I mean, folks, you'd be an idiot to think that we're not going to 49. We are. And look at this candlestick, 158,000 shares, and look how many of them are buyers versus sellers. 130,000 of that is buyers on the ask price instead of on the bid. I'm telling you, folks, if they keep coming in like that, short's going to be in major trouble here. If they keep buying in like that on the ask, it's going to be tough for them. It's going to be a tough nut to crack, I tell you that right now. If people keep buying in on the ask like they just did there, it's going to be very, very difficult to contain this, folks. And I also love the fact that now there's nobody paying shorts to borrow shares anymore, and there are no shares available for shorts to borrow. No shares left for shorts to borrow. Tomorrow, I'm going to be talking to everyone here on this channel about naked shorts. And I'm going to show you I think you'll really, really like my thumbnail tomorrow. By the way, folks, again, way more buyers than sellers on this candlestick. 146,000 shares on this now. Yep. 17,000 now on this. 24,000. 30,000. 37,000. 40,000. All 3,000 share sells are generally shorts. They love to sell in 3,000 share increments. 48,000 now. 49,000. Yep. 49,695. 53,000 on this candlestick now. 56,000. That's another short share dump. 57,000. 74,000. That's a 15,000 share buy now. 90,000. 50,000, folks. Oh my gosh. Wow, these are some very, very, very large blocks right here. And right here on that candlestick, folks, 101,000, we're seeing every 10 minutes, 1 million shares are being traded. Even more than that. Right over here is 150,000, and then 150, that's 300,000. 150, that's 450,000. Yeah, folks, we're talking about 1 million shares a minute here, every 10 minutes. 1 million shares every 10 minutes traded. And there is nothing going on here but freaking market makers trying to just hoard shares here. Yes, sir. Look at them buying here. Look at them coming in and buying. Look at them buying on this candlestick here. Look at the 5-day going to cross the 10-day. And folks, I was wrong by it looks like 1 minute for this thing to break over the 50-day. Watch it go. Watch it go, folks. Watch this thing break over the 50-day moving average, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 5-day turquoise, and it's going to break over the 50-day moving average within, well, I was hoping 5 minutes. It's taking a little bit longer than I thought. And what time is it right now? It's the lunchtime low. Well, I guess that's all they could get for the lunchtime low right then. And now you can see the 5-day rising off over the 10. Ladies and gentlemen, you can now see the turquoise 5-day moving average rising over the 10-day moving average. And you're seeing right down here, this is a short-eating porpoise, folks. This right here, that's a short-eating porpoise if I ever saw one, ladies and gentlemen. That is a short-eating porpoise if I ever saw one. Oh my gosh, this 5-day is going to break the 10, and they're all going to come up over this 50, folks. Look at the simple moving average rising and rising and rising all morning. This is the simple moving average, the white line. This exponential line is a 9-day, 12-day, and 26-day. And look at them rising, folks. Look at the buyers coming in. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so, folks. I don't believe so. You're going to soon see this 5-day turquoise line go doing. Yep, you're going to see it. Because we've been sitting here now at this accumulation point for what, 15 minutes? How long? Started right here at 11:35. And the time now is, 45 minutes of accumulation for folks. 45-minute accumulated there. 45 minutes of consolidating and accumulating the shares. And now it's over, folks. 45-minute duration just ended. And ladies and gentlemen, this thing is about to go ballistic. All right? This thing's going to go ballistic. Here she goes, folks. Right now, the 5-day is rising off the 10. This is the volume right here. And it's going to go ballistic. All right, folks, there she goes. 5-day now, separating from the 10. Volume is more buyers than sellers. And we're going to see even more buyers than sellers coming in here now, I do believe. And I think this is just all pure and simple. Accumulate 24.66 for the run to $49. That's what I think is happening right now, accumulating at 24.66, and then they're going to run it up to 29 and then 30 and then 40 and then $49. They know it's going there, folks. That's why they want it in today so low. That's why they want it in today so low. They know it's going there, folks. They know it's going there. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to buy the last share I can at this price right now. And I'm coming in right now to buy the last share at $24.68. And I just bought it $24.68. And interestingly enough, look at the volume at 24.67 and a half. Look at this, folks. 1,007 at 24.67 and a half, folks. That's desperation right there. That's not even getting their favorite number, 24.66 down here. No, they could not accumulate there. They could only get 600 and something thousand shares there. Yeah, 537,000 was all they could get at 24.66, folks. And then they just ran out now at 24.67 and a half. They've run out of those as well. They gave them all away. 1,007,000. Yes, 1,007,000. Oh, 1,700,000. And that's it, folks. It's all over. Your blue light special has ended. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your purchases to the checkout stations and make your way to the exits because this deal is over. The blue light special has just ended at 24.67 and a half. Congratulations, all of you that accumulated at that price. But the blue light special has now ended. Please make your way to the shopping counter. Make sure you get up there and get to those registers because this is over, folks. The lunchtime low blue light special just ended on SoFi stock. And you better make your way to the counters and get your little children to gather them up and carry them out of here. You're all going to have to hit the exits, folks. You got to get out. Sorry, you can go party somewhere else, but you're not going to party here. And this 24.67 and a half sale has just ended. Congratulations, everyone, on a great deal. Congratulations. And for those of you that were here even 2 hours ago, we had $1 less than this. And congratulations to everyone that bought it there, too. But the SoFi sale is over now. And now she is going to be on her way, ladies and gentlemen, out of here. See you later. Hasta luego, auf Wiedersehen, and arrivederci. Watch this thing run, folks. Watch this thing run. The Walmart Blue Light Lunchtime Special has indeed ended. Good morning, September. Yes. Kat, do you think the shorters are sending in their goons to muddy the waters over here? Oh, I don't know. Doesn't matter if they do. We like to have the yin and the yang here. Let them come on in. Let them all come on in and get their asses whooped here. They'll all learn a very, very, very painful rear-ended lesson here soon enough this afternoon as SoFi goes back over 25 by the close. That's right. SoFi's going to be over $25 this afternoon at the closing. That's my call, and I could be wrong, but there sure is a shitload of people wanting to buy here now at $24.66. I'm telling you that's for sure. There's a lot of interested parties on this stock at $24.60, especially since they've all been found out today. Anthony Noto believes the share price is going to go to $49 plus. And that is why he just did what he just did. And I just saw somebody just buy 591,000 shares at $24.66. I just saw a buy of 591,000 shares at 24.66. 591,000 shares just bought at 24.66, folks. That's right. Wow, why would they want to get almost 600,000 shares at that price when they could have bought it for $1 less an hour and a half ago? Huh. Oh, well, I guess they plan on running it up from there, don't they? Yes, they do. And look how fast it flew back up to 24.69. Oh my gosh, man, there's no holding this thing back, folks. They're not going to hold this thing down, and there is no one in fear selling here. Nobody is in fear. No one has any fear at all to sell here. No one does. The fear already was set in earlier today, 2 hours ago, when the SoFi price was at $23.70. There's no fear here, folks. It's $1 higher than that now. There's no fear here. It's $1 higher than that price now. There is no fear. The only ones are fearing are the institutions that saw Anthony Noto make that move this on Friday, and they were in fear for their missing out. They know it's going to go to $49, just like Anthony Noto believes it's going to do. And so the fear was there. They saw what he did. They went, holy shit. We got to get out of these shorted positions, and we got to run it down. Call BlackRock now and tell them to sell all morning. And they did that. They called BlackRock, and they got them to sell and sell and sell and sell this morning because they want to get in at the half price sale so they can take it from $24.50 up to $49. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're not messing around, man. This morning, they saw what Anthony did on Friday, and they said, damn it, we got to get in on this thing before it goes to $49. And I don't know who they called and how they pulled it off, but they got someone to sell right at the opening bell and get the price down to $23.70 where they can score. I wonder how many millions of shares were bought at $23.70. And then I wonder how much they've now made off of it being now at $24.73, up $1.02 from where they got in, or $1.03. Well, let's go see how many millions were bought at $24.70. Come on, $23.70. Oh, let's go see how many millions they got at $23.70, folks. Let's go see how many they bought there. There's $23.70. Let's go see how many millions of shares they bought at $23.70. 1,700? 1,700 shares? Is that all they had for sale at $23.70? Out of how many shares have been traded today? Out of 42 million shares traded today, at that $23.70, there were only 1,700 shares. No, that's right. At $23.70, folks, there were only 1,700 shares available. Oh, so here at $23.70 and $23.71, there was a total of just 21,000 shares. From here and here is a total of 14 plus 1,700. 15,000, 16,000 right here. 16,000 shares at 70 and 71. And then how many here? 26. So 42,000 shares is all was available from here at the 72, the 71, and 70. There is virtually nothing, folks. Look up here what was sold at $23.75, 150,000, 116,000. Now we're at $23.77, and there was only 110,000. So here you got 110 at $23.77. You got here 116, so that's 226, and then 150, 370, 420, Folks, there's not even a million shares here from the 2377 down. Out of the 42 million shares today traded, there's not even a million from here at 2377 down to 23.7. Not even a million shares there. Huh. Who manipulated that? Why did somebody want to buy so many shares of SoFi today below $25? Why did they want to buy so many? And by the way, the dark areas is the numbers of shares that were sold, and the light areas are the numbers of shares that were bought as the price rose. Look how heavily they had to sell through here. Look how heavily they had to sell to get the price down there. You can see how heavily they sold to get it down there, folks, this morning. Interesting that I just started to show you that, and then they did something to the screen and took away the light colored versus the dark. See? Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to see something here. Listen, this is what I want you to understand. This price, as it was dropped here, there was no buying here. Folks, this is all 100% selling. Listen, folks, I'm telling you, there was no buying here. There was none. Selling. There was no buying. They're all selling, all dark, completely dark, selling down through here, all dark, everything, selling. See, all that is dark. There was no buying at all. As a matter of fact, the buying didn't start coming in until the price was right there. This is where the buying started, right here, folks. At 24.53 is where the buying started. Whoa, thank you, beautiful.
Chicken salad sandwich, that toasted.
Awesome. Folks, there wasn't anybody buying the stock through these prices here on these candlesticks. All of these are dark. They're all selling. Every one of them is selling. The buying did not begin on the recovery of the stock price until it hit right here, folks. Right here, $24.54. It really started at 24.55. The buying began right there at 24.55. Why did they want to accumulate at that number, 24.55? Well, it's one of my favorite numbers. I tell you, when they run it up to that number to sell it there, and when they run it down to that number to buy it there. But this is where the buying began. See the lighter colored, the light, see the light. And look how little it was in volume that it took to run it back up. It wasn't much, folks. And then look at all the buying that now has been going on compared to the selling. Look at all the buying that's been going on this afternoon now at this price right here. Just look at all the hoarding of shares that they got it down to. Look at them hoarding it up here. See, there was very little dark area, a lot on the dark area to sell it down to the 24.70. But folks, just look at all this amassing and accumulating now. They're all accumulating, folks, because they want to get this price and get as much as they can of it, because it's going to go to $49 after they fill up. It's going to $49. It's going to $49 a share, folks. Anthony Noto wouldn't do a 555,000 covered call if he didn't expect it to be going to $49, everyone. I'm just telling you that right now. Anthony Noto is no idiot. And Anthony Noto, as far as I know, was over here on Friday, and he heard me show everybody this chart. And when he heard me show everybody this chart, he realized I was right. Just give me a second here, folks. I'm going to close out some of these windows, and I'm going to show you what I mean. See, I think it's possible that Anthony Noto was over here and he saw this 5-year chart that I was describing, and he saw where the current price was right here now, and he saw that I was right, that there was no volume on this stock over here when this price ran all the way up past this point. There was no volume. And just look at all the people interested in buying SoFi here at an all-time high. Folks, he saw that and he went, Tyler's right. This stock is going to go all the way up here, and I'm going to go ahead and make my move on it now. And he did that on Friday. He's watching me, folks. He's watching me. And folks, I'm telling you, where this 5-day chart is, 5-year chart, where we stopped before on no volume at all, how in the hell are we going to stop at this number now where we are? How are we going to stop there with all this volume behind this stock now? How? How are we going to stop here with an announcement of crypto coming any day? With the announcement of new website traffic breaking all-time highs again on this quarter? With an announcement of TGL Golf and the NBA, and the announcement of the World Cup matches being shown at the stadium, and the announcement of the Chargers and the LA Rams playing at SoFi Stadium. Football season, folks, advertisements, visual, getting in the spotlight, getting in people's eyes, getting in people's living rooms, folks. And not just in the United States, but all over the world. How in the world is this price going to stop here where they've yanked it down to this morning? How? How's it going to stay there with no volume here on it before? How in the world is it going to stay at this price now? Well, it's not going to, people. Bottom line, it's not going to. And it's going to run up this afternoon, and it's going to continue to rise. I'm going to call it right now. It's going to start, and it's going to keep running all afternoon. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Beautiful. And look at that, folks. I've now been able to get my dollar cost average down to just $25 a share. I love it. Thank you, Shorty. And look where they're running the price up to now. Oh, should it be any surprise at all? Just look at all the accumulation. Look at all the accumulation here now. Look at all this accumulation, folks. Just look at this massive accumulation here. Well, you're about to witness what I'm going to be doing here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to accumulate, but I'm going to do it in a very interesting way. Right now, I don't have any cash available to buy with, so I'm going to come over here and I'm going to put in 20 share sell orders. Now, this might seem crazy that I'm going to do this, but folks, I'm going to be selling as it rises back up through these numbers. All right? So then they're going to pull it back down to here. But I'm going to sell here, 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 and then buy back here, 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 and here. Then I'm going to sell here, 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 and here, and buy back here, 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 and here. Then I'm going to sell up here, 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 and here, and then I'm going to buy back down here, 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 here. Okay? That's what we're going to do the rest of the afternoon, folks. That's exactly what my game plan is. And I have no doubt that this price is going to continue to rise here because, ladies and gentlemen, they just filled their coffers up. They have filled them full right there. Look at that, folks. Just look at that. And look at the chart. Look at the chart, folks. And yes, I was off on my estimate of them breaking over the 45 and 50. I was off by about 10 minutes, wasn't I? But there it goes, right on up over and crossing the 45 and 50. It did just like I said it would. And now those are all going to cross the 200 as well. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You're about to see a triple upside crossover of the 200-day moving average right now as these institutes start pouring in on this. Watch the 5-day just crossed over the 200-day. And watch the 10-day. Watch them both jump up here. Okay? Watch the volume push them higher and higher and higher above. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so, folks. But I don't really need to call Anthony. I know what he thinks. He wouldn't have done that if he didn't think SoFi was going to $49. He wouldn't do it, folks. Now I'm going to have to ask you guys to listen to a little bit of my music because I'm going to eat my snack sandwich. And I'm going to ask you guys to just chill out here and listen to my music for one song while I play some of my original music. And this song that I'm going to play for you now is called What About You? And I hope you like it, everybody. What About You? A song I wrote and recorded myself, and I'm going to play it for you here now.
We were more than just two lovers. We became the best of friends. We were crazy about each other until it all came to an end. When you told me you were leaving, though I begged for you to stay, 'cause you know how much I love you, and that I'll always feel this way. But what about you? How will you feel tomorrow? Will you feel any pain or sorrow at all? Or will you just go on living yourself with somebody new? What about you? Will you still think about me? Will you think of those times when we were in love? Or will you just find another to give your love to? What about you?
This girl you're hearing sing here, she was 15 years old when she did this for me. Her name is Kim Easton. And she's still with my friend Jamie Laritz, who's the guitar player you're listening to now.
So now I lie alone and I wonder, oh, wonder where all went wrong. I guess the spell you had me under must have been too darn strong. And I miss you as my lover. Oh, and the way things used to be. And I love to find another. But boy, you know that isn't me. But what about you? How will you feel tomorrow? Will you feel any pain or sorrow at all? Will you just go on living yourself with somebody new? What about you? Will you still think about me? Will you think of those times when we were in love? Will you just find another to give your love to? What about you? What about you? Oh, what about you?
Oh, yeah. You're listening to the music of Tyler Self here on WSFI Radio, SoFi Music. And folks, that song is one I wrote called What About You? And I hope to have a record deal on that here very soon. I'm waiting for that to be nationally published, and then I'll have to remove it from my music file. But that is one of the many songs that I've written over the years. And yep, I've had success selling my songs, and I intend to have more in the future. But that song there is done by like I said, a young lady by the name of Kim. I think her name was Eastman. Um, she was 15 years old when I met her in my music store. Her parents came in and they were looking for I forget what. I think maybe they wanted to get her a fiddle or something or a something. And but I heard her voice and I said, "Oh my gosh, I want you to do a song for me." So she went in the studio, and Jamie Loritz at Dog Ear Studios is the one I keep telling you folks about. And she met Jamie that day, and he recorded her, and she did a great job on the song. And I'm very grateful for her participating on the production of that demo. And anyway, the song's called "What About You." You can find it on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play, and all other music providers online. Well, let me get back over here to my channel stream and make sure I got everybody's comments coming in here. All right. Good morning, Wendy. I saw you were in there. And Michael Wellner, good morning. Welcome. Yep. Neil Weston, come on, SoFi. Problems are sorted. Yep. No, there's no problem for SoFi. All its problem was Anthony Noto did a covered call on it and everyone freaked out. Anthony Noto went ballistic on SoFi. Folks, you can bet your ass when all those hedge fund and market manipulators heard about Anthony Noto and what he did on Friday, they started scrambling and they started figuring out how they can get it down Monday morning. All right? Or Tuesday, today. Because they saw what Anthony Noto did and they realized and know what that means. And they were freaking out big time going, oh my God, now this thing's going to go to $49. We got to get in this morning and we got to call BlackRock and get them to sell millions and millions of shares. And we'll sell millions too. We'll short our positions and then we'll sell millions and millions and we'll get this thing down below $24. So that way, when it goes up to 49, we can all say we doubled our money on it. And that's what they did this morning, folks. They had a plan and they executed it, folks. They needed a way to get this thing down. And however they did it, they got it there. And isn't it interesting? I just showed you when they got the price down to the low of the day, 23.70, there was only 1,700 shares there. Isn't that interesting? They went to all the trouble to run SoFi down to $23.70 so they could buy 1,700 shares there. Huh? No. Where they wanted to buy, folks, was not 23.70. They wanted to buy at 23.88. It's just that they had the momentum behind it with BlackRock selling so many and so many others selling. The momentum carried it past 23.88 and 23.77 where they love to buy. But where is it now? Where is it now? And oh, by the way, next question. Why are people still buying it? Why are all these entities buying this stock right now? Way more buyers than sellers, way more buyers than sellers, way more buyers than sellers, way more buyers than sellers. Prices 5-day and 10-day bouncing off the 200. And the 45 and 50 are going to come up now and they're going to cross the 200 too, right here. These 45 and 50 are going to come up and cross the 200-day, and then we're going to have the 200-day rising, the 45 and 50 rising, the 5-day and 10-day rising, and folks, it's going to be all over. It's out of here, folks. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the definition of a short-eating porpoise. All right? That is the look of the short-eating porpoise.
What is a legacy? America, you sent for me.
I hear short-eating porpoise in the water. I hear them, folks.
Yeah.
They're in the water. That's the sound of short-eating porpoise, folks, in the water right there, what you're hearing there. That is the sound of short-eating porpoises. We may even hear some more. Oh, yeah. They're in the water. That's the sound of porpoise in the water feeding on shorty right now, folks. And I'm telling you, man, this thing is going to have a triple upside crossover on the one-day chart. Look at all this volume buying into it. Awesome. All right. Look at it go, folks. And I am at $25 dollar cost average, folks. Nice. Well, I told you if you bought the stock at $24.88, you could sell it at $25.20. That's right. If you bought it at $24.66, you can sell it at $25.08. If you buy it at $24.77, you can sell it at $25.13. And if you buy it at $24.88, you can sell it at $25.20. Now I'm going to show you what I'm going to be doing here, folks. See where I'm selling right here? $24.93, $94, $95. And then I'm going to come in under here with buy orders, okay? After I sell 23, 24, 25, 23, 24, 95, and I'm going to sell all the way up to just below my dollar cost average, folks, because they're going to run it back down to here then after that, okay? So that's what I'm going to be doing. Now, I'm not going to put a wall of sell orders here, and I don't want you to either. Take those out. We don't want a wall of sell orders, but we're going to be selling 30 shares at a time when it gets up there to the top, all right? And it's going, folks. It is going to keep rising right on up. There's nothing to stop this thing from going up. 56, 44 want to buy, 30 want to sell, 48 want to buy, 30 want to sell, 30 want to buy, 41 want to sell. And folks, you're going to find out that this price is just going to keep rising all afternoon with little tiny pullbacks. And there's the chart. There's the big sack. There it is, folks. There's the nut sack where they just bought all they could all during lunchtime. 45 minutes of nut sack in this stock, folks. 45 minutes. That's the longest by far that they've been able to do it today. 45 minutes. And interestingly enough, is if you look at this chart right here, hold on a second. Let me back this out. All right, here you go. For those of you that just started watching, look what they did this morning. They found out, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, but they found out that Anthony Noto had took up a major covered call, 555,000, and that they saw that Anthony Noto believes the price is now going to go to 49 plus per share. When they saw that, folks, there was a desperate need to get as many shares as they could at the price of 23.77. All right. Now, once they got it at 23.77, then they said, "Great. Now, when it goes to $49, we'll be able to pride ourselves that we doubled our money." Then they ran the price right back up over the 200-day, and then they said here at 10:30, "Let's run it down and accumulate on the 200-day moving average," which they did. And then they said amongst themselves, "Now at 12 o'clock, 11:45 till 12:45, let's accumulate right below the 200, which they did all during lunchtime, 45 minutes. And now they're saying, let's let it run the rest of the day and tomorrow and the next and the following and the week and the months and the year to 29, then 30, then 35, then 40, then 45, and then 49 that Anthony Noto is expecting it to go to. And they expect it to go there too, folks. They expect it to go there too. And if you want to see what market manipulation looks like, here it is. Low of the day here, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, and higher low. Are you starting to get the picture here? And you should learn from this, folks. How much was this price when it was right there? What was the price on the stock? Learn from this. The price on it was $24.73, folks. The price on the stock right there was $24.73. You can see that right there, $24.73. All right. Well, from the $24.73 price, how much did they then run it down? What did they run it down to? From $24.73, they ran it down to $24.68. That's 6-cent drop. 6-cent drop. Then from this price right here, what was that price? $24.88. Well, you can bet your butt it fell down to $24.78 after that. $24.78 is my call when the price hit right there. $24.78. Where was it? $24.75. Okay, good for them. All right, now what does the price run up to? What was this price right here just now? What was that price? $24.88. Oh, goodness. Are you kidding? They stopped it there. Why would they do that, Savannah? $24.88. And what did they drop the price down to? $24.88, and they dropped it down to right here. $24.88 to what? $24.80. An 8-cent drop. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, yes, an 8-cent drop, a 12-cent drop, an 8-cent drop. And what did it do off of there? Boom. It goes right on off, folks. Let's look at it now. Oh, my gosh, folks, this is beautiful. Just like I said, the 50-day and 45 are now about to cross the 200. And the 5-day is leaving the 10-day average as buyers come in. Folks, look at that candlestick right there. Do you see that? Folks, that's all buyers on that candlestick. There's hardly any sellers at all. And that volume right there, ladies and gentlemen, was 204,000 shares. This one here was 206,000. And look, folks, they're all buyers. There's no sellers here. All buyers on these candlesticks, 204 and 206,000 shares. And then they try and dump on that. How many? They try to dump 162,000, and here they're trying to dump how many? 121,000. Oh my gosh! And look, those are all buyers, folks. They're all coming in on the ask now. They're coming in on the ask. Look at the 5-day rising. They're coming in on the ask, folks. Look at the 5-day rising off the 10-day right there. Nice. Look at the 45 rising off the 50-day too. Look at the blue 45 gaping off the 50. Oh my God, and it is going to cross over just like I said it would, folks. All of them crossing. All of them crossing. Beautiful. Huh. Bid is 24.84. Ask is 24.85. What the heck? They've already tried to stop it once at this number. How are they going to stop it now? Look at the buyers coming in. More buyers than sellers. More buyers than more buyers than. Oh my gosh! Just look at this last 15 minutes, folks. Look at this. Way more buyers than sellers there. And folks, that's 174,000. Way more buyers on 164,000. Way more buyers on this candlestick of 110,000. Way more, twice as many buyers at 239,000. And all buyers at 193,000. Look at the two dump efforts to try to stifle it up there. Look at the two dump efforts trying to stifle it. These two candles, boom, boom, trying to stop. No way, man. Look at the buyers come in again. Buyers come in. Then another dump effort to stop it. No way, baby. Buyers coming in. Buyers coming in. Buyers. And look at the 5-day just rising now. Look at the 45 and 50 crossing over the 200-day, folks. This thing's about to explode. This thing's going to explode, folks. I'm telling you, it's exploding right now. This thing is going off, folks. This thing is going off right now, folks. Look at it go, folks. Look at it go. Look at it rise. Man, oh man, she's out of here. Look at that gorgeous chart. That thing's a thing of beauty, folks. That thing is a thing of beauty. 5-day raising over, 10-day raising over, 45 and 50 going over. Holy crap. Look at the price rising, folks. Look where she is. Look where she is. Oh my gosh, this is great. Oh yeah, go SoFi, go baby. I'm ready to ring my bell. I'm ready. I'm ready to start ringing it right now, folks. Now, listen, I don't want you to load in a bunch of sell orders like I just put in here. Matter of fact, I'm going to take them away. But ladies and gentlemen, that's where I'm selling. Those are the numbers I'm going to be selling at. I don't want to put in a wall of shares there so that stops it from going over 25. So don't you guys load in a bunch of sell orders here now. You just sit back with me. Yep, you better have your safety glasses because she's about to explode, and she sure is. Look at that crossover. Look at the crossover of the 50-day moving average. Oh, my gosh. And look at the volume. All buyers here. All, folks. All coming in. Oh, and look at the KY flag at 24.9399. Ah, beautiful KY flag, 24.9399. It's time for the climb. Oh, yeah. Watch this thing rise, folks. 24.93 and climbing. What's going to stop it now? What's going to stop it from going up? Why do you propose all these buyers just got through buying all these shares right here? Why do you think all of them just bought there? I'll tell you why. Because they want it to go up to $49 like Anthony Noto thinks it's going to do. That covered call deal, man, that freaked them out this morning. They had to figure a way to get in on this thing down low. And I think when they heard the news about Anthony Noto expecting the price to go to $49, they're probably pretty sure it's going to. And so they thought, well, if he's going to do that, we need to do it too. We need to get in on this thing in the low. So they got up this morning, or maybe they even made the arrangements yesterday. They called BlackRock, and I believe they said, BlackRock, can you just sell a bunch of shares starting Tuesday morning? We got to get in on this SoFi before this thing goes to $49. We just saw Anthony Noto is expecting the price to go to $49, and we need in on this thing. So can you sell a bunch of shares this morning very early and let us get in down there below 24 before so we can double our money when it goes over 28? And they said, yeah, we'll sell them. We'll sell them. And well, not only that, we're going to take up a shorted position on it. We're going to short the stock this morning, and we're going to short it when it's at $25.28. We're going to short the crap out of it, and then we'll sell millions of shares and get it down there below where you guys want it at $23.90. You can all buy it today at $23.88. And they said, thank you, BlackRock. And they said, no problem. We got you covered. So as soon as the bell rang, they started selling, and they sold and sold and sold and sold. And all those buyers got to come in at $23.77. They had a contractual agreement. In fact, I just showed you that really only about 1 million shares were sold below 23.70 today. But below 23.77, only about 1.2 million were sold at below 23.77. So there sure wasn't tens of millions of shares being bought at that price unless they were being bought in the secondary or in the dark pool, which probably was the case. There was probably a lot more being bought in the dark pool or the secondary market that we don't see. We didn't see here. But ladies and gentlemen, you can clearly see that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is starting to quickly become the praying mantis formation. This is I call it the praying mantis, folks. And this is going to be big time running over $25 now. Watch it run over $25 now. I wonder who's selling any shares here now. Let's get over the chart. Well, it's bona fide now, folks. It's for real. It's a triple upside crossover on the one-day chart. Folks, this formation you're seeing with the current price, the 5-day, the 10-day, and the 45 and 50 just crossing the 200, this formation is called a golden cross, people. There's a reason they call this formation a golden cross. Let me show you what can happen to a stock on a golden cross on the 1-year chart. Okay? Right there, folks, is SoFi when it had its golden cross on the 1-year chart. This is a golden cross that occurred with the current price, the 5 and 10-day, and the 50-day, all crossing the 200-day moving average. This is on a 1-year chart, and you can see what happened after that. Folks, it's called a golden cross for a reason. And right now, on the 1-day chart, there is a golden cross on the 1-day chart right now, okay? There's a golden cross on it right now forming right there. There's a golden cross right now, okay? I know what I'm talking about, folks. That is a golden cross. That's a golden cross on the 1-day chart. And that will get many, many, many buyers very, very excited when they see that. Let's look at the 5-day chart. See, Now, on the 5-day, we don't have that crossover of the 200-day moving average on the 5-day yet. But let me tell you what, on the 5-day, if this thing crosses the 200 on the 5, whoa, it's going to get major, major volume then. Major interest then. Holy smokes, just look at that gorgeous chart, folks, on the 1 day. There it is. There it is. Oh my gosh, look at the friggin' 45-day leaving the 50-day average now. Look at the 45-day blue leaving the 50-day moving average. Look at it rocketing off there. Folks, as long as the 200-day is rising like this and the 45 and the 50 are rising at that angle, there's no way this 5-day average is going to stay below this 10-day. No freaking way. They might try to pinch it down here a little bit, but there's no way it stays below it. It will bounce right off of it because the 45 and 50 and 200 are all rising. All of them are rising. And no matter what they try here to push this down, it will bounce right off of it and go right back up because all the long-term averages are rising now. The trend is rise, folks. Rise, rise, rise. And the shorts can try anything they want. You can try red, 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 red. It won't matter. If this freaking 45-day and 50-day continue to rise as well as the 200, it won't matter what they try. It won't matter what they try here. It doesn't matter what they try. It won't matter what they try, folks. And a matter of fact, the only reason that they just pinched it down here is so they can get one more buy at $24.88 before it then springs over 25. It's just one more effort to get a $24.88 buy before it springs over $25. And you can see them coming in at that price. Boom. They just bought a lot of shares right there. In fact, 82,000 shares and all of them buying on the ask price. All of them buying on the ask at $24.88. That's right. 82,000 shares just purchased right there on the ask price. 82,000 shares. And unfortunately, they're not even getting a chance to buy $24.88. Looks like they are right now. Last call for $24.88 right here, folks. Last call for $24.88 a share. Get your shares now at $24.88 before they're gone. Yep. Last call, folks. Well, that's it. It's at now $24.91. Now $24.91 is the bid. $24.92 is the ask. Now $24.91 is the bid. $24.92. Bid is $24.91. Ask $24.92. And folks, we're selling $24.91.75. $24.91. And now we're $24.92.93. $24.92.93. $24.92.93. $24.91.92. $24.92.93. Oh, yeah, folks, this thing is going to keep rising, keep buyers interested all morning. They all want to accumulate now. They want to get in the cheap. $24.90 now is where we are. $24.90. That's right. My goodness. Man, oh, man, just look at all this green coming in, though. Green, 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 green. Jeez, oh, Pete. Well, it's because there's a triple upside crossover, folks. And investors know what this means, and they like to buy on triple upside crossovers, folks, on golden crosses. And this is where it happened. The current price went over the 200-day. Then it was covered. The 10-day went over the 200-day. And then the 45 blue line and 50-day moving averages all crossed the 200-day. No matter how hard they try to push it down, folks, it's all going to repel off of these numbers rising. All these long numbered averages rising means nothing but bounce, bounce, bounce all afternoon. Every time they try to take it down, it's going to bounce higher with the 50-day rising, the 200-day rising. Every single time, folks. It'll be futile for them to even try. It's just pissing on a 5-alarm fire with wieners, folks. They got their little wee-wees out, and they're trying to pee out a 5-alarm fire right here. Folks, I'm telling you right now that it's time for you guys to be hitting the doors, folks, and get out. Hit the exits right now, folks. It's time to hit the exits right now, folks. You'll find out if you keep sticking around, it's going to be a very bad burn for you today. Yep. Oh, and in a minute here, folks, you're all going to be witnessing what is really going to happen to this stock, and it's going to catch on fire this afternoon is my call. And it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop rising. The buyers here are just filling their coffers at $24.88 for the next run up to $25.20. That's where we're going next, folks. $25.20. And there should be absolutely no way to stop this from occurring, no matter what the shorts try to do. Because, ladies and gentlemen, you can only manipulate a stock for so long before everybody realizes it's game over. And they're going to realize this very soon here, folks. And as you can see, all we have now is a massive, massive wall of accumulation, coincidentally, right below my dollar cost average. Just a massive wall of accumulation, coincidentally, just below my dollar cost average. But watch it rise, folks. Watch the buyers coming in here now. Watch them coming in here. And we're filling now on this line where there's 1,084,000 shares. And below that, there's 987,000 shares here. 988,000 now, and they're filling at 24.89. Now 83,839. Someone just bought 19,000 at 24.88. Someone is selling here. They're all selling here, folks. Let me get in here on this chart. Let me see if I can pull this back where we can get a little bit better look on it. And folks, again, it isn't going to matter. They can try this dog head pattern, and when they hit this 45.50, folks, they're going to buy it. It doesn't matter what they try. If they try to force this down on raising 45.50 and 200, it won't matter. It won't matter what they try, folks. It's going to bounce because that's the way the market works. That's the way the market works. Watch this price bounce right now. Watch them come in. And ladies and gentlemen, on that candlestick is 200,000 shares now. 200,000 shares right there on that candlestick. 200,000. 202,000 on that candlestick, of which you can see about 180,000 were sellers. Right now here on this candlestick, we are at 102,000 shares on this candlestick now. And it doesn't matter, again, folks, it doesn't matter what they try to suppress it down. When you got a rising 45 and 50 at that angle and a 200 rising at that angle, folks, it's just going to bounce right off of it again. It's just going to bounce it again right off of it. You will witness it with your very own two eyes. Watch it right now. Watch this 5-day bounce up right here, 90 degrees. And watch the buyers come in as these manipulators try to force it down. Watch this right here now. Watch this. Watch this turquoise line go doing. A 90-degree spike you're going to see on a massive buy-in right here when it reaches this price. Right now, folks, it's coming in now, and here they come right now. Watch the buyers right here. Watch the buyers come in. Because, folks, this is a triple upside crossover. Of course, they're going to try to smash it down. Manipulators want to get it down here below the 200 and buy more. You'll see. You'll see it right now. This thing is right now going to bounce off this big time. See the buyers coming in? Just watch, folks. Watch the numbers of buyers that come in, the green versus the red on this candlestick. Shorty, you're going to have to dump a lot more than 140,000 shares, I'm afraid. Shorty, you're going to have to dump a lot more than 140,000. And right over here, what's this measly amount? 18,000? What is that going to do? What's that going to do? Is that going to push it down further below the 200-day moving average? Just there you go. There's 70,000 share dump. Oh my gosh, and look at the buyers come in and take them. Look at the buyers just come in and swamp over that number they just threw out. How's SoFi doing this afternoon? Very good. We're doing very good with it. We bought for a price that was $1 less than where it is now today. We bought it at $23.77, and that is where we bought it. Now it's at $24.77. And folks, when it gets to this 200-day at $24.77, they're going to buy so much of it, folks, that they're going to run it right back up to $24.99. When this thing gets to $24.77, look at them buy in on that candlestick right there. That candlestick, folks, is 236,000 shares of buyers buying on the ask. 236,000 shares being bought on the ask. And here, look at this. Now we're at 76,000 shares being bought on the ask. I tell you, when they drive it down to here, it's just going to be massive buyers coming in, and there they are, more of them. Yep. Now we're at 93,000 on this candlestick. It's going to bounce. Now 101,000. Now 151. Someone just bought 40,000 shares there, folks. 10,000 more they're buying. Another 10,000 buy there. Now we're at 175,000 on this candlestick. Now 176. Now 176. Now we're on this candlestick, folks, and they're all buyers. Not a single seller there. 26,000 buying on the ask. Now 68,000. That's 40,000 shares bought on the ask. Now 74,000, 76,000. Now 79,000. All 3,000 share orders are usually market makers dumping. Now we're at 79,000, and as you can see, double the buyers versus sellers. More buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, way more buyers than sellers. 86,000 shares on this now. 89,000. As I told you, any 3,000 is a dumper. Now 139,000, 50,000 shares, and another 20,000 shares there now. We're at 155,000, now 163,000 on this candle, now 174,000. And now we're on the next candlestick. 3,600 shares, 4,549, 13,000. 30,000. That's 13,000 just bought on the ask. 53,000 now on this. 70,000. 71,000. And they're buying, folks. 72,150. 79,000. 106,000 on this candlestick now. 122,000. 124,000. 133,000, 138,000, 155,000, 173,000, and the buyers are now overwhelming the sellers. 174,000. That's a big buy that just came in right there. Big green buy came in, 175 on this. Now we're on the next candlestick. We're at 1,109, 1,709. We're at 1,000. Oh, we're at 16,000. All buying on the ask. 21,000. Now buying on the ask. All buying on the ask. Now 29,000 buying on the ask. All of them are buying on the ask. Now 32,000 all bought on the ask. Now 64,000 all bought on the ask. Now 82,000 bought on the ask. Now we're at 87,000 bought on the ask. They're buying on the ask, folks. Now 98,000 buying on the ask. 107,000 all buying on the ask, folks. There's no one selling here. There's no one selling here, folks. There's no red on that candlestick. None, none, none. There's virtually none on that candlestick, folks. Oh, man, and look at that 90-degree turn. Look at that. Boom. It's about an 80-degree turn right on that number where I told you as soon as they drove it down below the 200, they would start coming in. There's no way this stays below the 200 with the 45 and 50 and all the other averages rising. I just told you that, folks. There was no way that was going to happen. No way that this 5-day was going to stay down below the 200-day moving average when you've got the 45 and the 50 raising at such an angle and the 200 rising. There's no way to keep it under that. No way. It's always going to bounce up below that. It's always going to, folks, and you're about to see it jump right up to here. Watch this 5-day jump all the way up here. Folks, you can't do it. You can't shove a current price down below a rising long-term 45, 50, and 200 and keep it there. It just won't happen because all the long-term averages are rising, rising, rising. You cannot do it, folks. It won't stay there. That won't happen. That's why it's rising now. The 5 days now going to rise again, right on up, just like I said it would, just like I told you it would. And let's back this out here for a second, if you wouldn't mind. And whoa! Oh my gosh. Look at this, folks. Right there, low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, same low as before, and now off she goes to continue the higher low rise. Watch it just keep rising, folks, and look at the volume coming in. As they drove it down below there, I told you, watch the buyers come in there. And just look at them piling in as the price takes a freaking 90-degree angle turn and goes back over the 200. Folks, this is a golden cross for a reason. This is a golden cross right here for a reason. Of course, they're going to attack it down when they see that golden crossover. But here it is again now. The second golden cross is occurring right now. The second golden cross is occurring right now. And look at the angle of the 200-day average rising there. Just look at it pick up its pace. Look at the 45 and 50 crossover right there. Holy smokes, folks. This thing ain't going to stay down. There's no way it stays down. It rides right back over it. There's no way it stays down, folks. It can't. That's not the way the stock market works, folks. As I said, when you got these long-term averages, the 45 and 50s rising at such an angle, and you've got the 200, which plateaued out and then begins to rise, and then you try to manipulate it below, that's never a stay point. It'll never stay there because these 200 and the 45 and 50 are rising at too strong of an angle to hold it down below it. It just goes right back over it, just like I said it would. Folks, there's no way to contain this thing. They're not going to keep it in place. They're not going to. You can see their manipulative efforts all day long and have every single one of them has failed, failed, and failed again. And I'm here to tell you, you're about to witness this thing go rocket up. I'm telling you, man, this thing's going to go. Yep. Let's look at this closer here now. Oh, yeah. Way more buyers than sellers. Almost equal buyers, sellers. More buyers than sellers. Equal buyers and sellers. And look, the whole time, the 5 day is just rising and rising and rising and rising. And now you're just having an accumulation of the stock on the 200-day moving average. Just a consolidation of the stock here now. Watch this 5-day jump up here, though. Turquoise 5-day line is about to jump up to right here. Here it comes. It's going to come up. This 5-day turquoise is going to come right up here. You'll see it. And look at the buyers versus the sellers. Look at that. Yep. Look at the buyers versus the sellers on that candlestick. And there it is, right over, just like I just said it would do. And now watch it continue to gape away from the 10-day. Oh, my gosh. And now you're going to see this blue 5-day, 45-day rise off the 50. Look, now the 10-day just crossed over, too. The 10-day just crossed the 50-day just then, too. This is the 5-day crossing, and that's the 10-day coming over it now. Shorts, this would be time for you to get out of this stock for sure right now. This is not good. This isn't good. This isn't good. That's not good at all. Shorts, I would get out because this thing is about to go, folks. This thing's about to go right now, folks. I would be getting out if I were you. I would definitely get out of this thing right here, right freaking now, ladies and gentlemen. Get out. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a situation, and you guys need to get out now. Get out. And if you happen to suffer from any epilepsy, please turn around. Don't watch the screen. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this thing is going ballistic. This thing is going to rise, rise, rise all afternoon. Starting now, ladies and gentlemen, the flames have been lit and they're fanning them now. I'm telling you right now, get out, shorts. Get out, get out, get out. Get out of this thing right now, folks. She is out of here, folks. She is on her way. Oh, yeah, she is out of here. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, and if you're a shorter of this stock, you better be on your way, getting out as quickly as you possibly can, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, you need to leave this stock alone. Stop messing with this thing. You're going to get your asses totally destroyed. All right, get away from it. Move, move, move. You got to have the run, 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 run for us. Time to run. Yes, that's right. It's time for you to get on out of here right now. This is the sound you should be hearing underneath your feet as we speak. This is the sound you should be hearing underneath your feet as we speak, folks. And I'm not kidding. This is it. That should be you, shorty, heading for the exits. Yep. Tell them to get out quickly. Yes, they need to. They need to leave now. They got to get out now. They surely could see the writing on the wall. They should have seen it a long time ago. You can't push a price down below rising 45 and 50 and 200-day averages. You can't do it. You can try all you want, folks, but you're going to be meeting with failure every single time, shorty. Anytime you try to push a price down below a rising 45 and 50 and 200-day, it'll never work. Never will it work. It's all just manipulation, folks. That's all it is. That's all it is just an attempt to manipulate the stock when they did that. And it's failed because the 45 and 50 and 200, every one of the long-term moving averages is rising now. The trend is up, folks, and the buyers are coming in. Just look at all these buyers versus sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers. And then look at the wimpy little dump effort right there to stop it from rising. Look at how many sellers are there versus buyers on this candlestick. Folks, there's no way you can make it fall when you got more buyers than sellers buying on the ask. Folks, right here, those are all buying on the ask, okay? Right now, here they are coming in again, more of them, more, folks. And that's it. We just broke over 24.90. And folks, we got buyers more than sellers. There is virtually no one here that wants to sell any shares. They don't want to sell here. They don't. And folks, the volume on this candlestick is now 76,000, 90,000, 14,000 just bought, 96,000 now. The volume on this candlestick is now 98,000. The volume on it is 128,000. Someone just bought 28,000 shares. Now 141,000 on this candlestick. Now 152,000, 164,000. Man, oh man, and look at them all buying on the bid, on the ask price, not the bid. Almost all of this is on the ask price, folks. They're buying. That's why it's green. Holy smokes. Adios, amigos. This thing is out of here. There are no more 2488s. That's going to be the end of that shenanigans. No more 2488s are going to be available today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. No more 2488s are going to be available. The blue light 2488 sell is gone. It is time for you now to make your way towards the exits, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If you got your SoFi, you better get up to the register and pay for it right now, because otherwise we're not going to let you even pay for it and leave the store. You got to get up there now, folks. Don't mess around. Don't wait. Get up there and pay for what you got down. And if you got those in the 2488s, get them to the counter and cash out now, folks. Take your SoFi stock price shares and run, folks. And that's what she's about to do now. She's about to take off. And you can clearly see that by this chart that I'm showing everyone. Folks, there's no way to stop a price running with the 5 and 10 and 45 and all the long-term averages are rising. You just can't do it, folks. You cannot do it. When you got the 200-day just rising steadily and the 45 and 50 just rising steadily. And folks, in case you can't see it, here, I'll give you a better look. Okay, here's a better look of it. Folks, listen, when you have a 90-degree turn on the 5-day moving average, folks, this is game over. Game over right there. A 90-degree turn on the 45-day moving average. Man, that is game over, folks. Over, 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 over. And look at all the buys, 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 buys. As the 5-day now crosses over the 200 green, the 10-day orange crossed over the 200 green, the 45 and 50 stay above the 200 green, and folks, she's just going to keep rising. All long-term averages are now rising, folks, and she's just going to keep climbing right off of them. Any attempt to push down will be rejected. Any attempt to push down will be rejected. Any attempt to push down, just like that one they just tried there, will be rejected. Because the 45 and 50 are climbing and the 200 is climbing, and any attempt to push it down will be rejected. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Look at this attempt to push it below the 200. Rejected. Push it below. Rejected. Push it below. Success, finally. Push it below the 45. Rejected. Push it below the 45. Rejected. Push it below the 50-day and 200. Rejected. Push it below the 50-day and 200. Rejected. Push it below again. It'll be rejected. Try to push it below up here. It'll get rejected. Push it below up here. It'll get rejected. Push it below up here. It'll get rejected. Every push down, you should be buying right there, okay? Every time they try this little stunt, you should buy it right on that 200 because they're going to do it. They're going to buy it there again now and bounce it up and then buying it down and then bounce it up and then down here and then bounce it up and then down here and bounce it up. And this 45 and 50 are just going to keep rising, and so is the 200, just like that. You'll see. You can all witness it, folks. You can all witness exactly how they do it. You can watch how the market makers try to make it happen. Now we're going to move back over to the 1-day chart. 1 day, 1 minute chart, folks. Last call for 2488, folks. Last call, 2488. Last call for 2488 a share. As you can clearly see, the 45 and 50 and the 200 are now just slowly and steadily rising. All they're going to do is keep rising all afternoon, folks, and they're going to keep trying to drop this below it. Folks, I'm telling you, All afternoon, this thing is just going to keep rising, and they're going to keep trying, and it'll come up here and down and 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 up here and down. Just like here, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. And this is the only time during lunchtime that they accomplish that. And then higher low again, higher low here. And the next one's going to be a higher low here, and then a higher low here, and then a higher low here, and a higher low there. All afternoon, folks, higher lows. That's my call. All afternoon, you're going to see higher lows. And every effort that they try to push this below the 40, this rising 45 and 50 will be met with utter failure. Utter failure. Every single time they try to push this down like they just did, it will be met with the same result. A V boom, a V boom, a V boom, a V boom. Watch, folks. Just watch all afternoon. And I want you to see, look at the angle of the 5-day moving average, the light blue angle. Look at it now. Look at the angle on it. Look at the angle on it. See that? This is when they had the ability and power and might with all the volume right here to sell it down. See that? Well, now they don't have that volume and power and might. And so they got a springboard. Boing. And I was right, folks. Again, look at the 45-day change. Look at the 5-day just make another 90-day swing almost. I mean, look at the angle on the 5-day right there. Bam! This is a short-eating porpoise if I ever saw one. Watch this 5-day moving average come up here now, right where my stick is, right where my cursor is. I'm telling you, folks, watch it right here. You're going to see it. This 5-day turquoise line is going to hit my cursor right now up here. Here it comes. In less than 20 seconds, this moving right here will hit my cursor right here. 15 seconds. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Now it's going to hit my cursor right now. Watch the 5-day. It's turquoise. Watch it hit my cursor. There it is. Bam. There it is right there. Now watch it hit my cursor right here, folks. Watch it hit my cursor here next. Oh, yeah, folks. It's going to hit my cursor. It's going to hit my cursor, folks. Right here, it's going to hit it. Right up here. Dang, every time. There it is, folks. Right there. Right there. I let go of my cursor every time and it moves on me. Right there, folks. It's going to be right up here. Watch and see if I'm right or not. Oh, look at it going right up where I said it would. Now watch it rise to here, folks. Watch it rise right up to here, folks. Come on. Right up here, folks. This is where we're going next. It's coming right up here, folks. Right here. On this candlestick, this next one, it's going to hit my cursor right there where it is now. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Shorty in trouble here, folks. Shorty's in trouble. Shorty's in big trouble, folks. No efforts to smash this down can be successful with a 50-day moving average rising like that and the 200-day rising. There's no effort that's going to push it down below this 45 and 50, no matter how stupidly they try. Folks, When you got a 45 and 50-day moving average that were flat, 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 and then they change projection right there instead head north, and now you got the 5-day that's going to come right up here to my cursor right now on the next candlestick. It's going to hit my candlestick right here. It's going to hit my cursor right here next, right now, folks. There it comes. It's coming up to here, folks, where my cursor is now. It's going to hit that number now. And ladies and gentlemen, when it does, it's going to be breaking away. When it hits my cursor, it's going to break away, folks. It's going to break away right now, folks. This stock is on the verge of breaking out right now, folks. You can even see, look at the buyers. Oh, there it goes, folks. There it goes. And look at them buying in, folks. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Just as I called. Look at them coming in on this thing. Look at the 5-day rising off the 10. There she goes, folks. She's gone. She's gone, ladies and gentlemen. And the 45 is raising off the 50. And she is gone. She's even over this level now. And she's out of here, folks. Hasta luego, baby. And again, shorters, this should be the sound that you've got going on right now, shorts. This should be your sound. This should be you, all right? Right now. I'm telling you, man, you better get your butt on that thing and run, man. Run, Forrest, run, run. And if you didn't know it, folks, this is a train leaving the station right now. This train is leaving. There it goes. There she blows. She's out of here, folks. I'm telling you, this train is out of here. It's out of here. All aboard. All aboard. Everybody get your tickets. Get on board. I'm aboard, everybody. Everybody, all aboard. I'm telling you, folks, this is it. It's all begun. The run has begun right now. Write it in your record books, folks, and come on out with me now as we begin to sell here. All right? This is where we're going to start selling for profit, ladies and gentlemen. She's going to come up over me, over the 25 now, and she's going to rise, folks, and we're going to start making some money, folks. All right? And I've already told you, folks, that this is how we're going to play this game. And we're going to make some money today, some serious money, folks. Oh, my goodness gracious. Look at her rise. Look at her rise. And who wants to sell here? Who wants to sell any right here? Who wants to sell? Not many, folks. But I can tell you one thing. Catfish Tyler's going to. Yep. When it gets up there to $25, I'm going to start popping it out. Anywhere, even just right below it, I'm going to start getting out. You'll see me. Wow, just look at that chart, folks. Whoa. Nice. Holy smokes. Who called it? Who called it all day long? Who called this? I told you, folks, they wanted to get as much as they could before they take it up to the $49 price target that Anthony Noto is predicting. Folks, Anthony Noto just pulled basically a Fauci on all of these stupid shorters. When he did that covered call and expects the price to go to 49, hey, folks, he's got a pandemic. Anthony Fauci Noto has a pandemic for you shorts coming your way. And it's going to be very, very costly for you now. Okay? Very, very costly for you, I'm afraid. And it's coming, folks. Anthony, it's in the name, folks. The Anthony Noto, Anthony Fauci, all of them gonna get screwed here, folks. SoFi song. Everybody wants a SoFi song. I left my guitar upstairs, my best one, but we'll do it. Okay. Well, you were searching for a stock to buy, and then you stumbled on Catfish Tyler, who said back the time for you to buy SoFi. And I told you why. I showed all the lies they told about SoFi. And now there's nothing that the shorts can do. They all realize you're totally screwed. They shorted SoFi, but David was lying. You should be buying, there's no denying. SoFi, yo, Chivarine. So sad, but now your game is over. Now SoFi's been shorting and selling SoFi, but you've been listening to Catfish Tyler, who said shorts would all be screwed way back on August 5th. Remember 601, it's not a myth. That's when we bought a ton, and from that day on the price just flew, and the shorts were totally screwed. They shorted SoFi, but David was lying. You should be buying, there's no denying. SoFi, yo, Chivarine. So sad, now your game is over. SoFi, David's a liar. He should retire. Why is he not fired? SoFi, yo, Chivarine. So sad, but now your game is over. I'm not done. Now David's living on a dead-end street near a dumpster where his broke friends meet to survive. They dumpster dive with David all night long, and they all wonder where they went wrong. Oh, what a blunder. Now there's nothing that the shorts can do. They all thought Dave was telling the truth. They shorted SoFi, but David was lying. You should be buying, there's no denying. SoFi, yo, Chivarine. So sad, but now your game is over. SoFi, David's a liar. He should retire. Why is he not fired? SoFi, yo, Chivarine. So sad, but now your game is over. Why don't you go and search that dumpster over? SoFi. Yeah, now's the time to buy. All right. Yes. SoFi's on the fly, and everybody wants to buy. Yes. And oh my goodness, look at it breaking back up over $25. Why? Why is this happening? How could it be? How could it possibly be, folks? How could this stock be down only 2%? How can it be, folks? How can it be going over my dollar cost average right now? Boom, I'm out. Folks, I'm selling here. That's right. I just sold $24.97. 30 shares. Here we go. I just sold $24.98. Nice. I just sold $24.99. I just sold $25. Now I want to come down here and I want to start buying 5 shares at a time. I'm going to change this to 5 shares, and I want to buy back here again at 24.88, 24.89. I want to buy 24.90. I'm going to come in here and try to buy 24.91. And folks, listen, I'm 99% sure from $25 they're going to bring it back down to 24.92 because they always do. Folks, they always do. They always do. From $25, they're going to bring this down to 24.92 again. If it breaks over 25, folks, they're going to do that, folks. You see me putting in my sell orders 2506, 2507, 2508. I very much, SoFi shorts are months in the middle of nowhere. Yes. Yes. Best ever. Your song did it. Thank you, Neil. Yep. All right, now watch this, folks. From $25, watch them run it down to $24.91. I'm going to take these orders out now because I believe very surely that they will do that. So I'm taking out these buy orders here. I'm 99% sure from $25 we're going to see a $24.91 buy again, maybe even a $24.88. All right. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see them do that now from the $25. Not at all. Folks, we've been seeing how many times it breaks over the dollar average and then it comes up here to about this and then goes right back down to the 24.88. So I expect them to do it again, folks. They've been doing it so long on this stock. They've been doing it so long. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know, I'm going to sell 2506, 7, and 8, but I want you to take out orders there if you put them in. Please take the orders away. We don't want to create walls there at 26, 27, and 28. So take out your orders, and when it gets up there, just sell them, okay? And I'm going to be selling 30 shares at a time when it gets up there to 2506, 2507, and 2508. All right? That's where I'm going to be selling 30 shares at a time. But I honestly believe that after I get those sells, they'll bring it down to at least 24.93 or 4 again. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right. So bring it on down here, shorts. I'm ready for you. Come on down here to 24.90 right now, 24.89. You can do it. I'm confident in you. I'm very confident you can do it. I've seen you do it all week after week after week. Why would you stop now? Why would you stop doing that now? Come on down here. Come on. Come on down. 24.90, 24.89, 88. Come on, baby. There we go. There you go. Come on down. Come on, shorty. Don't stop there. Jeez, oh, Pete's. They did stop there, folks. Well, I'll just buy market now. Screw them. Did you see how they stopped that right at where I had my dollar? I just filled 24.97. Just filled 24.97 again. Man, you better look at this chart, folks. They don't even have a prayer of pushing this thing down to the 45 and 50 now. Look at all these buyers coming in. No way, baby. There we go. There they come. Here they come. Here they come to me. Just got 24.95 and 24.94. I knew it, folks. I knew they'd do it. Well, that didn't last very long, folks. That 25.94 and 95 sure didn't last very long. That was very half-hearted attempt on their part right there. You might want to be asking yourself this question right now. Why am I watching them buy these shares now, so many shares at just below $25 when the price was $23.80 earlier today? Why are they buying so many shares now just below $25 when the price was $23.70 today? Why are they all buying here now at this price? 24, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, up to 25. Why are so many buying here? Why? Why are they so interested here? There weren't very many interested when it got all the way down to 23.70. As a matter of fact, I already showed everyone at 23.70 today, there was only 1,700 shares available at 23.70, the lowest price of the day. How come? How come there was only 1,700 shares available at that price? You would think there'd be millions there if they were market manipulating it down to 23.70. Why was there just 1,700 shares bought there? And why was there only 14,000 there? 1,700 and 14,000. Well, that's 15,500 shares. 15,500 bought in the two lowest prices today. And then right here, there was only another 25,000. So now you got 40,000. There's no volume here when they got it down to the lowest price of the day today. There was no volume. Folks, there's over 50 million shares traded on this stock today. Yep, right now we're at 47 million. 47 million, folks. All right, thank you, Parasound. Trump announcement expected in 7 minutes. Thank you for letting me know. For letting all of us know. I wonder why there's so many buyers here at this price here. 2 cents under my dollar cost average. 2 cents below me, folks. 2 cents below me. Here we go. The 2 cents below me rule. I guess they're just happy to buy where Catfish bought. Gonna sit here, I guess, as long as they can. Ah, good. I got the last 24.97 share there was. Yep. Let's try it again there. Yep, 24.97 and 24.96 I just filled. Come on, shorts. Yes. Wow, look at them, all the accumulating shares here. 3 cents under my dollar cost average, folks. What do you know that they would be doing that at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Is that what time it is? Yep, 2 o'clock, folks, and 2 cents below my dollar cost average. This is the daily event, the daily repertoire. Get the price at 2 o'clock, 2 cents below dollar cost average of Catfish, and buy there. Every day, folks, we see this. Every single freaking day. 2 cents under my dollar cost average at 2 o'clock, folks. And I just filled at $24.96. Thank you. Keep giving me enough here, and I might get my DCA down to $24.99. And then what are you going to do? Folks, they're just building their position here. They're just building a position from which to launch. And it is going to launch, folks. And it's launching right now. It's launching right now, folks. Here she goes. And shorts, I'm telling you, don't get yourself confused. This thing isn't going to go down anymore. The institutions that bought this morning manipulated it down to get in at the $23.70 price. And they have intentions of taking it up to $49 now. They're not going to stop it from going to $49. They want it in today because they want it to go to $49. And they know Anthony Noto. They know what he's doing. He's no idiot. And they knew, man, when they saw this news about him doing that covered call, they knew they were screwed. They knew that they were going to miss out if they didn't run it down this morning at 9:30. They knew it. They knew it. They knew they blew it when they saw him put in that covered call and expecting the price of SoFi to go to $49 plus per share. They knew, man, that their time was up. They knew that this was going to drive other institutions to buy this stock in a very big way, and they knew that. They knew that. They knew it would happen, folks. They knew it would happen. They knew that it would happen. They knew that there would be a surge of volume to come in and buy this stock today with that news that Anthony Noto just did a 555,000 share covered call. And they knew that they had to get this stock today on the cheap. They knew they had to. And by the way, conveniently, they just filled every order I had all the way down to $24.93, like I told you they would do, from $25. They just let me buy all the way down to $24.91. And I told you they'd do that, folks, from $25. I said they're going to come back down here to $24.91 or $24.90 because they've done it literally 50 times in the last year. We've watched them do this. So I'm just going to take advantage of those little dumps each time. And look at all the buying that's going on here just below my dollar cost average. Just look at this wall of shares bought below my DCA now. Just look at all these shares bought right under my dollar cost average. Once again, folks, they're accumulating shares just below my dollar cost average. They're just accumulating a massive, massive, massive wall of shares here. Just buying. Buying it up, buying it up. As a matter of fact, the most shares bought today is 1,500,000 bought at $24.90. The most shares bought today has been at $24.90, 1,514,000 shares at $24.90. Why? Why are they buying there so many? Why are they buying so many shares at $24.90 when they could have bought this morning at $23.70? Yep, we're going to have employment data coming up this week. And on Friday, we've got what is going to make the interest rates be dropped is because there's going to be labor. And folks, the labor market has come back up very nicely. And I'm just ready to buy some more shares here that they can get it down one last time to 14.88. Come on, 24.88. Let me get that one more time, you sons of bitches. Come on, one more buy at 24.88 before we take it all the way to 25.20 for a closing. One more buy at 24.88 for me. Come on. There we go, 24.89. Nice. I got the 89, folks. Trying for the 88 here. One more deep dive, and then that'll be it. That's it, folks. That ended right then. It's over, folks. That was it. That's all they had in their coffers there. That's the last one for them. 24.88. I'm going to buy the last 5 shares at 24.88 right now if I can do it. Man, come on, Shorty. Show some oomph here. Get it down to 24.88. Don't mess around. Come on. It's almost 2:30. You got to get this thing down to 24.88. There you go. There you go. Yay. Man, that's so powerful. You shorts are so powerful. You're so strong and muscly. Oh, man, look at all that muscle you got with your spinach-eating selves. Popeye the shorty man, accumulating all that they can. They could have bought 23.70, but for some reason they're buying 24.84 now. I don't know why. I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they're doing it. I have no idea why they'd pay $1 more, $1.15 more than they could have bought it for today. I don't know why they would do that. Seems unexplainable, really. It doesn't seem to make much logical sense. Why are so many people buying right here now when they could have bought for $1.20 less today? Why are they all hoarding shares here now? Why are they hoarding up shares here now? Why? When they could have bought them for $1.20 less today. Why now are they getting all these shares here? Why? Think about it, folks. Why have they bought now 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5, 6, 7 million, 8 million, 9, 10, 11 million, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 22 million, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28? Why have they bought 30 million shares of SoFi stock just below this price when they could have gotten them $1 less per share? That's the biggest question you should be asking yourself right now. Why in the hell are they hoarding shares here at this price now? I'll tell you why. Because the price is going to go to $49 a share, and they want to say they doubled their money on this stock. That's why, people. They want to all brag that they got in today below $25 before it went up to $49. That's all that this is about, folks. Bragging rights, to say that you were able to steal away shares from stupid people before the price went up to $50 a share almost. That's what's going on right now, folks. Bragging rights. Market maker braggers, all bragging before they take it to $49, bragging that they could get it below 24 and double their money on it. And there weren't very many people that got this stock below $24, folks. I can show you. Right down here at the lowest price of the day at $23.70, folks, the lowest price of the day, there was only 1,700 shares there. The next number up, there was only, from this price, from the $23.70 where there were 1,700, the next number was 14,000. So that's 15,800. And then 40,000 shares were bought from the 70 to 71 to 72 to 73. 40,000 shares at $23.73. Then another 47,000. So 80,000 shares bought between $23.70 and $23.74. And then up here, 150. So now you got 220,000, 330,000, 440,000, 570,000, 680,000. 680,000 shares was all that was traded from 2379 down to 2370. Folks, you're talking 500,000 shares is all that was available below 2380. 500,000 shares below 2380. Folks, we've traded over 50 million shares now, and 500,000 was below 2380. Nothing, virtually nothing was gobbled up there. Hardly any shares at all, folks. And it looks like maybe another million or two here. Probably 3 million shares were traded below 23.99. 3 million shares below 23.99 out of the 50 million traded today. And now, why are there so many millions being bought here then? If there were only 3 million down there, why is there so many millions being bought here now at 24.97.87? Why? Why in the world would they do that? Why this morning at 9:30 did they take the price down $1 below where it is now and get just 1 million shares or a couple million? Huh? Why? Why would they only buy a couple million when they had it down there? Why wouldn't they do like they're doing here and buy up 30 million shares when they got it down there? Well, they couldn't hold it down there, folks. That's why. They can hold it here, obviously. They've been holding it here for 2 or 3 hours to get this many shares at this price. But why? Why do they want to hold it here for 2 or 3 hours and get so many shares here? Why do they want so many here, folks? Again, when they ran it all the way down here to 2370, why didn't they pile in all the shares there? Why didn't they just build this massive wall of shares at 2370, folks? Why could they only get like 2 million shares here in this price? At $24, there was only 1 million shares available at 24. And I'm going to guess if you added up that million, and then right here, 100,000, and then here, 200, folks, you're going to have 2, 4, 6, 8, 1 million, 2, 4, 6, 8, 2 million. Folks, you're talking 3 million shares down below there. 3 million shares is all out of the 50 million traded today. Why did they just sit down there for that short duration? Look how many shares have been bought right here now at 24.87 and 88. Folks, there's already 3 million shares right there. Already 3 million right there, folks, at 24.88. There's 3 million shares right there. Just there. And down here, you've got 3 million shares traded from 23.70 all the way up to $24. Only 3 million from 23.70 to 24. Wow. A 30-cent spread, and you got 3 million shares traded there. And here you got a 20-cent spread, and you've had 30 million shares bought here. 3 million on a 10-cent spread and 30 million shares bought on a 20-cent spread. Why? Why are they buying so many here? Why are they freaking filling their trucks and loading up their trucks here? Why are they filling up their wagons full of SoFi stock here this afternoon? Why? It doesn't make any sense, folks. It sure doesn't make any logical sense. Unless they were trying to hoard it all up at this price for the run to $49. That's all I can presume. They're awfully content with buying up a bunch of shares here now for some strange reason. Boy, look how happy they are to be able to buy all these shares here now, right below $25. Just look at them just hoarding this up. I mean, folks, they can't get enough of this stock right here at this price. They just can't. Well, the truth of the matter was they couldn't get enough of it down here because there wasn't any fake shares to be sold anymore, okay? That's where they were really hoping they could fill it all up at 23.70s through $24, but there just wasn't shit there. And there wasn't anything from $24 up to 24.30. Nothing. There was nothing there. Nothing here from 24 to 24.30. Then a few shares were available at 24.30 and 40, and then 24.50. They hoarded up a 1.1 million at 24.50. They got a million there. Then it runs up here, and now they're just buying millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of shares at this price right here, right here. Millions of them, folks. Why? Why is it so important for you to get all these shares at $24.80 to $25? Why did this all of a sudden become your love interest at $24.80 to $25, Shorty? Why you want this so bad? Why do you want this so bad? Obvious that you do. Very obvious that you want these numbers here to acquire shares. It's obvious you want them. Now you guys see why I told you we're going to sell the 24, 96, 97, 98, 90, and I sold there. Now you know why I sold there. I'm just waiting now for the afternoon run up. Going to start 50 minutes from now at 3:06 p.m., folks. So shorts, in case you don't know this, folks, I'm very accurate about calling when runs are going to start. And if you don't believe that, you don't have to stick around here until 3:06, but you should come back to this channel at 3:06 and see what happens. Watch what happens on this stock from 3 o'clock to 3:05. There's going to be a quick little dump down from just before 3, like 2:55 to 3:04. But folks, wait till you see what happens at 3:06 on. And if it doesn't start at 3:06, it will start at 3:17. So one of these two numbers, it'll be 3:06 p.m. or 3:17. This thing's going to start running. And folks, they may not even wait that late today. They might start coming in at 2:45 on it. But they're going to come in on this. I am so sure of it. I couldn't be even more certain. I couldn't be any more certain, folks. They're going to come on in on this. Especially when I see this massive, massive load effort of volume coming in here to try to run it down, sell it. But look at all the buyers. More buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, and way more buyers than sellers on this candlestick, which happens to be 250,000 shares on that candlestick. And you can see more than half of them were buyers. There were 250,000 shares on that candlestick right there, and more than half, 2-to-1, were buyers versus sellers. Why? Because they just, once again, a futile effort to run it below the 200 again, just like here. The same distance below the 200. They're trying it now, but at a higher level. See this? It's the exact same amount below the 200, but it was down here. Now they try the exact same amount below the 200, but we're up here now. We're not down here anymore. We're not down here. We're freaking up here, folks. We're up here, okay? Does this look familiar? Look at that familiar, massive volume drop to get down there and then run it up here. And look at this, familiar, massive volume drop to get it down here, the same distance below the 200. See where it was? From here down to there, and now we're from here down to here, the exact same distance, folks. But now they're achieving this at a higher level. It's just another higher low than here, much higher low than this price. Ladies and gentlemen, this price was 24.73. 24.73. Where's the bottom now forming? 24.78, 5 cents higher. Sorry, shorts. Sorry. See, this is my job to show everyone that you're getting weaker, because over here you had it down to 24.73. And now I'm here to show everyone you can only take it to 24.78. That's my job, folks, is to let everybody on this channel know that you're getting weaker, shorts. So they'll buy there. They'll buy there knowing how weak you are. If you were stronger, you'd already have it all the way down to this price again right now. You don't. You're way up here compared to there. You're not even close. You're not even in the ballpark. And everybody can see that. And so they're like, yeah, he's right. I think I'll buy some more. So they did. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to watch this 5-day moving average go right up here. You're going to watch this turquoise 5-day moving average come right up here where my cursor is, and within 2 minutes or less. This 5-day moving average is going to come right up here where my cursor is. And there it is. Bam, I just called it. I told you. I told you so. I was right. I was right. And you know what? What a coincidence that they would run this price exactly to the same drop below the 200 again that they did earlier. What a coincidence that they would do that. So you can all see it, what I'm talking about. Over here, they drove it down below the 200, that distance. Over here, they drove it down below the 200, the exact same distance. See that? Folks, you can learn from what I'm showing you here. Here was the 200-day moving average, and they drove it down to there. See the gap between that 200-day and where they drove it down to? Well, look over here. Look at the gap between the 200-day and where they drove it down to. See that? You got to know, man, if they did it over here and that's as far as they could get it below the 200 before it snapped back up, well, that's probably going to happen here, the same amount below the 200 and snap back up. And it did. It did it, folks. It did just like it should. And now, folks, this is going to run big time. You're going to see SoFi take off the rest of the afternoon, folks. Look at all the buyers coming in versus the sellers now. Look at that. Folks, she's out of here, folks. She's going to cross over and she's not going to look back. I'm telling you, this 5-day moving average is going to cross over this 50-day. So is the orange 10-day. They're then going to cross over the 50-day together, and then this thing is going to be on its way. Look at it cross the 200 right now, like I said. And look at that 90-degree turn again on the 45, just like before, folks. It's the exact same, folks. It's the exact same as over here. It's exactly the same. Look how low below the 200, and look at the snap. And here it is again, folks, identical. Look how low it is below the 200, and look at the snap. Holy, oh my God, this is bulls in complete control, folks. Bulls in complete control of a stock here now. No way that they can stop it. No way they can stop it, folks. Bulls are in complete control. And these market makers, believe you me, there's nothing they would be prouder of than to say today that they drove the price down to 23.70, and then they closed the price at 24.88. Oh, they'd be so happy to be able to tell you that they did that they ran it down to 23.70 and then they closed it at 24.88. They would just be all over themselves if they could do that, folks. But they can't do that. And this stock isn't going to stop at 24.88. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, folks. It isn't going to happen. Nope. It's not going to happen, folks. I'm sorry, but that's not going to happen, shorts. I know you'd love for it to, but why are you buying so many shares above the 2488? Why are you buying so many here and only got so few there in comparison? Why? This is your favorite market manipulation number to buy shares right there. Why aren't you all the way out here to here with this candlestick at 2488 right now? Why? Why? Why do you have these Peasley little amounts right here now? Why? Why is not this the biggest number of all right here at 2488? Why don't you have a candlestick out here this long at 2488 right now? Why? Oh, shit, and you couldn't even hold 2488 then again. And look at them buying here, folks. Now they're here on the 2488. Why? Oh, yeah. Fill your coffers right here. Fill your coffers. Fill your coffers. Fill it up, baby. Fill it up here. Fill it up. Fill this thing up. Fill the wagon. Fill the wagon, folks. Fill the wagon. Oh, yeah. Load them up here. Get all you can. Right here, folks. Yep. Very, very, very interested to see why they wanted to get so many shares today at just below $25. Why did they want to get so many shares down here today? Why? Why are they accumulating millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of shares here now? Why are they doing that? Why? Yeah, we're going up. Just stick around until 306 and see what happens from 306 on. Where do you see what happens from 306 on today, folks? And it could very well start even sooner than that. They could start at any moment now. They could stop waiting. They could stop waiting. And they could say, let's just get in now. Oh, yeah, folks, just watch it rise. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. Oh, look at him accumulating here. Why? Accumulate, consolidate, capitulate, and fill your plate, and then you'll see that it was great that you collected here at 88. My friend, you'll see it will not end. It's gonna rise. You'll see this afternoon. It'll blow their minds. It's going to rise right up to the sky. You'll see, folks, because they're accumulating, they're accumulating, they're accumulating, they're accumulating. They're buying, 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 hoarding, 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 hoarding shares, hoarding them up, hoarding them up, hoarding them up. Buying them from their buddies at BlackRock right now. BlackRock selling them all to them, 24.82. BlackRock, let them have all they can get here. Get it, get it, get it. BlackRock helping them out so they can all pile in here at $24.83 before the price goes to $49 like Anthony Noto expects. So there they are this afternoon. Hoarding up shares now, just hoarding up shares. As a matter of fact, the most shares now bought today, right there, $24.84. $24.84. and 24.85. The most shares bought today. The most shares accumulated today at 24.84 and 24.85. The most shares accumulated today. Right here, folks. Don't know why they want so many at this price, but they sure as shit don't seem to want to let it go any lower. They just want to buy it all here now. Just buy it all up. Buy it all up. Buy it all up. Buy it all up. Don't know why. Don't know why they want to get so many shares here at 24.83, 40.84. I just have no idea why they'd want to get so many shares here. But somebody's hoarding them there. Somebody's hoarding these shares big time here, folks. Oh, yeah. Okay, folks, this thing's getting ready to take off. I am going to show you on this chart so you can watch it while I take a little break. Folks, there's where they got the biggest sack. The next sack is at a higher level, and it's just a short little sack. Here they got about 20, 30 minutes of sack. Here they got 3 minutes of sack right there. So this is over, folks. This is over. And you're going to watch and witness. You're going to see off this sack, and this tiny sack, this thing's going to break back up over. It's going to go over the 200-day. It's going to cross the 50-day. And for the last hour and a half of this day, this stock is going to rocket, folks. For the next hour and a half, this stock is going to rocket right on up. Watch and see if I'm not right. And I will be back. I'm going to play you one of my songs. And while I'm gone, and my name is artist Tyler, Tyler, last name Self, Selph. And I'm going to play you some of my music right now. And I hope you like the song I'm going to do with you now called Conversing with Candles, ladies and gentlemen. And while this song plays, you're going to watch this price go up and up and up this afternoon. And the song that I'm playing is one of my many, many songs available online. And again, it's called Conversing with Candles. Here you go. Enjoy, everyone.
Kid on the block didn't know so, but I saw right away she was right next door. Didn't know who she was and she didn't know me, but she knew I could see in her room at night. Oh, what a sight. She kept a small candle by her bedside at night, and she'd draw up her curtains, she'd draw them up tight. And when she'd light her candle, her shadow would appear on the curtain. She always kept closed so tight every night. Then came one night, she lit up a candle, and I lit mine up too. And then on that night to the right moved my light, and I wondered, would she move hers too? Well, she moved to the curtains, and her shadow grows. Started flirting with her candle's glow. She lifted it slow, like a moon in the sky. I could see we were starting to see eye to eye. We were conversing with candles and flirting with flames, even though we didn't know each other's names. Conversing with candles, just like two little kids, and sharing with shadows. Yeah, that's what we did. Conversing with candles, and flirting with flames. Well, after nearly an hour, our candles burned out, but we had lots of fun with our playing around. Then along came the wind, and it blew out our flames. Yeah, the wind put an end to our candlelight game. But there's more to this story, and I'm happy to say there were many more games which the two of us played. Hadn't met face to face and still didn't know names, but we chatted with candles and we flirted with flames. Oh, yeah. Conversing with candles and flirting with flames, neither one of us knowing each other's names, speaking in circles and sharing in squares. Nobody knew what the two of us shared. Conversing with candles and flirting with flames. Conversing with candles and flirting with flames. Playing those games. Conversing with candles and flirting with flames.
I caught my stepson spying on me in the shower. At the same time that my husband used this trick to get hard, I discovered something crazy with a Boston doctor. I almost fired him until I let my stepson test it on me at dawn in the bedroom. It's really a homemade hardening trick. Most effective
Oh
for
my
guys
gosh,
over
what
40.
is this?
Did you
What
know
is
that your
this
back
lady
ends are
talking
stiff
about?
because the
Shut
arteries
the
have
hell
developed
up,
toxins
lady.
that
Shut
block blood
up.
flow down there?
No. Shut up. Horny little bitch. God. No, what are you talking about? Get off my screen. Go, shut the hell up. Nice, guys and gals. Beautiful. Yeah, yeah, baby. Talk to us about our erectile dysfunction Aries. All right, here we go. Ed is not a problem. Why in the world are all these people wanting to buy so many shares of SoFi here? 2% down today. 2.9% down. Who in the world wants to buy all these shares here? Who's buying all these? Who in their right mind would buy these at $1.20 more than the low of the day today? I don't know. And it's beyond me to figure out why. I just can't figure out why they want so many shares here at this price today. Why did they not get more? Why did they not get all these shares $1 less than where they are now, folks? Why are they hoarding them here? It doesn't make any sense. Well, it does. It makes perfect sense. Jason, you know what they say, female Viagra has been around for ages. It's called money. Hey, look at this crazy stock, SoFi, trading now. How many millions of shares has it traded today, folks? How many millions of shares have they traded on this stock? Millions and millions and millions. And one other thing I'd love to see, I can't wait to see how many index funds and institutions have bought this today. Look at that, 2467. Dream on, shorty. You're never going to see that number again, and you're never going to see this number again after this afternoon at 306 either. You're never going to see it, folks. You're not going to see any more of this foolishness. All right? You're not going to see it, folks. This thing is going to rocket, and it's going to go back up over $25. Yep. And watch it rise, folks, right back over $25. Why? Because they got all these shares at 24.83, 84.85. They're going to run it up after that. They're going to run this thing up, folks. They're going to run it up for sure. Aha. Just hold on a second here, folks. Yep, even Robin Hooders are buying SoFi. That's right. Aha. Let's get rid of that. Folks, plain and simple, there's a very good reason why so many millions and millions of shares are being acquired at this price right now. The reason so many millions of shares are being acquired at this price right now is because, ladies and gentlemen, SoFi is at a price where it's about to go to 30, 35, and 40. That's the reason so many shares are being bought here today at this price right now, folks. That's why it's happening. Okay, it's not a mystery. The reason they're buying up all these shares now is because they know what Anthony knows. It's going to $49. And that's the reason that they've been buying millions and millions and millions of shares right up here at this price right now. The reason they're hoarding millions and millions and millions of shares here now is because it's going to do the same thing after they hoarded at that level too. And it's going to do the same thing after they hoarded at this level too. All right, folks, they've hoarded this stock up at that level and then it springboarded. They've hoarded this stock up at that level and then it springboarded. And now they've dropped it the exact same amount as they dropped it here to hoard and springboard. They've dropped it the same amount to hoard and then springboard, folks. I'm telling you, that's why so many millions of shares are being bought right now. Millions and millions of them being bought right now. Just like this, where they bought millions and millions there. Now they're buying millions and millions here because they're going to take it up to this price. Folks, this is what's going to happen. You can either watch and witness it, or you can just sit by and watch. But folks, I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen. The same thing that happened here is about to happen now. Boom. You'll all see, folks. You'll see for yourselves. Everything they're getting from weak hands today will tomorrow see a 5% gain on this stock. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. See that? Accumulate, 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 accumulate. Why are they accumulating here? Why are they accumulating here now? Why are we seeing volume today of, what is the volume now? 63 million shares accumulated at this price? 63 million accumulated at this average price. Why? My question to people is, why aren't they accumulating down here where they ran it down to this morning to get in? And then why aren't they accumulating here now where they accumulated here and here twice? Why in the world are they not accumulating here, 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 and here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times at that number. Why aren't they accumulating there at that number now? Why aren't they? And it was really 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, and even 6 maybe. 6 times at that number. And now they've been able to accumulate here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times at this number. Well, it's going to bounce off of it now, folks. Only down here 5 times and bounced off of it, and down here now 7 times off of this number. 7 times on this number now, where we are now. 7 times. Huh. Go figure. Go figure they would be hoarding up shares, down 75 cents today. Huh. SoFi institutional ownership, ladies and gentlemen, has now reached an all-time record high of 1,056. There's never been higher. Let's go see if any more bought today. I bet they did. Oh, yeah, I'm sure they did. Look at this, folks. On the 29th, Wisdom Tree increased their portfolio value by 59%. The one below them, STXG, Strive 1000 Growth, increased their percentage by 65%. And the one below them, MFUS, Penco, increased their portfolio by 153%. Why are these institutions, Wisdom Tree here again, why are they increasing their portfolio by 51%? Why did this one, Wilshire 5000 Index, increase their portfolio on the 28th? Why did they increase it by 75%? Did all of these institutions that increased by 75, 51, 157, 65, and 59, did they all know that Anthony Noto was going to be putting in a 555,000 share covered call? And they went ahead and got in ahead of before that? Oh, my goodness, folks. People are going to be buying this damn stock so much. They're going to buy it all afternoon like mad. Watch this thing run up, folks. Watch it run up. Watch it run up. Watch it. They got all they could there now. They've accumulated it out. They tapped it out. Accumulate, 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 and then she breaks. Folks, this right here is nothing more than consolidation, capitulation, and convergence of the stock price, period. And I got news for you. All they're doing right now is they're herking it and jerking it and herking it and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking. And folks, you can only herk and jerk on something so long before it gets messy, all right? And things are going to get real messy on these shorts this afternoon. And better go out and get themselves a case of wet naps, because it's going to get nasty for them. All right? I'm telling you, this thing's about to launch right now, and they're not going to sit around and wait. They've already started buying, folks. They just started buying just now. I can tell that they did. I can tell that they did. I can tell they did. Look at them. Look at them. Herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, and now it's going to jerk right off the screen, folks. I'm telling you, you're going to see this thing rise, and it's going to jerk right off the screen. They herked it, and they jerked it, and they herked it, and jerked it, and herked it, and jerked it, and herked it, and jerked it, and herked it, and now it's jerking off right off the screen. And I guarantee you at this point, everything is very hairy. Everybody, every shorter's hands have hair all over them. Because, ladies and gentlemen, they've been herking and jerking this thing too long. And I'm telling you, they're all going to come in now and look at them buying. All buyers on that candlestick. And, folks, that's 115,000 share buy on the ask. And you can now see the 5 days rising over the 50, just like I said. And, folks, they're not going to wait till 3:06. They're not waiting until 3:06 p.m. today, folks. They're not going to wait until 3:06. They've started it now. All right. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations, everyone. This thing's now going to break away over 25 and head to 25.20. And we're going to get to sell it again at 25.20, folks, like we always do when we buy the 88. We're going to get to do it again, folks. We're going to get to do it again. And ladies and gentlemen, you can clearly see that it is taking off. This is going to be a triple upside crossover of the 200-day going into the close. This is going to be it, folks. It is running now. There she goes. It's going to be a triple upside crossover. And look at the angle of the 5 and 10 day. Look at them all crossing over now. Holy crap, this thing's gone, folks. They aren't going to wait anymore. The timid little ones have come out. They've come out of their little shells, everyone, and they're buying the out of this stock now. Oh, my gosh, look at them coming in on this thing. And I told you, you can't herk and jerk it forever. You herked it and jerked it and herked it and jerked and herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked and jerked. And frickin' A, look at it, jerk off the screen like I said it would. Yep. Rocket City, Alabama is the new space program per Trump announcement. 30,000 Alabama jobs going to be created. Well, adios, amigos. Take a look at SoFi stock springboarding just like I said it would. I love it when I call things the right way, and that was one of them I called. I said, folks, they're not going to keep it down here at 24.88. It's just an accumulation point. They're going to run this thing up to $49 now, and today was the day to get in. Today was the day to get in. Today was the day to buy in, folks. And I'm going to buy some shares right now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm in. Buying market right here. 2 shares. I'm in here. And I just bought at $24.97. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to take a picture of SoFi the last time the price is going to be at $24.99. And I'm first going to take this cool picture here to show where it was at $2.14. And now I get to refresh the screen and show people where it is now. Watch this. Oh, yeah, baby. And I'm going to get a last time picture of $24.99 very soon here, folks. Yes, I am. I'm going to get to capture the last picture of SoFi at $24.99 within about 5 minutes' time, folks. And I want to congratulate you all who've been here on the channel with me today and been watching how I've been trading this stock. So far, I've pretty much called every single thing they were going to do. Everything they were going to do, I pretty much have called it today, folks. Nailed it. So the most shares acquired today at any price was 2,195,000. And that price, 2,195,000, was filled at $24.83 a share. Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, take a look. Oh, they just pulled it off the screen, folks. There was a massive buy-in just then at $24.94.5 or $25.95.5. I'm not sure which one it was. There was a massive buy-in just then at $24.94.5 or $24.95.5. Man, I mean big, folks. That was the biggest one. The biggest one. Man, I wish I didn't miss that. Man, that candlestick jumped out this far, folks, that was just bought at $24.94.5. Come on, show it again, Shorty. Come on, show it again. Show your true numbers. There was a massive, massive buy here, folks. SoFi's going to have a great afternoon, folks. Oh, yeah, there she goes, folks. There she goes. There she blows, folks. Why did so many people buy here at 24.84 and 83? Why were they so obsessed with buying this stock down here and getting so many shares of it at 24.83? And now it's at 24.93 and they're filling their coffers on it. Why that? Why there too, for that matter? Why 24.83 first of all, and then why 24.93 now? Why? Why are they buying so many shares here today, folks? You think tomorrow SoFi is going to drop below $24.93? I don't think so. I think tomorrow we may never see it. Even it might bounce down off 25 tomorrow. It could open tomorrow at 25.30 a share, and it could come down to 25 and bounce right off that and keep rising. It could, folks. Last chance for 24.88, folks. Last call, folks. Got 10 minutes left, folks, before 3:06. 10 minutes left before 3:06, folks. J. Cruz Life, yep, you do a great job calling it. Thanks, James. Oh, folks, watch this go. Watch this thing go. Watch it rocket now. Watch it rocket. Watch it rocket, folks. And again, I ask, why do they want so many shares here? Why are they trying to accumulate so many at 24.83, 84, 85? Why did they want to get so many at 24.80, 81, 82, 83? Look at all those shares that somebody wanted there. Look at all the shares, 2 million, 4 million, 6 million, 8 million, 12 million, 14 million shares there, folks. 14 million. Why so many wanted to buy there? Why so many wanting the price from 24.80 up to 24.88? 14 million. And look, someone just stepped in just then and bought 770,000 shares at 24.88 and a half. See that? Man, they're not shy here. They're buying 477,000 shares at 24.88 and a half. They're not shy. They're not afraid. They're not afraid. And I can see why they're not afraid. Got a doggone Fort Knox here below the price. I can see why they're safe with buying prices here at 24.87 and 24.88 when you got a friggin' Fort Knox right below you there. By the way, shorts, if you're planning on splashing the close today, good luck getting the price to fall below where this mountain of shares have been bought at 24.85 to 24.79. I wish you all the luck in the world because you're going to frickin' need it, folks. You're going to need it in a big way to get this price to fall below right here, my friends, because there's been already a massive bunch of very savvy buyers buying here today. Waiting for $49 a share like Anthony Noto is going to be doing. And these buyers here, they can wait 3 years. They can wait 3 years. 888,020 shares just bought there 888,000 just bought it. 2484 and a half. 888,000 just bought there. What a number. 888,000. 888,000, folks. 888,020 shares just bought at 2484 and a half. 888,000. Well, you just saw what I mean. Very hard to drive it down below here when you got somebody that'll step in and buy 888,000 shares. It's very hard to try to work it down when you got buyers coming in and picking up 888,000. And now that the most shares have been bought have been at this number here, and that is 2484. 2484 is the most shares that can be bought. 2,241,000. And ladies and gentlemen, we just blew past 2488 like it wasn't even there. We just blew past 2488 like a freaking hot knife through butter. Wow, it just blew through 2488 like a hot knife through butter, folks. And that's because buyers are coming in now, savvy buyers, not going to wait until 306. Look at that 90-day moving average snap off of that 50-day moving average line again. Every time, folks, they try to take it below that 50, it snaps off of it. Every single time. And look at the buyers come in right then when they tried to get it down and break it below the 50-day moving average. Holy shit. And look at the yellow 50-day and 45 that have snapped back up to the upside. And watch this turquoise line now move higher. Watch it come on up here where my cursor is. The turquoise is coming here next. The turquoise line right here is coming here next. Right where my cursor is where it's going to be. Right there. Right here is where it's going to be next, folks. Right where I got my cursor. You will witness it in less than 30 seconds. It's going to be right where my cursor is. Right here. You got less than 20 seconds. It's going to be right here where my cursor is. That's right. Right where my cursor is where that blue line is going to jump up to. Watch it, folks. It's turquoise, and you're going to see it move up to where my cursor is now. See? Oh, yeah. There it comes. And watch it rise right on up. Watch that turquoise just come right up here now. Watch that turquoise come right on up. And to make sure you can understand and see it very clearly, I'm going to come over here and change this to an arrow. And then I'm going to click this just like so. Whoosh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to watch this turquoise line now move up and join my cursor right here. Okay, that's where it's going to come to next. Watch the turquoise line come right up to where my cursor is next, right now. Coming right up here, folks. Right up here. Right here. Up here. There you go. That's it. There it is. Now it's on up here, folks. Right on up here now. There she's rising. See? Very nice. She's rising perfectly. Rising perfectly, folks. Watch this thing snap up here now. This is the 5-day average. Watch it snap up here. Folks, it won't do any good to try to drive it below the 200 again. Forget it. Even if it gets to the 50, it's just going to bounce off that again, folks. It's just worthless for you to try to get this to drop down below this 50-day moving average, shorts. Forget about it. Don't even waste your time or effort or energy. It isn't going to happen. This is not going to drop below the 50-day. No matter how many shares you try to dump here, this won't drop below the 50-day. It's going to bounce right off of it. The savvy buyers will buy it when you try to get it to drop. Watch them come in right here as soon as this touches this line. Watch them come in. Watch them right here. Watch them come in now. There it is. And watch them. See? Bounces right off of it. Now watch this blue line come right up here now. Watch the buyers come in right now as it touched the 50-day. Watch them come in and watch it move right up here off of it. Here it comes. I'm telling you, there's no way to push this thing down below the 50-day moving average, no matter how hard they try. It will bounce right off, and there it goes, and the buyers are coming in. And now watch it rise up here. Here it comes right up here, folks. Oh, it's coming up here. Time now is 3:04. Folks, wait till you see what happens at 3:06. Wait till you see what happens at 3:06, folks. 2 minutes from a springboard. Here it goes. Ladies and gentlemen, it is right now 3:05. We're less than 1 minute away from this thing breaking to the upside. It's going to begin, ladies and gentlemen, at 3:06 p.m. And if it doesn't start at 3:06, it will be 3:17. Here it comes, folks. Just watch this thing bounce up here. Any second now, they're going to come in at 3:06, 3:17. But most of the time, it's 3:06, and here they come now, and they're coming in already. Look at them coming in. And watch this now jump up here. Because they're going to come in again at 3:06, and they're coming in now, folks. Right now, 3:06. Yep. It's going to go boing. Oh, yeah. 3:06. Here it comes, folks. Here they come. Here they're coming in. And look at that, folks. All buyers, more buyers than sellers. Here they come. It's 3:06. There's the 5 days snapping over, and there she goes, folks. Look at the volume coming in. Look at it, springboard at 3:06, folks. 3:06. Look at that thing go right there. Look at that thing go. Look at the volume. All buyers, every one of them buyers here. Volume on this now is 88,000 shares. 96,000. There's 8,000 more bought there. 99,000 now. 101,000. 129,000. That was 28,000 shares bought there. 137. Another 9,000 bought. 148. Another 9,000 bought. And folks, she's doing like I said it would. There she goes. She's off and running from 3:06 on. She is going to run, folks, just like I predicted it would. From 3:06 on, this thing's going to run, folks. You better get on this train. Ladies and gentlemen, it is choo-choo time. Time to get on this train, everybody. Get on this train now. I'm telling you, folks, get on it right frickin' now. Get on this thing. Get on her. Get on her, baby. She's leaving the station now. And she has left the station just as I predicted at 3:06 p.m. Congratulations. If you're boarding the train right now, you're very smart to do so. Congratulations, all of you. Congratulations. Get on this train. Get on this train, folks. She's all aboard. Get on. Get on this train. Yeah. Yes, sir, folks. Look at her rising. 3:06 right on the button. Look at her make her move at 3:06. There'll be no more of this 2488 bull crap, folks. That's all over, folks, for the crying. You missed out if you didn't get there. And I told you, shorts, you needed to get out of here. You should be running for the exits. I told you should get out, and you should have. You should have gotten out, folks. You should have gotten out. You should have already gotten out. You should have known better than to hold on to this after 3:06, folks. You were warned in advance. You were all told it was going to start running at 3:06. It has now taken off like I said it would. And ladies and gentlemen, you can clearly see this. This thing is on its way. It is leaving the building, ladies and gentlemen. This thing is gone. And I called this out. I told you it would happen. Watch this 5-day now rise here. Watch the 10-day rising. You can all see it very clearly, folks. Look at this thing take off at exactly 306. Look at the run begin. And folks, that right there is a short-eating mallard if I ever saw one. That's a short-eating mallard. Quack, 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 eating shorts. Folks, that's a short-eating mallard if I ever saw one. Dang, look at that thing rising, folks, and just going up and off and rising, and Catfish called it at 306. Look at the thing escalating, folks. Look at them escalate the price, rising, rising, rising. Oh, my gosh, 306. Yep. Shorty's got canned, that's right. And look at that thing going, folks. Look at the 5-day rising off the 10-day. Look at all the buyers coming in. All those that accumulated lower at the 83 are making out like bandits now, aren't they? All of them that got in at the 24.83 about 15 minutes ago, they're making out like bandits now. Congratulations, Shorty. Congratulations, Shorty. I'm very happy for you. Very, very, very happy indeed. And look at all this massive wall of accumulation here. Holy, why do so many people want to buy this stock at this price today? Why did so many want to buy this stock at this price today? Why did so many want to hoard shares at this price? Why did they want to hoard them all up there? Why? Why did they want all those shares today? Why did they want those millions and millions and millions and millions of shares through here? Why did they want them all so bad today? Why? What's so attractive about this price? What's so attractive about here that wasn't attractive about it when they had it down here at this price? Look at all the few shares that they wanted there. They didn't want any shares at 25.70 or 71. At 25.70, in fact, there was only this many shares available. They didn't want any shares there. There was only 1,700 shares sold there. 1,700 shares sold at 23.70. 1,700. And look at that, 14,000 there. So you've only got 15,500 shares that were bought here at the 70 and 71. 15,000 shares, folks. And then here, 26,000. So that's 40,000 right there. And then here, 47. So now you got 90,000 shares. Just 90,000 shares were available here. 90,000 out of how many million today? 90,000 out of how many million today? $68 million shares traded, and only 90,000 shares were available at these measly prices here. Only 90,000 shares. And there wasn't much here either, folks. You're only talking 40,000, 100,000, 200,000. So right here, you got another 500,000. Here's another million because these are only 200,000 at a time. So you got 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, maybe 4, maybe 5 million of that 66 that were below $24. You might have had 5 million shares there. And there's almost a million there. So what? 6 million shares out of this 68 million. Only 6 million bought below $24. Huh. Only 6 million shares bought below $24. What do you know, folks? What do you know? I can't wait to see what SoFi does after all of these investors bought so many shares here today. I just can't wait to see how high it goes. Wow. I got news for you, folks. This ain't looking good for Shorty right here now, is it? Nope, that doesn't look good at all. That doesn't look good at all, folks. That's the short-eating mallard, and look at it, man. Just look at that price rising. Look at the 5-day and 10-day rising now higher and higher. Look at the 45 and 50 rising. And folks, I told you, anytime they try to run a price down to a rising 45, 50, and 200 day, it will never, ever, ever, ever work. It will never, ever, never, ever, never, ever work. These are rising 45 and 50-day average here, the blue and yellow. This is a rising 200-day moving average, the green. And you try to push the price down below that, it will always get rejected, just like I said it would. It will always be rejected, folks, because this long-term moving averages, and look at them turning even more to the north now as we come into this last hour. Look at the 200-day that was flattened out, now turning more to the north. Look at the blue 45 and the 50 just going more up to the north here. Now I want to look even closer at this. And folks, this just keeps getting better looking and better looking to me. That just looks even more delicious to me than anything. That looks fabulous. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a fabulous way for SoFi to close out the day today. This is absolutely gorgeous. Look at every long moving average gaping away from the other long. Look at the 200-day that was so flat to 306, and look at it change direction. Look how flat until 306, and look at it change direction. Flat, down to 306, and then look at it change direction. And ladies and gentlemen, it won't stop this. It's not going to stop rising. Too many buyers can see this. Too many buyers can see that these candlesticks are all buyers, all buyers, all buyers, all buyers, and all buyers. Every one of them. Every freaking one of them are all buyers now since the time I said it would start at 306. It started at 306, folks. There's the time. And now, look what time it is. The 17, the 317, where the second wave's going to come in at 317, folks. It's now 317, and it's time for the second wave of buyers to come in at 317. And here they come, folks. Oh, my God, look at this candlestick. 187,000, now 190,000. 8,000 just bought. 198,000 on it. 198,000. 201,000, so you know that's a 3,000 share dump. 207,000, a 6,000 share buy on the ask. 215,000 buying on the ask. Now we're over here. 20,000 buying on the ask. 20,000 shares. Oh my gosh, another 1,000 all on the ask. They're all buying the ask, folks. 32,000 now. 33,000 buying on the ask. 48,000, 15,000 shares just bought on the ask. 50,000 now. Oh my gosh. 54,000, 61,000, 8,000 bought there. 62,000 now. 65,000, 75,000, that's 10,000 bought on the ask. 76,000 and bought on the ask. 82,000, that's 6,000 on the bid. 84,000, 95,000, that's 9,000 sold on the bid. And we're at 97 now. 10,000 just bought there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, every one of those shares just bought there. We're at 16 now, 21,000, and they're buying the ask. 22,000 now, 23,000 buying on the ask. Now we're at 23,000, 24,000, and they're buying the ask. 24,465. They're all buying on the ask. 28,000 now. And they bought on the ask. 29,000. That 1,000 shares was all on the ask. Yep. 30,000 and on the ask. 30,973. 32,573 on the ask. 33,000. 34,000 all buying the ask. 42,000. That's 8,000 share on the ask. 46,000. 50,000. 4,000 bought on the ask. Now, futile and desperate shorts trying to push the 5-day below the 10-day with the 50 rising and the 200 rising, folks. It's impossible, shorts. It's impossible. You can't do it. You can't do it, shorts. You can't shove the 5-day below the 10-day when the 45 and 50 are rising and the 200 is rising. It won't work. It never works. Watch this 5-day now come right back up here because the 45 and 50 are rising at an angle and so is the 200. So watch this 5-day now come right up here where my cursor is. It's coming up here, folks. I can assure you with a 45 and 50-day rising and the 200 rising into the close, they're not going to keep this 5-day down here. It's going to bounce right back up. Right back up, folks. There are no more shares for 24.88. That's all done. There won't be any more shares sold today at 24.88, in my opinion. I don't think so, folks. I just don't see it in the cards. And if they throw out some shares there, they'll all be bought up. They'll all be bought, every one of them, just like the ones they threw out today at 23.70s. They'll all be bought up, folks. They'll be bought up by longs, too, that won't let go of them. They're going to be bought by longs that won't let go of them. Well, there she goes, folks. Right on back up now, 24.91, 24.92. It won't stay down, folks. You can't do it, shorty. You can't do it. I just don't believe you can do it. You can try all you want, but ladies and gentlemen, there's too much been accumulated here already. Too much has been accumulated at 24.88. And look at that 45 and 50-day just staying steady and flat, nicely rising, slowly rising. 200 days slowly rising, folks. Try one more time. It won't matter if you get 24.88, shorty. It's going to bounce right off that and go right on up all afternoon. It won't matter if you achieve it again or not. It's going to bounce off of it because the 45 and 50 are steadily rising here into the close. Try all you want. It won't work. And there he goes. And the buyers are coming in just like I said they would. There's no way 24.88 will be achieved again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the question you need to ask yourself, are you just going to sit by and watch this thing go up from here to $49? Are you going to buy now? Are you just going to sit and watch tomorrow as the run begins its pursuit of $49 a share after today's washout? Or are you just going to, what are you going to do, folks? You got to make a decision. All right? Because I'm telling you, well, you don't have to make any decisions, but I'm telling you, this stock is not going to stay at 24.88 tomorrow. It won't be staying at 25.20 very long either. It's going to soon be 26, 27s, 28s, 29s, 30s, 31s, 32s, 33s, and beyond. And you're going to witness it all afternoon. It's going to start now. Let's just call it now that it's going to start right now, folks. The run-up begins right now. The run-up starts now. Well, it actually started at 12:06. I mean, at 3:06, I already called that. Wonder how many million shares we're up to now. 69 million, average 73. Beautiful. We'll hit the average then. Yep, we're going to hit the average. Oh, man, we still got 36 minutes. God dang. Man, these shorts are in big trouble if there's still 36 minutes left and buyers are coming in here. 36 minutes left as they starve themselves trying to get to 2488. One more time, just one more blessed time to 2488. Oh my gosh, they are gotten so desperate here, folks. Trying to buy there. Well, there she goes. Watch the turquoise. Doing, here it comes. Right up over, right again, right on up. It's going to bounce right up here, right up here. You'll see, witnesses. Cat witnesses, watch it. Watch this 5-day. Boing, right here. And the RSI's in the negative now, folks. So it's over. It's all over for them. It's coming up here, folks, where my cursor is right now. The 5-day. The turquoise line's going to come right up here now. Right up here. Come on up. Show everybody I'm right. Come on, market makers. Right on up here. Show everybody that I know what I'm talking about. It's coming right up here. $69 million now. Won't matter if they try to get it here or not. It's going to bounce right off of it. Boing. This 5-day is never stopped there. It bounces off every time. It's bounced off it every time, folks, and it's going to bounce off it again now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See that? It just touches the line and bounces every time. They're waiting on it to get there to buy it. They're just waiting to buy it there. They're just waiting to buy it there, folks. Just sitting there waiting to buy it. On the 50-day, they're there waiting to buy it there. And there they come. Right on the 50-day. Watch them buy. No way to make it go below that, folks. It just can't. There's no way it's going to drop below this 50-day and stay, folks. It isn't going to happen. You'll see. Too many long-term averages rising for you to take it down below that and keep it there. Sorry. And you can clearly see that because look at the 200-day. Just look at it rising, 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 rising. Look at the 50-day, the yellow line, just rising and rising and rising and rising and rising and rising. So any effort to push it below that will be rejected. It will go right on off. You're going to see it right now again. No matter what they try, it won't matter. It won't matter what they try. It won't happen, folks. It's not going to happen. Nope. Try all you can. You're not going to get that thing to fall below the 50. And if it does, it won't matter. They'll be buying so much of it, it'll jump right back over. Savvy buyers know the long-term averages, the trend is up. The savvy buyers know that, and they'll come in. They won't mess around with you, shorty. Here they come now, and you can clearly see you got a 2-to-1 buyers versus sellers there. Now you got 10-to-1 buyers versus sellers. Now you've got about 90-to-10 buyers versus sellers there. Folks, shorty, you can't do it. I don't even know why you keep trying this. Why do you keep trying this? You meet the same resistance every time. Why do you keep trying this? It won't happen. You're just throwing good money after bad. You're just dumping away shares that won't matter. It won't matter. It won't matter what you try. The 50-day is rising. The 200 is rising. Look at the long-term chart, folks. Look at the 20-day chart. What does that 200-day look like it's doing to you, folks? What's a 200-day moving average look like it's doing to you, folks? I'm telling you, there's no way a 200 that's at a pace like this is going to get stopped, no matter how hard they try to manipulate it. It won't happen, folks. It won't happen. Not going to happen, folks. That's just not how the market works, folks. Holy smokes, folks. Another very short duration, just 3 minutes that time below the 50-day. Man, back over here, they had this thing down here for a half hour. Now 3 minutes? 3 minutes, huh? You had it there 3 whole minutes, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, this sack here started at 12:20 and ended at 12:28. 8 minutes right there. This sack here started at 12:37. At 12:37 it started and it ended at 12:41. 4 minute sack. This one right here started at 13:13, which would be 1:13, and lasted until 7 minutes. 7 minutes, folks. 4 minute, 4 minute, 4 minute, 7 minutes, 7 minutes, folks. Over here, how long did this last? From the 13 again, from 2:13 until what time? 9 minutes, folks. 9 minutes. How long did this sack last for? Started at the 39 and it went until 48. 9 minutes, folks. 9 minutes. How long did this sack just last? From 3:26 until 3:30. 4 minutes, folks. It's the 4 minute sack. Right? It's the 4 minute sack, the 4 minute sack, the 4 minute sack, the 4 minute sack, the 8 minute sack, the 9 minute sack, the 4 minute sack, the 4 minute sack. All right? That's all it is. 4 minutes, folks. 4 minutes. Oh, geez, oh, Pete, and look at that. It is certainly all over for sure now. 4 minute sack and completely, oh, man, that was just horrific, Shorty. 4 minutes is all, huh? What are you going to do for the next 27 minutes? You're going to have 2 4-minute sacks, and then the price will be at $25.20 a share? Is that what the game plan is? Looks to me like that's what you got going on here. Sure looks like it to me. Holy smokes, folks. Look where we are. Wow. Look at that double ta-ta, man. Look at those big old cups. Man, oh man, talk about some mammalian protuberances. Holy smokes, look at them big old blubbery tatas. You could get in here and I'm telling you, man, motorboating right in there, folks. Motorboating in those. Dang, man, oh man, those are pretty. I'm serious, man. I mean, I can't believe how nice those look to me right there. I mean, my tongue's even getting hard just looking at that thing. I mean, goodness gracious, folks, you couldn't get any prettier D cup right there, or a D and a half. I don't know. But to me, that's motorboat area right there. Oh my goodness, get in there and blubber around. Yeah. Tyler's strategy. Can you please tell me moving averages or exponential moving average? Sure. Down here is the exponential moving average, if you'll let me get my cursor here. There we go. So right down here is the exponential moving average, and you can clearly see that this blue exponential has just crossed over the yellow simple moving average, okay? That's what you're looking here. This yellow line is the simple moving average, and this is the exponential. And on this exponential, I've got here a 9-day, 12-day, and 26-day on this exponential. And look up there at this thing springboarding upwards now. It's not going to be denied. It will not be stopped. It will not be stopped, folks. It won't be stopped, folks, today. It's going to keep rising this afternoon. And there's nothing they can do to stop it. There's nothing they can do, folks. Folks, when you get a big old sack like that, and then you got the Johnny Holmes, and then you start herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking, pretty soon the JH just goes right off. I'm telling you, it jerks right off the screen. If you just keep doing that long enough on a big old JH formation, it'll always blow your mind. All right? And that's what it's doing right now. She's getting ready to blow. All right? They herked and jerked it for too long today. They've herked and jerked this thing for too dang long. And now she's going to blow. And you're going to see her blow. She's going to blow, folks. Yes, Tyler is Catfish noodling SoFi in the shorts. Yep. Well, gosh dang it. Look at this price. Can you believe they would now be sitting with the price 2 cents below my dollar cost average? That's right, folks. They're trying to hoard shares 2 cents below my dollar cost average right here and right below me. Just right below me as always, folks. Trying to hoard up shares right below my trying to hoard up shares. Alexa, call Julio Arbarca.
That's Julio Arbarca, right?
Yes.
Calling Julio Arbarca's mobile.
Well, there she blows, folks.
Oh, he's
Hey.
alive.
Oh, yeah, man. Oh, man. I keep calling you to come over here and eat meals with us, and you never do. You keep turning us down.
Man, I've been freaking busy.
I know, yeah.
So busy.
Last time I was over there, they were beating women off of you, trying to just, they were all over you like flies on, you know, and yeah, I know. You couldn't tear yourself away. They just had to have you. And yeah, I know where I fall on the totem pole. And yeah, I know where my position is, down there on the bottom, for you to step on my head.
Just like now, I had to go water my tree. So
all right.
I had to water 125 trees.
Oh man. Well, I hope
I'm gonna do that and mow grass, you know, and I bought a property, man, just like that to keep me busy. I wish I never bought it.
Well, let me see if
to mow that every 3 days and, you know,
yeah,
take, you know, a lot of stuff about myself to do that thing, and then I plant some trees, 125, so I had to water it every other day. So I'm gonna go do that right now and mow a little bit over there.
All right, well,
and I mow like about, you know, about 1.5 acres. I own that rest. I live because it's 4 acres over there. I live,
Well, let me.
grow. So
My wife and I have to go meet somebody that we're delivering a thing that we sold on Facebook at 5 o'clock. And you still going to be out there after 5 o'clock?
oh no, I'm gonna be over there. Yeah, I'm gonna be there for a little while. That's
All right.
Take,
All right.
few
Okay.
hours to do.
Okay. I'll see if
So
she wants to cruise over there with me and see your property. She was there one other time with us though. What, didn't she come over there with me once?
no, she never been there.
Okay. All right. Well, let me
You've been
see.
over there a couple of times.
Let me see if I can talk her into it. If so, we'll go meet these people. We'll give them what they want on Facebook, and then we'll meet. And then we'll see you over there.
I promise I'm not gonna put you guys to work. So by the time you guys be there, I be just be relaxing, having a beer.
All right. Sounds good.
So all right then.
I'll call
Sounds
you.
good.
I'll call you if we're headed out.
All right.
All right. Bye. Alexa, terminate. Folks, that guy that you just heard me speaking to right there is the most incredible auto mechanic I have ever met. Bro, this strategy is genius. Can you please tell me moving averages or exponential moving average? I just did. Tyler is Catfish noodling SoFi in the shorts. Yes. Well, look at him sitting here now. 3 cents under my dollar cost average, just hoarding shares. Hoarding up shares with 20 minutes left, buying as many as they can get 2 cents below my dollar cost average. As usual, as always, folks, this is the place to accumulate right below my dollar cost average today. This is what we are seeing more and more of all the time, a massive accumulation of shares right underneath my dollar cost average. How ironic, too, huh? That they'd be sitting 2 cents below me, now 1 cent below my dollar cost average. What do you know that they would be doing that here? And now they are on my dollar cost average right now, folks. What a beautiful way to end the day, folks. With SoFi closing 20 cents off the high of the day. Whoa. Man, I'm going to be adding this information in on my chart here pretty soon, folks. This is crazy. Look at them trying to sit here and get all the shares they can now, 1 penny below my dollar cost average. Just look at them hoarding up shares there. Look at them hoarding up shares, 1 penny below my dollar cost average. And folks, they just bought at $24.99, and they're just buying up shares, folks, on my dollar cost average now, just hoarding them, folks. Oh my gosh, look at that. I called it. I told you guys from 306 on, I said, wait till you see what happens to the price of this stock from 306 on. And man, was I right. I was right, folks. And look at all the shares being bought. Folks, look at these candlesticks. Look at all the candlesticks versus buyers versus sellers. Buyers here versus sellers. Buyers versus sellers. Buyers versus sellers. Buyers here versus sellers. Buyers versus sellers. Buyers versus sellers. And here finally, sellers is over buyers, but it probably won't last long. It won't last long. Look at it going up over $25 like I told you it would at the close, folks. VZ Rover, yep. Yep, I could have been wrong, but I wasn't. I wasn't wrong. I was completely right. Everybody I knew were hoarding those shares at $24.88 for a reason. Because tomorrow they're going to start the run to $29. And Noto's going to be right, folks. Anthony Noto's going to be right. And I told you again, folks, there was no way they were going to run the current price below that 50-day moving average and keep it there. I knew it wouldn't happen, folks. And they tried it there once and failed. They tried it there twice and failed. They try it again now and will fail again. They're going to fail again, folks. You cannot do it when you got a 50-day average rising at this angle and a 200-day that has now changed angles and heading more north. You can't do it. You just can't do it, shorty. You can't do it. You couldn't do it there. You couldn't do it there. You couldn't do it there. And you're not going to do it here. You can't hold it under. You can't. Not with these averages all rising. You just can't do it, folks. You can't. I'm sorry, shorts. It just doesn't work that way. That's not the way the market works. No matter what you try to dump right here, they're just going to buy them all again and run it right on off of this line. And folks, I told you this would happen. This is exactly what I told you would happen 1 hour ago. I called this. I said it's going to go up here, then down to there, then up here, then down to there, then up here, and then down to there. I told you that, folks. I told you what it was going to do all afternoon. I told you what would happen. I told you this would happen all afternoon. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. That's what I told you all afternoon would be. And I was right. It's just going to be a repeat of bouncing off the 10-day once, twice, 3 times, and now 4, bouncing off the 10-day. While the 50 and 45 rise at a steep angle and the 200 is rising, all of these rising, this is rising, that's rising, they're all rising. You want to know why they're all rising? Because Anthony Noto just did a $555,000, 555,000 share contract. He expects the price to go to $49, and with the 200 doing that and the 50 doing that, I'm pretty sure he's going to be right. Folks, the only reason they ran SoFi down today like they did is because of what Anthony Noto did, period. I told you that earlier. The only reason they ran it down was because of what Anthony Noto did, folks. It's a huge game changer. And they know it too. They know it too, folks. They know that's a huge game changer to have the CEO put in a 555,000 share covered call. They know that's a huge. Yep. Alan Sita says, Kat, that was nice. You called it. I sat back and watched the chart all day. My account was red, now going green. Nice. Well, listen, folks, even this last few minute attempt to run it down again to the 50 won't matter. Folks, you've seen the same thing every time it bounces off this 50. It doesn't matter. It's going to bounce again now. It's going to bounce again now off of it. It won't stop bouncing off of it, folks. No matter what they try, it won't stop because the 45 and 50 and the 200 are all rising. So no matter what they try, over and over and over again, it will always bounce as long as the 45 and 50 and 200 day long-term are rising. It will always happen, folks. I'm not saying sometimes. I'm saying always. Understand me? Always happen. It will always happen. When the 45 and 50 are rising and the 200 are rising and they keep trying to smash this below it and smash below and smash below and smash below. And here again, trying to smash below, it won't matter. It won't matter. Deep, won't matter. Won't matter. Can't do it. Won't go down. Won't go down below here. It won't. Because the 200 day is rising and the 45 and 50 are all rising. It will not go below this price. Won't happen. Won't happen, shorty. No matter how bad you wish it would, it isn't going to happen. It isn't going to happen. And you can all bear witness and watch it, what I'm saying to come true. There's no way this price is going to drop below this 50-day moving average. No way, folks. Nope, not going to happen. It's going to do the same thing that happened there, the same thing that happened there, same thing that happened here, and it's going to happen again here. But guess what? Here it happened where the 50 was down here. And here it happened where the 50 was down here. And now it's going to happen when the 50's up here. Do you understand? Okay. Here it happened when the 50-day moving average was right there. It happened below it. Here it got down to the 10-day, the 5-day turquoise got to the 10-day, didn't even come close to the 50-day and bounced. Here it got down the same distance, even less close to the 5 to the 10-day and bounced, didn't even come close. And this is their last gasp dying effort to get to the 50-day moving average, and it won't. It's going to rise right back up now. You'll see it. Watch it, folks. Watch it happen. As soon as it touches that 50-day, watch it bounce and go right back up. Watch this line again make a 90-degree turn off of that 50-day. Watch it, folks. The same thing here, the same thing there, and now the same thing again right here at this level. Folks, I'm telling you, there's no way this 5-day moving average is going to stay below this 50-day this afternoon. It isn't going to happen, folks. It's not going to. That's not going to happen. Try it as hard as you want, Shorty. You'll be wasting you're just throwing good money after bad, Shorty. I'm telling you, you're just throwing your money away if you try to drive this thing down here now and sell 1 million shares. You're going to get so screwed trying that, it isn't going to work. You're just going to have another 1 million shares that you don't have available because the longs are going to take it from you. And you'll have another 1 million shares going over to institution that won't sell it to you again. Right now, you're going to witness it, folks. Right this second. See the big dump of shares right there trying to scare people out? Well, that's just to get it below the 50 where they can buy it again, and they're buying it now. Watch this thing bounce right now. Come on, Shorty, prove me wrong. Come on, Shorts. Show I'm wrong. Come on, Shorty. You're going to have to dump a shitload of more shares than that to keep it below 24.88. You better get out the big money. You better take out the massive money here to get this thing down below there. You better be dumping millions and millions of dollars worth of stock here right now. You better. You better dump it, because look where they are, folks. The same point they were. Look at that candle. Look where it was below the 200. Look, they're the same point now. The same point now. And you're going to get the same result. You're going to have buyers. You're going to get the same result now. There they are, buyers. See, it's the same result, Shorty. It's the exact same result. You start dumping there, they start buying there. Right on the 200, right where they bought over here, they're all going to buy in again. They're going to buy in again now. Here they come. You can see it. You're never going to keep this thing under here. It isn't going to happen. It's not going to happen, folks. And see how it's turning? Look at the buyers coming in right on that 200 day. Nice. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see this. There it goes. There it goes. And look at all the buyers, just as I predicted, folks. Just as I predicted. Look at them come in there. No way you can drive it down and keep it below that, folks. It just won't happen. This won't allow for it. These longer-term moving averages won't allow you to do it, Shorty. You can't do it. You can't do it no matter how hard you try. This is going to come right back over now and go off for the closing. 7 minutes of a run-up now, folks. 7 minutes of this thing rising. Watch all the buyers coming in here. 7 minutes of this thing rising back over the 50-day right now. 7 minutes. I bet you these shorting bastards cannot believe that this price is at $24.90 after they had it down to $23.70. I bet they can't freaking believe it. I bet you they just cannot. I bet they're just pulling their hair out of their heads going, how in the shit can we stop this thing from going up? Look at it. Look at the fear of missing out taking over right now. FOMO. FOMO, folks. And by the way, that's the reason SoFi's price today hit 23.70 because of their fear of missing out. They saw what Anthony Noto did, and they know this price is going to $49, and they had a desperate fear of missing out today on the lowest price they could get it before it goes to $49. And so they ran it down to get those shares as low as they could. Like I said, they probably called BlackRock this morning and said, BlackRock, can you please sell 20 or 30 or 40 million shares of SoFi today and get it down so we can buy it below $24, please? Can you please do that? And they said, yeah, we'll sell them for you. Send us some money. We'll take care of you. We'll get it down below 24. And then they got it down there below $24, and 2 million shares were sold there. And then it went right back up. And by the way, the volume now is exactly what the average daily volume is, 73 million shares. And listen, folks, there's two things Shorty is trying to do now. They're trying to close the price down 66 cents. All right? This is a fun little thing for them. 66 cents. Okay, that's what they're trying for. 66-cent close down. I'm telling you, folks, they want this thing down. Today at the closing, they want it down 0.66. All right? I can assure you that is what they're trying to achieve. 0.66 down closing is what they want today. All right? Unfortunately, it isn't going to happen. It isn't going to happen, folks. It is not going to happen. It isn't going to happen, folks. You see that? Look at the buyer coming there. 123,000. 123,000 shares, and most of those were buying on the ask. 133,000 now, and take a look at it rising back over the 50-day as we speak. And I told you they couldn't hold it under it. And I bet you this was 5 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes below the average. 6 minutes that time. We've seen 4 minutes, 4 minutes, 4 minutes, and they finally got 6 minutes. They finally got 6 minutes underneath the 45-day there that time. In case you weren't paying attention, a little bit ago, I went over here and I said, look, folks, take a look at these lows. This was 4 minutes from there to there. This was 4 minutes from there to there. This was 4 minutes from right there through that period. This was 8 minutes. 8 minutes. This over here was again 6 minutes. This was 4 minutes. That was 4 minutes. That was 4 minutes. This was 4 minutes. This was 4 minutes. And here, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, folks. Every time that they held it down below, it was for 5 or 6 minutes. And they just did it again for 4 minutes. They just did it again for 4 minutes, folks. Nicely done, Shorty, but I'm afraid it isn't going to work for you. There'll be no 24.88 close, and there'll be no 66 cent down. That isn't going to, either one of them is not going to be there for you. Neither one of them, Shorty, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Shorts, but neither one of them, that's not going to work for you. That's not going to work. And just look at this massive accumulating shares, SoFi, right under $25, folks. Just look at all these massive, massive accumulation of SoFi right under $25, folks. Why are they hoarding up all these shares here? Why do they want so many shares of SoFi now at this price? They could have bought this at 601 just a year ago. 601 a share. Why do they want to buy it at 24.91? Why do so many people want to hoard this stock right here? Why are so many of them zooming in? Why are so many of them hoarding the stock? Why did so many want this stock here today at this price? At $24.91. Why? Why are there so many buyers at $24.92? Why did the most shares get bought today at $24.92? Why? Folks, why? Why did they want so many shares at $24.91 today? Who was behind this accumulation at $24.91 today? And why? Holy smokes. Something is awful suspicious, folks, about that. Something's awful suspicious that 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28 million shares. 28 million shares of the 73 were all bought here. Hoarded shares. All hoarded. And as I said, unfortunately for the shorts, they were not unfortunately able to get a close at either number they wanted. They were trying for a 24.88 close. They wanted the price to be either 24.88 at the close, or they wanted it to be down 0.66. And they did not achieve either one of those goals that they had. They failed on both of them. They failed on them both, folks. And why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they, folks? Why wouldn't they fail? Well, folks, let's get back over here to the main screen. I want to see how everything ended up at the end of the day. I'm going to refresh this page right now. What a horrible close for the shorts. They didn't get either a 66 or the 24.88 close. What horrible numbers. All right, so the S&P 500 ended up getting back most of its losses. It was down over 1% this morning. The Dow recovered half of its losses. It was down 400 points this morning. The NASDAQ recovered most of its losses. It was down 360 points this morning. And the Russell didn't even drop 1% and recovered the rest of the afternoon today. Looks to me like the whole dang market got manipulated down today, didn't it? Looks to me like the whole freaking market got manipulated today. Oh my, I can just hardly wait to see how many institutions bought SoFi today on the dip. I'm serious, folks. I can't wait to see the filings tomorrow on how many institutions bought SoFi on the dip today. Honestly, cannot wait to see. I want to come over here now. And I got a few things that I want to do here. I'm going to be putting in the data from today's high, low, and closing price. So we're coming over here and we're putting in 9, 2, And we're going to come over here to the opening price today, which was $24.51. Where over 1 million shares were bought today. The high was $25.28, low $23.70. All right. And the closing price was $24.91. Much to the chagrin of the shorties. And ladies and gentlemen, look at that. $1.58 swing from the high to the low, and it recovered $1.21. Yes. Folks, look at this swing on Friday. $1.21 swing on Friday, and it only recovered 33 cents. Today, they swung at $1.58, and it recovered $1.21. Massively beautiful to see that. Oh, man, that makes me feel good. And the volume today was what? 75,135. 75,135. 553. Oh my. And you know what, folks? I cannot help but wonder. I can't help but wonder here on this day. I can't help but wonder how much higher SoFi is going to go after this accumulation today. And also, I want to add on here so let me save this, and now I'm going to come over here to institutional data, SoFi institutional data. There it is. And this has gone down to 609, 861, 967. 609, 861, 967. All right. And actually, that number should be put down here. There we go. And this number, I don't know if it was the same or not, but I'm just going to put it down that it was the same. And then we're down here now. We're on 9.2. There we go. And I also need to put in the 29th data. So let me come up here to the 29th data. And the 29th was 2616, 2642. Oh, shoot. Institutional, not there. There we go. '29th was closing price was $25.54. Those are $25.54 closing, and the institutions was $105,695. 995, 28 and 33. Yep. 28 and 33. All right, that's right. 28 and 33. And then the number has now changed to today, 609. And I have to refresh this page and make sure that I'm not missing something. And folks, I'm going to have to get out of here in just a little bit. I got to get running here. I got to go deliver something on, like I said, this Facebook thing. So we ended up at 609, 861, 967. 609, 861, 967. All right. And that is a drop. Alexa, what is 10,163,208 minus 9,861,967?
10,163,208 minus 9,861,967 is 301,241.
There we go. And I did that wrong. 301,241. There we go. All right, there we go. And folks, that number is a red number. Unfortunately, you've got to go red with it. And now the percentage owned by institutions is 50.93%. 50.93. And that means 9.81% has been increased. The number's rising, folks. 9.81%. We just rose from 9.54 to 9.81% owned by institutions, folks. Yep, over the most recent quarter, folks. That's why these numbers are actually a little bit lower. But over the most recent 90-day period, it's starting to gain. We've now gone from just 4.64 to 9.7 to 9.81. There over the 90-day period, more and more are coming in institutions, folks. Just so you're aware of that. All right, now let me check something here. Just give me a second here, folks. I'm going to get over here and I'm going to click on this. All right. Yep. Okay, so this person knows what we're coming in as far as a vehicle to deliver this, and so all is good. Now, let me put this back over here. Where is SoFi now? Well, the weak-ass shorties couldn't get a 24.88 close, but they're trying to demand that in after hours. But it failed, folks, and we just saw it jump from 24.88 to 24.91. Back to green. Back she goes, folks, and she's going to keep rising. Look at the desperate shorters throwing in their 24.88 sells over and over to try to get that. But, folks, you can see that is absolutely not going to happen today. And I am going to be on my way. Aloncita, yes, I'm waiting on SoFi, but I'm having to play the field on her. Daddy needs some cash. Yeah. Yep, SoFi, 49 bucks is coming. That's right, and they knew it today. They had to get in on the cheap this morning. They had to drive it down and dive in on this thing right there on the big 930 vaginal drop, and they got in there big time on that. Right there on a single vaginal drop, they got their shares. They got it all they could. Good for them. Way to go, shorts, because you know Noto's right, and this thing is going to $49. So good for you, shorts. Good for you. All right? Now, I am going to say farewell to everyone. I have to get going here. I want to thank you very much, and I appreciate you being here with me today, each and every one of you. And as a matter of fact, before I close this out, I'm going to come over here And I want to click on this, and I'm going to click on my channel, view your channel, YouTube Studio. And today we're going to take a look real quick before we hang up on everyone. And you can see our subscribers have jumped up now to 21,258, 500 more in the last 28 days. All right, everyone. Yes, 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 yes. And I don't know if you guys saw this, but I put up a baseball video I want to show you right now. Hopefully I can show it to you. And if I go over here, you won't believe this play. You won't believe this play that I put up a video of, and I'm going to show it to you guys right now here real quick, and then I'll be on my way. Watch this play, folks. Can you believe that? I couldn't believe it when I saw it, folks. Watch this doggone play. This is absolutely insane. This is absolutely insane, folks. One more time, I want you to see this play, folks. Watch this play. The shortstop threw it to the second baseman out of his glove, folks. The shortstop stopped the ball and with his glove relayed it over to the second baseman who took it to first base and threw that guy out. Whoa! I mean, that is absolutely insane, folks. I've never seen anything like that, folks. There it is, folks. You can watch it right here on your screen. Yep, hold on. I see you guys couldn't see it. Just watch that. It's kind of hard to see. It's a little bit too bright, isn't it? But watch the video, folks. It just is incredible that this guy made a play like that. I've never seen anything like it in my life. The ball went from the shortstop. He grabbed it with his glove, threw it to the second baseman, and over to the first baseman. I mean, it is just crazy, crazy, folks. I've never seen that happen in baseball in my lifetime. I've never seen that happen in my lifetime. Never. I'm telling you, man, I've never seen it. I've never seen that in my lifetime, folks. All right, listen, everybody, I got to get on out of here. And you can just go over to my channel and watch the video. As a matter of fact, what I can do right here is I can come over here and let's see here. Boink. View channel. Shorts. Funky play, share, and I'll put a link up to it for you guys. I don't know why I can't see where to add a link. Share. Copy video URL. There is copy video URL. And now we're going to come over here to my stream, and we're going to put it in right here. Boink. And watch this. Watch this play. Control V. And there it is, folks. All right, that way you guys can see it and you won't have to have me trying to do it for you. All right, let me get on out of here, folks. I have, right now, I've got about 40 minutes to meet this person, and so I got to get on my road. Thank you for being here with me today. I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you for all of you people that participate in this channel and help me grow this channel and tell your friends about me. And let's hard our way along. Go Cat stops the stream, folks. Yeah. Well, I got to get rolling here, folks. And let me change this camera. Hold on. All right. So, guys and gals, thank you for being here with me today. I appreciate it very, very much. Hope you have a great evening, whatever it is you're up to. And Bobby Batson, I hope you got my gift I sent to you, Bobby Batson. All right, guys and gals, I'm going to get going now. Thank you for being here with me. I hope you have a blessed evening. I hope you have, as always, good investment wisdom. I hope that you always are in a situation where you have good family values around you and love, because you deserve to be surrounded with love, everyone. And I am going to be on my way now. We'll see you tomorrow. I got a great thumbnail for you guys for tomorrow. Watch my thumbnail about naked shorting that's going to come out tomorrow about naked shorting, all right? And we're going to be talking about naked shorting, but I don't have it public yet. I always list them first as unlisted, and then I make them public. But I'll make it public here, and you can watch my thumbnail for tomorrow. It's going to be good. All right, you guys, have a great one, everyone. God bless each and every one of you. Hope you have a great evening. I'm out of here. Catfish Tyler, over and out.